special guest that we have tonight. Now, all of this started when we were investigating the rights of infants, newborns, and the type of screening that they undergo when we all come into this world. And what I was curious to understand was that much of the screening is standardized around the world, at least in the developed countries, where they're actually running a DNA test on all of our children when we're born into this world, starting in the 1960s. This is real. It's not conspiracy. We're going to share some facts with you. And then we're going to bring Twyla Brace into the show, because as we were researching this in Wikipedia, we came across her name. I reached out to her in Twitter, and she has agreed to come on the show tonight and talk to us about her fight for the rights of your children. So this is a very special show. I see this woman as a hero in her efforts to stand against the machine, to stand against legislation going back to the 1960s that has given up your rights as an infant from the time you're born. Now, we're going to go ahead and bring her in on Skype in a few minutes here, but I want to talk to you about the background of what happened and what went on. In Ireland, a controversy emerged in 2012 whereby a number of hospitals retained heel prick test cards and thereby a DNA database with over 1 million samples from 1984 without consent or notification of the parents. What this resulted in was a 10-year rolling destruction cycle that they introduced. And there are similar practices in the UK, New Zealand, and several states in the United States. The heel prick test is the newborn screening. And what they do is they collect your infant's blood, and then they do tests on it. Some countries, there's been controversy of the collection and storage of blood or DNA samples by government agencies during routine newborn blood screen. And it was revealed that in Texas, the state had collected and stored blood and DNA samples on millions of newborns without the parents' knowledge or consent. These samples were then used for genetic and to set up a database to catalog all of the samples of the newborns. Samples obtained without parents' consent were destroyed. Now, all of this that I'm saying can be looked up. It's right there out on the web for all to see. Now, what else we found is that certain patient advocacy groups, which we're going to bring in Twyla Brace in a minute here, and she's going to tell us about her patient advocacy group and her fight. We're going to learn exactly the type of experiments that they are doing with our children's DNA information without our knowledge. She's going to have all that information for us. And that's what we're going to take a look at tonight. Now, Twyla is the president of the Minnesota-based activist group. She's voiced concerns over the storage of blood spots and is a strong proponent of having all biobanks destroyed. Biobanks are the places where they're holding all this genetic information. She cited concerns over government-sponsored genetic research. And it is worth noting that states have been storing samples since the 1960s, and each state has its own policy on the storage and research. So depending on what state you live in, that's the only way you're going to know what the policies are of how this information is used. Now, we won't probably get too much into the targeted individual subject. I'm not sure how comfortable Twyla is with that. So we're just going to kind of ask her a few questions that I've outlined and just kind of let her run with it so we can get all the information that we can. Now, as of 2008, California has stored 12,000 samples since 1980, while Texas destroys the sample within months. We just talked about how Texas was busted and they had to implement this rolling destruction cycle. Problem is a lot of this information is stored digitally. And then what happens is it's never destroyed completely. It's somewhere on some server And with the ability of these servers to hold massive amounts of information, somewhere our privacy is being eroded. Now, they've even had some situations where Homeland Security was given this genetic information. And we'll probably do a follow-up show talking about, targeted individuals and how this could play into that based on our conversation with Twyla tonight, because she's probably going to give us a lot of information. It's going to help us in the search for what exactly is going on. So appreciate you guys that made it out tonight. I'm going to go ahead and give her a call, bring her in. Let's take a look here.
Hello, it's Twyla.
Hi, Twyla. It's Casey. We're live. I just wanted to thank you for coming on the show tonight. And I already kind of did an introduction for you, talking a little bit about what we do know about your background. And oh yeah, you're going to want to go ahead and mute that page there, and then that you won't be able to hear it there.
Storage of blood spots.
So I'm hearing.
Of having all biobanks.
I have shut down. I'm sorry, but I've shut down the volume on YouTube,
Mm-hmm.
and maybe I'll just take it off because I can hear your introduction going right now.
Oh yeah, I think you need to. There's a mute button in that YouTube page in the window down in the lower corner.
State has its
and if you hit that mute button, it should. You won't be able to hear it, and that'll be good. And you'll just be me and you talking.
Yeah,
that's the only way you're going to know.
I got rid of that page. I'm sorry.
How
and
this
it's
information
still
is used.
playing. Oh my goodness.
It's all right. We'll figure it out.
You won't probably get too much into the targeted individual subject. I'm not sure how comfortable Twyla is with that. So we're just going to kind of ask her a few questions that I've outlined, and you're talking, and just kind of let her run with it.
Okay, where should I click it out?
In the lower corner, there's a little speaker, and so you're just going to turn the volume all the way down or hit the or mute it. You could close it all together if you'd like.
Problem is all this information is stored digitally.
I'm sorry.
It's all right. It's okay.
I turned off the volume and I can't get back to the.
It's destroyed completely. It's somewhere on some server.
You can send it to me. The link again on.
Yeah. Okay, let's do that. Okay, I'll call you right back. Okay.
Privacy is
okay, guys, we're just working out a few technical difficulties. It's probably one of the first times that Twyla's used this, so it's kind of hard to describe to her where to mute the watch page. It's always a little tricky, as you guys know. So let me give her some quick instructions while you guys all continue to gather in. I'm going to go ahead and tell her, go ahead. Close the. Yeah, it seems like we've always got technical difficulties, right? Last time we did an interview, we had the phone just was not very good. Okay, she closed the watch page. Okay, let's try her again.
Hello, it's Twyla again. That was unfortunate.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Hey, it happens. It actually happens a lot back when we first started YouTube, when we were trying to work out all the bugs with this. Yeah, and the mute button's really hard to find. I think it's a YouTube thing, actually, to be honest with you. They need to automatically mute when you're doing a live show. That way people don't have to worry about it. But yeah, I gave you a brief introduction, and maybe you can help fill in some of the blanks as to your background, maybe, and how you came about getting in the fight of fighting for our children. I guess we could start there.
Sure. Our organization, Citizens Council for Health Freedom, has long been interested in privacy since 1996, which was a year after we began. And we realized that one of the things that we say about privacy is he who holds the data makes the rules. So we know that everybody who wants access to our data wants that access because that is how they are able to secure some power over us. They're able to profile, they're able to, know about us. When it comes to the information they can get on our doctors, they're able to control our doctors through payment and through looking at that data. So we've been doing it for quite a long time. And in 2003, here in Minnesota, which is where our organization is located, we're a national organization, but this is where our office is. We noticed some Minnesota legislation that had to do with newborn screening, and the commissioner of health here wanted to be able to screen any child for any condition in the future without having to come back to the legislature and seek permission. And we opposed that legislation, sort of looking forward into the possibility of what that could mean and into DNA and into genetic testing, et cetera. In the process of that conversation, the health department let it slip that they had been keeping the test results of all of these children since 1986, but then they also let it slip that they've been keeping the cards. And so they had been keeping the cards since 1997, and that's when we first realized, we knew about newborn screening, but that's the first time that we realized that they were warehousing the blood of the children. And it didn't take us too long to decide to call this baby DNA so that parents would really understand what was taking place here. It's really state warehousing of the DNA of newborns at birth. And that is something that they cannot do to an adult. The government cannot take the DNA of an adult without getting their permission unless they're being, unless you're a criminal or you're probably considered to be a criminal.
Right. Well, that's pretty fascinating because what that represents is the ultimate invasion of privacy before we've even had a chance to have an opinion or rights on it as a newborn. And so that's a huge problem. So this started in Minnesota, where you live, of course, and basically you decided to get involved because you were involved in politics, or is this something you just picked up when you saw the problem that existed?
Well, I think because we had been so involved in privacy, then realizing that this was all about genetic privacy. But over time, so we discovered this in 2003, but we also, as we learned more and more about the issue, and we're really the only organization working on this issue to stop this. But as we discovered more and more about it, we realized that there were some states who had been, saving it longer than Minnesota had been saving it. But in the process, we initially, anyway, we thought we were the only state that this was just a Minnesota problem. We knew that it was much more than a Minnesota problem when I think it was 3 years later, we called on Governor Tim Pawlenty to destroy the warehouse, to throw away all the DNA that had been taken without parent consent and that was taken on all of these children. And we got a phone call from a reporter at the Austin Statesman in Texas, who said as a result of our press release, which she had seen, she decided to investigate Texas. And at that point discovered that Texas had been keeping the DNA since 2002. Wow. So by that time, 4 years of DNA had been collected. And that's when we knew, this was maybe not happening just in Minnesota. And indeed, that is the case.
Right. So this is statewide. Now, do you have any proof that this is coming down from the federal government onto the states to require them to store these samples?
No, I don't think that's the case. I think what happened is, and I know this is how it happened in Minnesota, I think they looked at the DNA and saw people who are supporters of this call this a national treasure.
Wow.
The DNA of every newborn is considered a national treasure in their minds. But in 1997, when they decided to start storing the DNA, they also sent blood spots for research to the CDC. And, I'm not exactly sure which one happened first. Did the CDC ask, or did they decide to start storing them? It's not clear to me, but I do believe that there are other states that were storing them before 1997.
Wow.
So I don't believe it's the federal government does not mandate this, but they particularly with the Newborn Screening Reauthorization Act of 2014, it certainly encourages states to store the DNA of the children.
Right, and in the fact that the CDC was working in conjunction with the states for whatever they were doing with it, that kind of alludes to the possibility that they were working together as well. Now, what specifics do you have with regards to what they're doing with these the newborn's information? So in other words, what kind of genetic experiments do we have proof that they're performing?
So there's two different kinds of research. There's research that is external to the state government. So just, let me just say, just to begin here, because I don't know exactly what you said in the introduction. For your listeners, at least I should say something before I get into that question.
Sure.
Because some of your listeners may not understand even what newborn screening is or how the process works. And so I think as a rudimentary beginning, I think that would be useful.
Yeah.
So what happens at birth, and in almost every state, there is a newborn screening law. And some of the laws allow parents to opt out for religious purposes. Some allow them to opt out for any reason. Nebraska does not allow them to opt out for any reason, and in fact will take the child from the parents to make sure the newborn screening is done. But newborn screening is supposed to happen within the first 24 to 48 hours of the birth of the child. What usually happens is that a lab technician come in, they prick the heel of the newborn, and they begin to squeeze drops of blood onto a paper or a card. This card typically has 3 to 5 spots of filter paper, and the blood is dripped onto the filter paper. Information on the mother and the child is included on that card, and then that card is shipped to the state health department, and the state or to the contractor for the state. Most states have a public health department within the Department of Health, and that's who does the newborn screening. But there are several states who either contract with another state health department, like Oregon does newborn screening for, I think, for Oregon and Hawaii and another state or two. And up in the New England area, there is a newborn screening sort of cooperative where it's all done in one place.
Okay.
So that's what happens, and it gets sent out of the hospital. The labs don't do anything with it. It's all done by the state or by the contractor for the state. And most parents don't even know it happened and don't know what newborn screening is. But it's important to understand that newborn screening is actually newborn genetic testing done by the state government without the consent of the parents.
That's just unbelievable. That just blows me away. So they know exactly who we are now with all of the advances in genetic testing. In other words, profiling, insurance ramifications, propensity to disease, cloning. There's a possibility of cloning that comes into this.
I should maybe just limit a little bit here.
Sure.
So newborn screening is genetic testing. But it doesn't look into the DNA except for the cystic fibrosis. So what it does is it looks for analytes and metabolites that are shed or put into the bloodstream as a result of the genetic condition. So it does genetic testing for a limited number of tests or a limited number of conditions, and there is controversy over how far that should be expanded. Should it just be for newborn conditions? Should it be for newborn and childhood conditions? Or should it be for newborn, childhood, and adult onset conditions? And so right now, newborn screening is typically just for conditions that appear at birth, except for cystic fibrosis. And cystic fibrosis tends to come when the child is a toddler or a little bit older. And to confirm that the child has cystic fibrosis, they will actually then go into the DNA to confirm the diagnosis. But for most newborn screening, the DNA is not actually accessed. But of course, the DNA itself is what the blood is. And we have heard from people who are part of this, proponents of this, that after 6 months, that blood specimen is no longer good for anything except the DNA. Okay. So for the first 6 months, they can do the newborn screening with the limited amount, and they can, recheck it if they want. But then the analytes and the metabolites start to degrade, and all that's really left is the DNA.
I see. Got it. And to this point, the legislation prevents them from doing anything more than cystic fibrosis genetic testing. But as the laws loosen up, they have those stored. And as more genetic testing is allowed, they can go back into those samples and do them in the future if the legislation permits it, right?
Well, in fact, the federal government in 2013, in September 2013, gave out $25 million in grants to 4 institutions to do a pilot project of sequencing children at birth. Oh, so that would lay out the entire DNA, the entire blueprint, the entire genetic blueprint of the child. And I understand from some news articles about it that while parents might initially think, oh yeah, that's a great idea, they have had a hard time getting very many of those parents to actually do it. And so one of the reasons is that the parents are concerned about the privacy, and they're concerned about the use of the information. And, parents are very rightly concerned. And that was, in Minnesota, that was why when we heard that the commissioner wanted to, be able to test the children for any condition without coming back to the legislature, that's what we foresaw was the possibility of complete sequencing of the children.
Wow. So you mentioned that Texas...
Oh, by the way, that is with parent permission. This particular pilot project is with parent permission, just so you know.
Okay, great. Now, you had mentioned that Texas was storing millions of samples. Now, are they involved in some kind of rotating destruction cycle of those samples?
Yes. So after that article got into the Austin Statesman, and actually there were 2 more follow-up articles, it led to lawsuits. And so parents sued, and that's the result of, that's the reason why the destruction happened. So 5.2 million baby DNA cards were destroyed in the middle of the night, several months after the judge ruled in favor of the parents. And then the law was changed. So the law now allows the DNA to be stored for 2 years unless it's the DNA of a child for whom they have found something. So let's just say they found cystic fibrosis, or they found PKU, or they found something. Then those blood samples are kept indefinitely. But other than that, the blood samples are destroyed every 2 years. But there's nothing prohibiting, as we read the legislation, there's nothing prohibiting the blood spots from being used for at least internal research by the department as opposed to external. Internal research by the department for those 2 years.
I see. So would you say that Texas was the biggest offender of the amount that was stored, or were there other states that were more egregious?
So the reason Texas had so many stored is because Texas does newborn screening twice on every newborn, and because Texas is a very large state. So in that small period of time, they had so many samples.
I see.
But let me just a second here. Indiana has kept their blood spot cards for 23 years. They, according to a television reporter's report, they have 666 banker boxes full of newborn DNA. And as a result of one of our press releases, when Minnesota destroyed, because we did a lawsuit here too, they found in favor of the parents, when Minnesota destroyed the 1.2 or 1.4 million cards here in Minnesota, we put out a press release. The Indiana reporter did some investigation in Indiana, found 23 years worth of DNA storage, 666 banker boxes, and a change in policy, not legislation, but just protocol from the government. So the government decided that they would keep those 23 years, those 666 banker boxes, make them available to researchers without consent, and allow parents, and now of course adult children, to opt out of the research and have their DNA destroyed. Of course, most parents and most young adults, children who had it done and who are now adults, most of them have no idea it ever even happened, so they're not going to opt out. So this is a huge resource for researchers. And going into the future, they are going to get consent from the parents before they store and use the DNA.
Okay. So a lot of these government tests that are being done, are they happening before the 2-year lifespan of the sample, or are they happening later?
The actual newborn testing, that's at the 24 to 48 hours, but the research using the DNA, it's really dependent on the state. Michigan, for instance, they have a biobank, they store it, and they limit the type of research that can be done. And I just like to say that there's external research and there's internal research. So the department themselves doing research, doing test development, building new things that the child could be screened for, that's actually research too, something that we have long pointed out, as opposed to, giving it away to some outside entity to conduct research on it. And so that kind of research is happening at different levels, at different amounts of time in different states. And we do have a list on our special website. Our special website is itsmydna.org.
Okay.
And there is a list of how long the 50 states hold the DNA of children. And I think we've been doing it since 2000, back to 2001. So every year we update it. But some states who used to keep it indefinitely, they don't keep it indefinitely anymore, but we're not certain what they're doing with the DNA that they kept indefinitely. Right. Is it just the new blood spots that they're not keeping? That's not entirely clear.
Now, as a citizen, can we request that our hospital destroy any DNA that they have collected on these cards?
So once the DNA is collected on the cards, and I will say that most hospitals will never look at that as DNA. So if you come to the hospital and you say the DNA on the cards, they'll think you're crazy, but that's what it ends up to be. So the hospitals collect it, but they immediately send it to the health departments. So parents have to go to the health departments and ask for their card back. Now, again, it depends on the state. There are some states that only keep it for 3 months or for 2 months or for 6 months. It really shouldn't be kept any longer than 6 months, because you can't do newborn screening after 6 months, and then it becomes useful for a completely different purpose than it was collected.
Right.
So it really does depend on your state. So there's no need to ask for it to be gotten rid of if it's going to be destroyed. But for those states, and there's a whole bunch of them, I could do a little list for you. There are some that keep it 3 years, some that keep it 5 years, but there's those that keep it indefinitely, or I should say from 10 years to indefinitely, and one interesting one that keeps it for more than 2 years. We don't have any idea how much longer than 2 years. But if your listeners are in these states, California, Louisiana, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Michigan, Minnesota, New Jersey, New York, North Dakota, Rhode Island, Tennessee, Texas, Vermont, and Washington, those are states that keep it longer. And again, for Texas, it's only certain ones that they keep longer. And then Ohio is the one that keeps it for longer than 2 years, but we don't know how much longer.
Wow, that's interesting.
But the list again is on our website.
Okay, great. I just dropped both of your websites in our chat. We've got close to 100 people watching tonight. That's great, and this video will be shared. I've got your website, cchfreedom.org. I put that in the chat, as well as the other site that you said. That's in the chat as well.
Itsmydna.org.
Itsmydna.org. Thank you. Couple other questions I wanted to ask you with regards to the immediate destruction before the card's sent to the health department. Can the mother request that in her birth plan if she does not want? I mean, I guess it's law that it actually is tested, but before the health department picks it up, can a mother request that it's destroyed?
So there is absolutely no reason to do newborn screening if you don't want it sent to the health department. The hospital does none of the testing.
Oh.
This is all a government program. So we encourage parents who want to have their child screened, especially for things like PKU or certain illnesses where the child can get ill in a very short period of time. It can be really devastating. It doesn't happen to very many babies at all, but if you want to just, you know, make sure that that doesn't happen and you actually have the testing, why not get it done privately? So there is one place called PerkinElmer, and if you go to our itsmydna.org website, then there is a 10-point overview, and point number 10 is where it talks about private screening. And in that case, most people who do private screening, they contact PerkinElmer in advance, and they bring the blood collection kit to the hospital. Then the blood is put on the kit for private screening, and then the mom or the dad send the kit off to PerkinElmer, which then sends them back the results of the screening.
That sounds like a better option for people that want to protect the rights of their infant. Go through the private route versus the public route.
Right. Yes, I encourage it. I will say that it's very good to be prepared. We did have a mother in New Jersey who was trying to have the doctor use the private kit, and the doctor and the hospital was completely refusing to do so. So it would be great in advance of getting to that point. The mother had just discovered the storage of the DNA just, you know, a day or even less before she went to the hospital. So she didn't have time to talk to her doctor to put it into a plan. It was all a surprise for the hospital, and they didn't want to be any part of it.
Wow.
So it's very good to know in advance and to make that planning and to make your request known.
Absolutely. Now, someone in the chat had asked a couple of questions. Where in general are these biobanks? Are they near hospitals, or where are these places?
So again, they are within the departments of health, because the hospital has nothing to do with the screening. Right. They are only the ones that prick the baby's heel, put it on the card, and then they ship it off. They don't do any of the testing themselves. And so it is wherever the health department stores them.
I see.
It could be in the department, or it could be with their contractor.
I see. Got it. And how about your recent efforts in the fight to defend the rights of our children? What's have you been up to lately, like within the last year?
In the Newborn Screening Saves Lives Reauthorization Act of 2014, we worked with members of Congress to get language protecting the genetic privacy of children into that bill. Okay. Now, unfortunately, what the language said was, as soon as the federal research rule got published, that protection against research without parent consent would go away. And that's because we understood that the federal government had promised the members of Congress that they would incorporate the language of the law into the new rule. It wasn't the way that we wanted to do it, because law is stronger than rules. And so for the last 2 years, we've been trying to make sure that that language got into the federal research rule. Well, the federal research rule was finalized like the 2 days before the inauguration of President Trump. And it did not incorporate our language from the law. What it said instead was that the language from the law was now repealed. So we have a bit of a battle on that end, and at the state level, we would like parents to go to legislators and say, you know, we want to have parent consent over the storage and the use of our children's DNA. And if you have kept any of it, we would like it to be destroyed, because otherwise we're going to file a lawsuit. And we do have an attorney who may be interested in taking lawsuits of parents whose DNA has been kept. So that's one thing, is we're trying to do that at the state level. And at the federal level, we would also like to get the new Congress, once they get past some of this brand new stuff, to actually put that language back into law and not have it go away. The researchers, the state health departments, the data industry, none of them would be happy with that. But we believe that parents have a right to protect their children and their children's genetic privacy. And we believe that children are just newborn citizens. They will grow up to be adults who do not know that their DNA is stored and owned by the federal government, because whatever the government stores, it typically considers that it has ownership of it.
Right, exactly. Now, based on some of the research that I've done, this is happening worldwide. I guess in Ireland, there was a controversy in 2012 where a number of hospitals were retaining the heel prick test cards and thereby the DNA database with over 1 million samples from 1984 without the consent or notification of the parents. Have you heard anything internationally about this, or do you tend to focus on here nationally?
We focus on nationally for our engagement, because there's plenty of work here to get the country that is supposed to be all about freedom and rights to actually do the right thing. And, you know, the problem with this issue is that for the most part, nobody, until 2003 and our discovery, nobody knew it was even happening. Parents do not know this is happening, so they don't even know they don't know that they should protect their children, because they don't know that their children's genetic privacy has been taken from them, or their DNA ownership has been taken from them. They don't know, right? So if you don't know, then you don't rise up and fight, because you don't know. And so we have been working just here, but we are well aware of the storage of DNA around the world. But here in America is where we're supposed to have constitutional rights, the Fourth Amendment, against this kind of infringement. And yet it's happening right under our noses here, and we're trying to correct it.
Wow. Now, this is kind of an off-topic question, but my viewers were curious as to what your experience has been with Rh negative blood. Now, in and amongst the free thinkers, there seems to be a lot of ramifications associated with Rh negative blood. And we're wondering if you have any clues or tidbits regarding the collection of the DNA from infants and how it might relate to Rh negative blood. And if there's no connection, that's okay to say too, but is there anything on the top of your head that jumps out at you when I say newborn infant screening and Rh negative blood?
No, not specifically. I mean, I know, as I'm a registered nurse, right? So I know the problem when a Rh negative mother has an Rh positive baby, right. And but I don't know of anything specific. The only thing that I can say is I don't think we know the extent to which outsiders who have access to this information might want to use it for various purposes, whatever those purposes might be. And, you know, you can easily, once you have the DNA, you can easily find out what the Rh factors of the blood. And if somebody's interested in that, either for research or for other reasons, it certainly can be part of it. But I have never heard anything specific to DNA storage, newborn DNA storage, and Rh negative blood.
Okay, great. That's a great answer. Wow. You know, I view you, Twyla, as a hero for standing up, because it's not a popular road to go down, and to stand up for an infant that has really no power in this world and stand behind these parents is very commendable. And that's what we stand for on this channel, is the rights of free thought and protection of our privacy and rights in this country. And so I'm just really glad you came on the show. I think you answered most of the questions that everybody had. I just want to give you a minute to talk about anything you want to, or plug your sites or anything you want to say at this point.
So again, I would encourage people to go to itsmydna.org. I will say that one thing that I did not say about the newborn sequencing, and even maybe how this DNA could be used in the future, right? But the DNA sequencing of the newborns is being done without the consent of the child. So parents are indeed being asked, but one of our questions that we have wondered about is, are the parents being asked this question where they sign up for the program? What will your child, when they are an adult at age 18, think about the government sequencing them when they had no opportunity to say if they wanted to be sequenced? Because any child that is sequenced at birth has lost their genetic privacy. Now, that information that happens during newborn screening, it's kept in two places. It's kept as a part of the government record because the government did it, but they also send that information to the parents, to the child's medical record. So it becomes part of the child's medical record. We have had parents call us who did not know that newborn screening ever happened, because many parents, studies will show that parents are often in a fog when their baby is, when the mother's in labor and after the delivery, and everybody's exhausted and it's just crazy in the hospital. It's a brand new routine. Everybody's tired. They're just following orders, right? And it's all a fog. And so parents don't understand that it happened. And we've had parents call us who are perturbed when the health department calls them and says something's wrong with your baby. And they don't even know why the government would know that anything about their baby, let alone something being wrong. And they were never asked whether the government could be involved with their child. As far as they were concerned, they were in the hospital. They didn't understand how on earth the government could have gotten this information, because they don't understand that newborn screening is government genetic testing.
Right.
As I said, at a limited basis. But anyway, so I think there's a lot of things that people don't even understand. Another thing to know about newborn screening is the more conditions they test for, the more likely it is for parents to be told that something is wrong with their child. They're called false positives. So it's not true, but because there's more and more conditions tested, the test will come out saying there's something wrong. And then the parent is told to go to the hospital or wherever and, be retested. And then it'll come out as negative. So there's nothing wrong with the child. But studies show that parents tend to believe the first news. That was the one that was so emotional for them, because something was wrong with their brand new child. And they don't necessarily believe the second news. They don't believe the reassurance. One study called this the collateral damage of newborn screening.
Wow.
So there's a lot of things to think about with newborn screening. There's a lot of reasons why we say it should be done privately. We would like parents to be able to pick and choose what conditions they want the child tested for. We would like the government no longer doing this. As a result of the government doing this, doctors don't even talk to parents about it, which is one of the reasons lots of parents don't even know it's happening. And then, of course, we do not want the government to store the DNA or to have the ability to use it or give it away, like Texas bartered for it, used it for barter, and 4 other states gave it to the U.S. military without parents asking. So there are a lot of things happening in this kind of secret issue. I think, parents are just clueless, and they haven't really been given the opportunity to know what's happening, and it doesn't happen like that with really anything else.
Wow. U.S. military. So do you have any more details on what they wanted that for?
Yep, and your listeners can look it up with the Texas Tribune is the one who broke the story. And they found that the U.S. military asked for the DNA of children who were, I think, Black and Hispanic as a part of creating an RNA database. So a particular database that they wanted for national security purposes.
Wow, that's huge. So And that's all the details we have on that. Really, is basically what you just said.
You can probably find more. I have not ever heard that there was a lawsuit about this particular finding. There was a lawsuit on Texas using the DNA for barter. And there have been, as a result of our efforts on this issue, more states have given parents more rights on the DNA, or they've limited how long they keep it, or they'll allow parents to ask for the cards. But still, for the most part, because it is state law, although lots of parents can opt out of it, there's lots of states that allow you to opt out if you even know that you can. But as a result of it being part of state law, most parents still are clueless that it's even happening, and so they're not looking, they're not thinking about it. They know nothing. They can't detect their child because they don't even know.
Right. Now, I have a personal experience in a prenatal test. My daughter was there was a false positive for Down syndrome. I think it was about 4 months into the pregnancy, and we considered abortion. At that time, I was 21 years old, and because of a false positive. And luckily, they redid the test. It was done at the wrong time. She was born perfectly fine, very intelligent. There's nothing wrong with her, but it just goes to show you that some of this testing isn't very accurate.
Yes, what the study about the collateral damage found is that parents who had received bad news the first time around before the retest, and they didn't believe the retest results, they would do things like separate emotionally from their child, just thinking that this condition was going to emerge and the child was going to die. Or they would change the eating habits of the child long beyond when the condition would have emerged. So, maybe the condition always emerges by 6 months, but 2 years later, they're still treating the child with this same diet, or they're keeping the child away from other children. So they did all sorts of things. They were not, I can't remember what the percentages of it. It wasn't every parent, but enough parents in this study to cause concern did not believe the second the retest result, and
Wow.
that was harming children
Now,
and relationships.
Now, what is the turnaround time when the sample leaves the hospital, goes to the health department, and is tested? Is this a rapid test, or is it 3 weeks, 6 weeks?
No. It's a rapid test because there are some conditions, serious PKU. So there's a lot of children that might have a trait of something. This is something a parent called us perturbed about, was that the testing only showed a trait. The trait was going to be in their medical record forever. The mother wanted to get it out of there. I said there was no way to get it out of there. But so there are traits, and then there are serious conditions. So for some of the really serious conditions, the damage to the child can happen within a day or within a week. So there is definitely they want to get it back within at least 5 days at the minimum. Even quicker than that would be the preference. And there was a story out of Wisconsin, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 years ago, and I could be off on that, but where it talked about the delayed testing results, long delays. And so that is not what they want. They really want it to be a rapid test.
Right. Okay. Yeah, because there are conditions that if they don't treat them or identify them quickly, the child could die. So that's the whole purpose of the screener, or at least that's what they tell us. And there are a lot of benefits. There are a lot of child's lives that are saved. The problem we're talking about here is the storage of it and the using of it for testings, additional testing outside of the consent of the parent and the child.
Right. Yep. The research, the use. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. And the one thing, for anybody who takes the time to look at our 10 points, I would encourage, I can't remember which, but this one researcher did a focus group with parents, and the parents told her things like, this must be illegal. They had no idea that this was happening, and they were positively sure that what was going on had to be illegal. And as a matter of fact, our call to Governor Tim Pawlenty to destroy the stored DNA of all these children, that was, some would say it wasn't unlawfully, but they certainly had no law. They just made an executive decision as a department. So, oh shoot, I forgot where I was going with that comment. Yeah, never mind. Sorry.
Okay, no problem. So what was the state that was collecting the RNA samples for government use? Was that Texas?
No, there were 4 states that gave DNA to the federal government, the military, to create an RNA database.
I see, military RNA database. Okay, I'm just taking some notes here because after you go, we're going to continue to research this live for those of you that are tuned into the show and just dig a little deeper into this story. Now, do you remember who broke the story?
Oh, I know now what I was going to say.
Okay, go ahead.
As a result of us calling for Tim Pawlenty to destroy this, a researcher in, I believe, Michigan by the name of Beth Tarini wrote an article. Well, she did a study. And then she wrote an article from her study, and she titled it, "Not Without My Permission." And what she discovered is that parents were, most of them had no idea about the storage and use. And more parents were willing to have it stored, but it was something like 72% of parents totally against research without their consent. Like research on their child without their consent. And it wasn't just general blanket research either. If they were going to allow research, they wanted to allow the specific research. So they just didn't want to say, yeah, you can do research on my child. They wanted to say, okay, I'll approve that study, but I won't approve this study. So very specific, very protective. So if parents have the opportunity to know what's happening and have the power to stop them, there will be far less of this kind of research and use taking place. Oh, I knew I wanted to say one other thing.
Sure.
One researcher at Mayo, I think it was, said that basically what they learn from the DNA, about 40% of what they learn is about the mother. And mothers don't realize this, but because of how DNA is structured, and you get part of it from your mom and part of it from your dad, that really there's a lot that is learned about the mother by doing the genetic testing on the child. Wow.
So it's not just an invasion of the child's rights, it's also the mother as well. And if they realize that, it could help them in the decision process of what to allow and what not to allow.
Well, how do you mean that?
The mother standing up for the rights of the child, knowing that her own rights are being violated.
I see.
Yeah, but her genetic information being shared. So thanks for that. And so back to the government using the DNA for RNA sequencing. Who broke that story? What newspaper? It was a Tribune, I think you said?
It was the Texas Tribune.
Okay.
And the Texas Tribune also broke the story on the bartering.
Okay.
And the bartering and the sale of the DNA. They were actually giving blood spots to PerkinElmer, which is where you can get your private testing, but they were giving blood spots to PerkinElmer, and PerkinElmer was giving the Texas Department of Health equipment, brand new newborn screening equipment for their lab.
Wow. That's unbelievable. All right, so we're going to get into that after we let you go. Is there anything else you wanted to share with us, Twyla? I really appreciate you coming on the show.
We have these little business card size, little wallet cards, parents, and we hand them out. We have some people that get these cards regularly, and they just hand them out to any mother who's pregnant. So I would just encourage your listeners, you could just email us at info, I-N-F-O, @cchfreedom.org. And if you want, cards, like 10 cards to hand out to pregnant women in your state, we really know that this is a secret issue, that parents know nothing about it, and unless they are informed, particularly if they're pregnant, beforehand, then there's people all around the country concerned about the issue, to hand out the cards and let parents know.
That's a great idea, taking back control of our rights. Well, Twyla, I really appreciate having you on the show. As I said, I feel like you're a hero. Gosh, if you've got any updates, you've got my Skype address. If there's any developments that happen in the legislation, just reach out to me and we can have you on the show at an additional time if you'd like.
Well, that would sound great. I'm happy to do that. I did think of one other thing that your listeners could do, and that is to, when they look at their state and they find out how long their state keeps the child's DNA, this is a perfect opportunity to tell legislators that the law needs to be changed.
Yes, absolutely.
Right? That would be a wonderful thing to do.
Right.
And yes, I will reach out to you if there's any new developments.
Yeah, this has been a fascinating show. You're probably one of our best guests. People are really interested in this because as the digital era, materializes and gains traction, more and more controls and additional things and violations of our privacy are going to manifest. And anything that we can do to protect ourselves is going to help people and empower them. So thanks again for coming on the show, and you have a wonderful evening.
Thank you so much, Casey.
Okay, good night.
Good night.
All right, you guys, that was a great show. Asked as many questions as I could. Hopefully we did the interview justice. I am looking for this story so that we can share this with you guys about the DNA being turned over to the federal government, to the military. And I think that was probably the highlight in which Twyla shared this with us. Now I'm going to share a screen in a minute here, and we'll go ahead and dig deeper into this because I think that I found something. Let's take a look here. Let's go ahead and share screens with you guys. Leaked by the Texas Tribune, and where they were actually requesting samples from Black and Hispanic children under the guise of national security. Fascinating. So let's see if we can find this here. Let's see here. Gosh, my computer almost crashed. It did that sound while we were live with Twyla. And so that was a close call. Let's see here. DSHS, Department of Homeland Security, DNA deception, Texas Tribune. When they were sued last year for storing baby blood samples without parental consent, Texas health officials said they'd done it for medical research. They never said they turned over the blood spots to the federal government to help build a vast DNA database. So here it is, right here. Texas Tribune review of 9 years worth of emails and internal documents on the Department of State Health Services newborn blood screening program, released after the state settled the case so quickly that it never reached the discovery phase, shows an effort to limit the public's knowledge of the program. So here we have a secret program. This broke in February 22nd, 2010, when the state health officials were sued last year for storing infant blood samples without parent consent. They said it was for the medical research into birth defects, childhood cancer, and environmental toxins. That's interesting because when you do, this was, let's see, where was this? This was in Texas. They said they never said they were turning over hundreds of dried blood samples to the federal government to help build a vast DNA database, a forensics tool designed to identify missing persons and crack cold cases. A Texas Tribune review of 9 years' worth of emails and internal documents on the Department of State Health Services newborn blood screening program reveals the transfer of hundreds of infant blood spots to an armed forces lab to build a national and someday international mitochondrial DNA registry. This should be front page truth or news, you guys. The only way this is going to get out is if you share this video. The records released after the state agreed in December to destroy more than 5 million infant blood spots also shows an effort to limit the public's knowledge of aspects of the newborn blood program. So they were trying to do a cover-up, and they were trying to manage the debate around it. But the plaintiffs who filed the lawsuit never saw them because the state settled the case so quickly that it never reached the discovery phase. During the discovery phase of the trials, you guys, that is when the gloves come off and everything is revealed. They did not want it to go to the discovery phase because all this would have been public knowledge. DSHS spokeswoman Carrie Williams said that while the department's general philosophy was to save blood spots for public health research, we did not have an exclusive policy. Okay, so do you remember during the show when we asked Twyla about the states working with the federal government? Well, here's a prime example of that happening. And who knows how many more were happening without our knowledge. She says DSHS participated in the project because officials believed it would help in missing persons cases. To me, that sounds like a cover story. And knew the blood spots could not be linked back to a particular individual. That's a lie. Our understanding of mtDNA is that it's not used to pinpoint exactly who a person is, but can help determine origins. Williams said, our intentions were good ones. But Jim Harrington, the civil rights attorney who filed the blood spot lawsuit last year on behalf of 5 Texas parents, believes the DSHS meant to deceive the public. When he was negotiating with state officials, he said he specifically asked what research the blood spots were being used for, and there was no mention of the federal project. He says he was stunned by how quickly the state settled the lawsuit. Sometimes there are slam dunk cases, but I'd never seen this kind of case settled without discovery, says Harrington, director of Texas Civil Rights Project. This explains the mystery of why they gave up so fast. For decades, the state has screened newborns for a variety of birth defects, breaking their heels and collecting 5 drops of blood on a paper card. Isn't it weird, the 5 drops? Wonder if that has any numerical significance. Until 2002, the cards were thrown out after a short storage period, but starting that year, the state health department began storing blood spots indefinitely for research into causes of selected diseases. 4 years later, DSHS began contracting with Texas A&M's University School of Rural Public Health to warehouse the cards, which were accumulating at a rate of $800,000 a year. State health officials never notified parents of the changes. They didn't need consent for the birth defecting screening, so they didn't ask for it for research purposes. The agency's rationale was that it let parents who asked opt out of the newborn blood screening and de-identified all the samples before shipping them off. De-identified the samples. Interesting. Over the last several years, researchers have requested Texas baby blood spots for a variety of medical projects. A variety of medical projects. Let me go back in the chat, make sure we're still connected here. This is simply unbelievable. To study the gene involved in clubfoot, to inspect the DNA of infants who develop childhood cancer, to examine prenatal lead exposure. Those are the projects state health officials have touted repeatedly before lawmakers and critics. But the least publicized of these research projects is arguably the most interesting. Here it is. Between 2003 and 2007, the state gave 800 de-identified blood samples to Armed Forces DNA Identification Laboratory to help create a national, let's look this up, Adult Armed Forces DNA Identification Laboratory. We'll research that after we're done with this article, you guys. In Wikipedia, let's see what this says. Just open up that tab and be ready. mtDNA is extremely valuable in forensics because it's easier to find. Do you see the inconsistencies in the story? They're saying that the blood samples were stored for missing persons, but then on the other hand, they're saying that they've been de-identified. So what use are they for missing persons if they've been de-identified? you see. mtDNA is extremely valuable in forensics because it's easier to find and extract from human cells than nuclear DNA. MT stands for mitochondrial. In addition to blood, it can be identified in hair, bones, teeth, and damaged or degraded biological samples, and can be used to identify victims of mass disasters or to solve long since cold criminal cases, but it's only as valuable as its sample size. Armed Forces Identification Laboratory scientists, in conjunction with the research branch of the Justice Department, approached Texas in a $1.9 million effort to expand the country's database, the DNA database, part of the president's DNA initiative launched under George Bush. I told you guys that Texas was at the crosshairs of much of what is manifesting now in this reality. Texas is in the crosshairs. This is another example. We had Roe v. Wade passed in Texas. We had the first case of Ebola in American soil in Texas. We have this secret government research project into your children's DNA in Texas. What is it about Texas? What is going on? We will get to the bottom of it, you guys. Wanted anonymous and maternally unrelated blood samples from Texas Caucasians, African Americans, and Asians, and from Hispanics and Native Americans in particular. Hispanic and Native Americans in particular. What kind of Nazi experiments were these people doing in the military? Why does the military have our children's DNA? It says to round out their genetic record. Why do they have to have a genetic record? Why does the military have to have a genetic record? Yeah, I hope you guys are understanding the severity of what's going on here. This is huge, okay? Researchers also took samples from prison populations and infant blood screening in other states, including Florida, Minnesota, and California. They did not pay Texas for the samples. Eventually, research proposals indicate federal officials hope to be able to share this data worldwide. For international law enforcement and investigation in the context of homeland security and anti-terrorism efforts. This is what they're saying as to why they did this. International law enforcement and investigation in the context of homeland security and anti-terrorism efforts. Black children, or was it African American children? What are they trying to wage some kind of genocide on certain groups based on these blood samples? Like, what is this about? Whether Texas officials were concerned about the perception of the project or simply didn't think it was newsworthy, they never mentioned it. In presentations and public reports and emails sent to reporters as recently as last year, state health officials never brought up the federal project, even when they discussed the merits of roughly 24 medical research projects designed to unlock the causes of childhood disorders like autism and diabetes. In November, when Texas Tribune first filed an open records request with the DSHS to review blood spot records, the agency said the information requested was confidential. 2 weeks later, when the lawsuit settlement was formally signed, the Tribune asked again, and this time the agency relented. But the box of documents officials turned over hardly referenced the mtDNA project. Hardly referenced it at all. Aside from a single email referencing a U.S. Department of Justice, National Institute of Justice, and Armed Forces Institute of Pathology, Armed Forces DNA Identification Laboratory. When the Tribune pressed health officials about the missing research files, they produced them. So they tried to give them the information without giving them the stuff that mattered. They let one slip by, which tipped them off. They asked for the additional files, and they received them. They said it was an oversight. The documents had been overlooked in their initial search. The records the agency initially released paint a portrait of an agency that walked on eggshells around the baby blood spot collection from 2001, when lawmakers first debated whether to warehouse the cards, through last year when they passed a law in response to the civil rights lawsuit, giving parents better options to opt out. Unbelievable. I'll continue to dig in here. I don't want to read this whole article and beat you guys to death with it. Let me put the link in the description or in the chat. If you guys have additional questions, you can look and reference that article. Everybody, please hit the thumbs up button on this. This is probably one of our best shows in terms of information and exposing the enemy for what they do. The world needs to see this. Tweet it, share it, do everything that you can. This is the Armed Forces DNA Identification Laboratory. Let's look at Wikipedia and see what this is all about. Laboratory specializing in DNA profiling. Okay, so they're doing DNA profiling, the federal government, using American citizens for terrorism. What are they calling terrorism? Is this about profiling someone based on our bloodlines? They're pretty much saying that, you guys. They're identifying homegrown terrorists based on our bloodlines. That's what they're saying here. Otherwise, they wouldn't be collecting DNA from Caucasian, Asian, and Black and Native American children of America. We're not terrorists, but this is what they're saying. There's something in the blood. And maybe we all awaken to it at a certain point in our lives, realize our potential. And this is what they're afraid of. It says here, it appears to be part of the United States Army Medical Research and Material Command. They store refrigerated DNA samples from all current active duty and reserve personnel. So once you join the military, they get your DNA. However, almost all casualty identifications are affected using fingerprints for military ID card records. So the cover for this organization is that they're storing the DNA to identify dead soldiers, right? But we just saw an example of them receiving regular citizens' DNA from Texas. Okay, that had nothing to do with the military. So we have caught them in another lie. Cover story, truth. All right, you guys, shocked more people didn't come out to see this shocking information, but that's the way YouTube goes, right? Seems like the real stuff kind of gets buried under the rug, and the stuff that really matters that can make a change kind of falls to the bottom, right? And I have my suspicions that YouTube is having something to do with all this. But we're going to carry on. We're going to get the information out there. Hopefully this video goes viral so you guys can understand and the world can understand what's really going on and find the truth and raise awareness to some of this stuff that's going on with our newborns losing their rights, as well as parents and the military's involvement in all of this. Much love to you guys. I guess I'll pop in the chat here for a little bit. Let's see. Victoria says the blue bloods. Jay-Z talks about it exactly. Copper-based blood. They need our DNA to create viruses to kill us, says Yolanda. Possible. I'm O positive too, female J. Appreciate you too, Presley. Much love to you guys. And keep sharing. I know you guys do all that you can. I know that there's some algorithms keeping this channel and information on here from reaching the mainstream. But just do what you can to get the information out there. Hopefully, I'm going to focus on having more guests like Twyla on the show. I think that went really well. and we'll do what we can to stand up for our rights. All right, you guys, I'm going to go ahead and let you go. Have a great evening.
It's the new reality show, Swamp Time with Donald Trump. He's a swampster just like the rest, a Manhattan apprentice swimming with the sewer rats in D.C. Trump promised to drain the swamp, but instead dove right in. His illegal strike on Syria for chemical weapons, minus any investigation or forensic evidence, made neocon Jews like Kristol and Kagan giddy with glee. And their backdoor into the White House, Jared Kushner, is surely bent on seeing Bashar al-Assad flee. Trump stiffed his contractors, now he's stiffed those who voted for him, mainly on non-intervention.
I really understand what's going on in Syria because you look at it, first of all, it's a total catastrophe, it's a total mess. And we're helping to make it a mess. Now, we have ISIS, and ISIS wants to go after Assad. But we're knocking the hell out of them, even though it's not a very full-blown thing. We're still dropping bombs all over the place. And, you know, look, they're not exactly loving life over in Syria. So we're stopping them to a certain extent from going after Assad. You have Russia that's now there. Russia's on the side of Assad. And Russia wants to get rid of ISIS as much as we do, if not more, because they don't want them coming into Russia. And I'm saying, why are we knocking ISIS, and yet at the same time, we're against Assad?
Because when you're waging wars for the Jews, everything is ass backward. It's the murky Jewish swamp running from Tel Aviv to D.C. I mean, if you're really after ISIS, you won't fight Assad, who's doing the grunt work, protecting all the Syrian people, including Christians. But America doesn't care about Christians. Instead, attacks a leader who protects those who love Christ. And once upon a time, Trump was on the right side of history.
Our new foreign policy will put America first. Hillary brought death and disaster to Iraq, Syria, Libya. She empowered Iran, and she unleashed ISIS. Now she wants to start a shooting war in Syria in conflict with a nuclear-armed Russia that could very well lead to World War III. Hillary and our failed Washington establishment have spent $6 trillion on wars in the Middle East, wars we never win. And now it's in worse shape than ever before. Wars we never win, folks. They've dragged us into foreign wars that have made us left. And they took us, they opened up our borders. You know, it's interesting, we fight for their borders, but at home we have open borders.
That's right. Fight for Israel's borders and send America to the back of the bus. And that bus is driven by Mad Dog Mattis and Herbie McMaster, both war criminals and both Trump's main advisors. Mattis threw white phosphorus bombs on little children in Fallujah. And McMaster abused and starved hundreds of POWs in Iraq. Now Trump joins their war crimes by striking Syria's Sherat air base, killing 6 soldiers, who fight ISIS, by the way, and 10 civilians. But selective outrage is a trick of the trade when waging wars for the Jews, against the axis of resistance to Zionist hegemony, Syria, Iran, and Lebanon. It's a remake of the invasion of the body snatchers. A pod grows out of the swamp entwined around Trump. His eyes puff up and a bald head protrudes. Suddenly, Trump grows a second head with Jared Kushner's face. And you thought you voted for Donald Trump? Nah, your vote got thrown in the Israel First swamp.
Ashkenazi Jew. Louis Eisenberg, Chairman, Trump Victory Committee. Finance Co-Chairman, Trump Presidential Inaugural Committee. Ashkenazi Jew. Boris Epstein, Senior Advisor, Donald J. Trump for President. Ashkenazi Jew. Stephen Feinberg, Donor, Trump Victory Fund. Member, Trump Economic Advisory Council. Ashkenazi Jew. Lawrence Fink, Member, President Trump's Strategic and Policy Forum, Ashkenazi Jew. Alan Fishman, Chairman, Ladder Capital, Donald Trump's second largest lender, Ashkenazi Jew. David Friedman, Co-Chairman, Israel Advisory Committee for Donald Trump, United States Ambassador to Israel, Ashkenazi Jew. Samuel Fox, Vice Chairman, Trump Victory Committee, Ashkenazi Jew. Alan Garten, Executive Vice President and General Counsel, The Trump Organization, Ashkenazi Jew. Bruce Gelb, Endorser, Donald J. Trump for President, Ashkenazi Jew. Michael Glassner, Deputy Campaign Manager and National Political Director, Donald J. Trump for President. Special Advisor for Operations, Trump Presidential Transition Team, Ashkenazi Jew. Lawrence Glick, Executive Vice President of Strategic Development, The Trump Organization, Ashkenazi Jew. Jason Greenblatt, Executive Vice President and Chief Legal Officer, The Trump Organization, Co-Chairman, Israel Advisory Committee for Donald J. Trump, President Trump's Special Representative for International Negotiations, Ashkenazi Jew. Vincent Harris, former Digital Strategy Manager, Donald J. Trump for President, Ashkenazi
Check you
Jew.
out, Nature Valley.
Thomas Hicks, Sr., Finance Vice Chairman, Trump.
Is there something inherently evil lurking in Lincoln Cathedral? Is a malign force in the ancient stonework making the clergy behave like demented marionettes? It seems a fanciful notion, yet this is precisely the conviction held by many senior clerics in the Church of England, according to the Dean of Lincoln Cathedral at the time. One of them, the Dean of the Cathedral, came up to me and said that Lincoln Cathedral was one of the most evil places he had ever been in.
A most curious legend relating to the story of the Lincoln Cathedral relates that a sinister evil, perhaps Satan himself, is still inside the cathedral walls.
Presidential Inaugural Committee, Ashkenazi Jew. Carl Icahn, Endorser, Donald J. Trump for President, Special Advisor to the President for Regulatory Reform, Ashkenazi Jew. Gail Icahn, Finance Vice Chairman, Trump Presidential Inaugural Committee, Ashkenazi Jew. Robert Eager, Member, President Trump's Strategic and Policy Forum, Ashkenazi Jew. Travis Kalanick, Member, President Trump's Strategic and Policy Forum, Ashkenazi Jew. Peter Calico, Donor, Trump Victory Fund, Ashkenazi Jew. Daniel Kowalski, Deputy Policy Director, Donald J. Trump for President, Member, Trump Economic Advisory Council, Ashkenazi Jew. Charles Kushner, Endorser, Donald J. Trump for President, Donor, Make America Great Again PAC, Ashkenazi Jew. Jared Kushner, Senior Advisor, Donald J. Trump for President, Executive Committee Member, Trump Presidential Transition Team, Ashkenazi Jew. Yael Kushner, Ivanka Trump, Executive Vice President, The Trump Organization, Senior Advisor, Donald J. Trump for President, Executive Committee Member, Trump Presidential Transition Team, Orthodox Jewish Convert. Bennett LeBeau, Donor, Trump Victory Fund, Ashkenazi Jew. Richard Lesser, Member, President Trump's Strategic and Policy Forum, Ashkenazi Jew. Ronald Lieberman, Executive Vice President of Management and Development, The Trump Organization, Ashkenazi Jew. Howard Lorber, Donor, Trump Victory Fund, Member, Trump Economic Advisory Council, Ashkenazi Jew. David Malpass, Member, Trump Economic Advisory Council, Ashkenazi Jew. Douglas Manchester, Donor, Make America Great Again PAC, Ashkenazi Jew. Bernard Marcus, Endorser, Donald J. Trump for President, Donor, Rebuilding America Now PAC, Donor, Make America #1 PAC, Ashkenazi Jew. Rebecca Mercer, Donor, Make America #1 PAC, Executive Committee Member, Trump Presidential Transition Team, Ashkenazi Jew. Robert Mercer, Donor, Make America #1 PAC, Ashkenazi Jew. Amanda Miller, Vice President of Marketing, The Trump Organization, Ashkenazi Jew. Eli Miller, Chief Operating Officer, Donald J. Trump for President, Ashkenazi Jew. Jason Miller, Senior Communications Advisor, Donald J. Trump for President, Communications Director, Trump Presidential Transition Team, Communications Director and Assistant to the President, the White House, Ashkenazi Jew. Stephen Miller, National Policy Director, Donald J. Trump for President, National Policy Director, Trump Presidential Transition Team, Senior Advisor to the President for Policy, the White House, Ashkenazi Jew. Stephen Mnuchin, Donor, Trump Victory Fund, Member, Trump Economic Advisory Council, National Finance Chairman, Donald J. Trump for President, Executive Committee Member, Trump Presidential Transition Team, Secretary, United States Department of Treasury, Ashkenazi Jew. Elon Musk, Member, President Trump's Strategic and Policy Forum, Ashkenazi Jew. Samuel Nunberg, Former Policy Advisor, Donald J. Trump for President, Ashkenazi Jew. David Orwitz, Senior Vice President of Acquisitions and Development, the Trump Organization, Ashkenazi Jew. Jeffrey Palmer, Donor, Rebuilding America Now PAC, Ashkenazi Jew. John Paulson, Donor, Trump Victory Fund, Member, Trump Economic Advisory Council, Ashkenazi Jew. Laura Perlmutter, Donor, Trump Victory Fund, Finance Vice Chairman, Trump Presidential Inaugural Committee, Ashkenazi Jew. Andrew Puzder, Secretary, United States Department of Labor, Ashkenazi Jew. Stuart Rauer, Endorser, Donald J. Trump for President, Ashkenazi Jew. Richard Roberts, Vice Chairman, Israel Advisory Committee for Donald Trump, Ashkenazi Jew. George Ross, Executive Vice President and Senior Counsel, the Trump Organization, Ashkenazi Jew. Wilbur Ross Jr., billionaire investor and former Senior Managing Director of Rothschilds Incorporated for 25 years, Secretary of Commerce, Donor, Trump Victory Fund, Member, Trump Economic Advisory Council, Secretary, United States Department of Commerce, Ashkenazi Jew. Stephen Roth, Donor, Trump Victory Fund, Member, Trump Economic Advisory Council, Ashkenazi Jew. Keith Schiller, Director of Security, the Trump Organization, Ashkenazi Jew. Stephen Schwartzman, Chairman, President Trump's Strategic and Policy Forum, Ashkenazi Jew. Melvin Sembler, Vice Chairman, Trump Victory Committee, Finance Vice Chairman, Trump Presidential Inaugural Committee, Ashkenazi Jew. Yaakov Shehem, Endorser, Donald J. Trump for President, Donor, Trump Victory Fund, Ashkenazi Jew. Mark Short, Senior Advisor to Vice President-elect, Trump Presidential Transition Team, Ashkenazi Jew. Peter Thiel, Endorser, Donald J. Trump for President, Donor, Trump Victory Fund, Donor, Rebuilding America Now PAC, Donor, Make America #1 PAC, Executive Committee Member, Trump Presidential Transition Team, Ashkenazi Jew. Lara Trump, Endorser, Donald J. Trump for President, Ashkenazi Jew. Vanessa Trump, Endorser, Donald J. Trump for President, Ashkenazi Jew. Kevin Warsh, Member, President Trump's Strategic and Policy Forum, Ashkenazi Jew. Mark Weinberger, Member, President Trump's Strategic and Policy Forum, Ashkenazi Jew. Ronald Weiser, Vice Chairman, Trump Victory Committee, Finance Vice Chairman, Trump Presidential Inaugural Committee, Ashkenazi Jew. Andrew Weiss, Executive Vice President, the Trump Organization, Ashkenazi Jew. Alan Weisselberg, Executive Vice President and Chief Financial Officer, the Trump Organization, Ashkenazi Jew. Lawrence Weitzner, Advisor, Donald J. Trump for President, Ashkenazi Jew. Stephen Witkoff, Donor, Trump Victory Fund, Ashkenazi Jew. Stephen Wynn, Financial Vice Chairman, Trump Presidential Inaugural Committee, Ashkenazi Jew. Richard Lefrak, Donor, Trump Victory Fund, Ashkenazi Jew. Daniel Yergin, Member, President Trump's Strategic and Policy Forum, Ashkenazi Jew. So now you can see how absurd the notion that the Jewish-owned media really hates Donald Trump when they actually love him. Take CNN for example, all Jewish-owned and run. The major shareholder for CNN is Aviv Nevo, an Israeli billionaire venture capitalist. Head of CNN is Zionist Jeff Zucker, along with the many Zionist Jew propagandists such as Jake Tapper, Wolf Blitzer, Larry King, and many more. But you get the point. The reason the media has been quote-unquote against Donald Trump is because that was the Zionist script that has been written. This glaring contradiction is how you can see through this elaborate charade and deception of Trump, the so-called anti-establishment figure. Now you know when you see him call out CNN or any other mainstream media outlet, It is a ruse and nothing more than Zionist scripted entertainment and distraction for a dumbed down and ignorant populace. The bottom line is, you cannot be anti-establishment, anti-globalist, and be pro-Zionist, pro-Israel. This is the real truth. And until we see otherwise, nothing will ever change.
It is time to drain the swamp in Washington, D.C. Her papers went out to all her friends at the banks, Goldman Sachs, and everybody else.
President-elect Donald Trump turned to former Goldman Sachs banker and movie financier Steve Mnuchin to be the next Treasury Secretary.
We're working on the economic plan of the transition, making sure we get the biggest tax bill passed.
The 53-year-old was Trump's campaign finance chief, building a network of donors to support Mr. Trump's general election campaign. Mr. Mnuchin has strong ties to Wall Street after a 17-year career at Goldman Sachs, where he pioneered block trading, the selling of big chunks of shares at once. Mr. Mnuchin was born to a Jewish family in 1962, and his father also worked at Goldman Sachs.
It's official. President-elect Donald Trump has picked Gary Cohn to head the National Economic Council. Gary Cohn's also going to be an assistant to the president for economic policy. If you've been watching CNBC, you already knew this because we've been reporting this for what feels like days, but now it is. We will miss Gary at Goldman Sachs, but I believe the American people and the president-elect are fortunate that he has chosen to serve his country. I am confident that Gary will bring his many talents and expertise to the White House and will do his part to make our economy stronger for all Americans. That coming from Lloyd Blankfein, the CEO of Goldman Sachs.
It's just awfully good that someone with the temperament of Donald Trump is not in charge of the law in our country.
Because you'd be in jail. I didn't think I'd say this, but I'm going to say it. And I hate to say it. But if I win, I am going to instruct my Attorney General to get a special prosecutor to look into your situation.
Everything he just said is absolutely false.
Hillary has worked very long and very hard over a long period of time, and we owe her a major debt of gratitude for her service to our country. I mean that very sincerely.
Are you going to ask for a special prosecutor to investigate Hillary Clinton over her emails?
Well, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to think about it. She did some bad things. I mean, she did some bad things.
A special prosecutor?
I don't want to hurt them. I don't want to hurt them. They're good people. Hillary Clinton, commonly referred to as Crooked Hillary. She's crooked as a $3 bill. She's married to an abuser, a woman claimed rape and all sorts of things. I mean, horrible things. She should be in prison. She's the queen of corruption. She's a disaster. She's a dangerous liar. She's the devil. She's a monster. Hillary Clinton, I think, is a terrific woman. I mean, I'm a little biased because I've known her for years. I live in New York. She lives in New York. And I've known her and her husband for years, and I really like them both a lot. And I think she really works hard. And I think she, again, she's given an agenda. It's not all of her, but I think she really works hard, and I think she does a good job. I just like her. I like her, and I like her husband. You'll be looking at the record of Hillary Clinton, and how did she do as Secretary of State? Probably above and beyond everybody else and everything else.
There is absolutely no doubt that Donald Trump is supported, owned, and operated by the Zionist Jew power structure. It is a verifiable fact. It is a fact the mainstream media and mainstream alternative media alike will dare not touch. Anyone ignoring this fact and not exposing this is either incredibly naive or bought and paid for to sell you disinformation. Donald Trump is absolutely surrounded by and has appointed psychopathic neocons and Rothschild Zionists, yet many are in delusion and denial.
Sometime between the years 1110 and 1120, the Knights Templar found a great secret hidden under the Temple Mound in Sion, Jerusalem, and indeed became the custodians of this find, guarding it from the outside world ever since.
Lincoln conceals its own lost Arcadia. It has always been said that the Holy Grail resided in England. Our quest has developed into a Lincoln Cathedral code. What is the secret that they never wanted to be revealed? A bloodline was terminated. What is the secret that they never wanted to be revealed? A bloodline was terminated.
April 24, 2017. You're looking at a link on our website called RSOE. We've had them there for a long time. They list volcanoes, earthquakes, different disasters, different events, and this is one of the sections called the NASA Near-Earth Object, and it lists the close approach information to our planet. There's 12 new ones discovered today, approaching today. There's a cluster of 12. If you look at it closely, you say, well, maybe they're repeating something because there's 7 objects. Look in the left column named 2017 FH101. But notice the next column, the approach date. All today, but look at the timestamp as far as the minutes apart. And actually what it's showing, if you go over in the other columns, there's a slight difference in the distance and in the relative velocity. Also, there's a repeat of 2017 HY. Notice that? And that's the same thing's happening. Same date, but a slightly different timestamp. So we have 12 objects, and it's creating quite a bit of confusion, even with the computers and with the personnel, because I've never seen this happen. So pay attention. Notice in the columns it says AU distance and LD distance. That means AU is, or 1 AU is the distance between the Earth and the Sun. And if you were using LD, 0.002 would only be 477 miles. When LD is the distance between the Earth and the Moon, or lunar distance, but 0.0023 astronomical units is 2,137 miles. And more than likely that is correct. They can't be the same. You've never seen this before. You can't have the same LD and AU. It's not going to work out like that. And you say, well, maybe it's a repeat, but no, it's not. Look at the relative velocity of all the objects that are listed in the left column as FH101. They're so tightly bound, it's like watching ISUN come in when I said it was multiple nuclei, guys. And everyone said it was going to hit the sun. I said, no, it's not. It's going to split and create a completely new meteor storm that will one day be called the Isonids. And that's exactly what happened. Anyway, confusion is happening right now because you cannot have the same astronomical unit and lunar distance. It does not work that way. So what is happening? I don't know. I've never seen this happen before, but if you go to Space Weather, they've got one object listed for today, 2017 FH101. See the one that's repeated 7 times here? But look, again, you'd say, well, it's just a mistake. It's repeating itself, but it's not. We have a 12 asteroid cluster that was just detected today coming by our planet today. Guys, if you don't understand what that means, that we have no clue when we can be hit. Now, there may be governments on this planet that have this information, and we kind of get the crumbs off the edge of the table as far as the instruments we're allowed to see. Something else happened. If you look at the solar wind speed today, there was a dip in the wind speed, but look in the center, in the gold column, that's density, and this is important. I talked about this in the last video. I said if you have high density, you're going to have a greater impact. We saw the density dip right here, down to 391. That's in cubic centimeters. The greater the density, the greater energy inside that wind. And that can, but then we had a sudden rise here, double the density at 2100 hours today UTC time. Look at the very bottom. It goes from 04, 08, 12, 16, 20, 2100 hours into the peak. What happened when the density changed? And I said, if the density remains the same, we're going to see steady pressure with 5.0 earthquakes. If we have a sudden drop or sudden rise causing an impact, you're going to see quakes. If it's steady, the 5.1s with the energy building into the magma core. But at 2100 hours, guys, we saw a 7.1 earthquake hit. Now, some have lowered this to a 6.9, but as I checked the USGS, the very top link on our site called Earthquakes, still a 7.1. And if you look at the National Data Buoy Center down in Chile where the 7.1 hit, you have buoys that are indicating an event happened. Now, this is not a tsunami because we're dealing with just over 3 feet here, a little over 1 meter. If you look at it, 4142 there, going up to 4143. These are meters, so meters, what, 39 inches, guys. A little over that. So, not a big deal unless, say, like I have my boat in Florida and you have 1 or 2 feet of tide difference, your boat's tied up, then suddenly a 3-foot wave comes in. It can create a little havoc. Not a big deal, but it is something to watch. Anyway, 7.1. The top of our website, different things. ISS cams, which are the International Space Station, the T-shirts and hats, the U.S. radiation map. Guys, don't forget about that. Come in with your meters each week, put in the new information. But here's the link that I'm showing you on the 12 asteroids called the RSOE. Again, you can see all the different events are listing. And guys, we've got about 20 of these pink t-shirts that were requested last year. Now, it looks like black thread here for some reason on the image, but it is, excuse me, black ink, but it is that silver ink, and they look really neat. So people requested these last year, so help us support the site. Come in and get those last 20 shirts, guys. Girls, in this case. We got the sapphire blue, the black hats, and those new pink ones. The new pink ones have the 2017 logo on them, guys. They're really neat, and these are not cheap t-shirts, and they're not cheap hats. They're quality. We demanded that. They are not only stitched, but also printed here in the U.S. Guys, don't forget about, at the top of our website, the petition to free the Bundys. It's important, and we're hoping that the attention will be pulled here, because within the first month or so of the new Trump administration, remember, he took the policing powers away from the Bureau of Land Management. That's when we started this petition. But you need to go there and sign up. We need to get enough to be serious. We need 25,000, 30,000 signatures on this. It would be nice to have 200,000. So guys, participate in it and help us out with that. And again, don't forget the t-shirts and the hats, guys, because that's how we support a lot of the things that we do, especially the website and the time it takes to keep that up in our channel. We appreciate it. It's a heads up. Be safe. April 21st, 2017. Guys, there's three things.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Glop. I'm your host Derek. Off the top, before I get in the video, a lot of people are curious about the type of hat I'm wearing. It is a Charlotte Knights. Nikki took me to a Charlotte Knights game right before she had to go into surgery. Woman is great. I told her, I said, no, we could just wait. She says, no, you love baseball. We're in Charlotte. Take you to a game. And then on top of it all, she crocheted me a Bible cover, guys. And I'm getting ready to get into my topic, but I wanted to share this with you. She made this crochet. She makes a lot of stuff with crochet, and she's thinking about starting to sell some because she does a lot. She makes blankets and all of it. She did it especially for my Bible that I carry with me. Alright, let's get into this topic, guys. Okay, I told you in another video, I am wondering who this Jared Kushner is. You have Harry Kissinger that pretty much gives a comments about him. The noise you hear in the background is Nikki's doing her breathing treatment so she doesn't get pneumonia. I know it sounds like Darth Vader back there, but that's what she's doing. So guys, even Jingle's like, what are you doing, mama? So here we go, guys. Jared Kushner. I'm telling you, he's been bugging me. I mean, I started watching some videos. Nikki suggested, she said she had done a research about him for me on Before It's News. She's awesome. That's the side that she does for God Loves Our Passion Glop channel. She does all the Before It's News. She's not been able to do any newer ones since she's been sick, but she plans to get back up and running. And she's now doing our Patreon website. But guys, who is this guy really? I mean, seriously. I mean, he's got the ear of one of the most powerful men in the world, and he can influence policies, and yet he himself comes out of nowhere. He's 36 years old. And the more research I looked into him, there was like no different types of sound bites except someone said, hey, you know, you probably going to be influential into the White House. How you think about that? He says, thank you for your time, and he keeps on going. He's very charismatic. He's very outgoing. They say that his ability to catch on to policies and politics and negotiation is uncanny. Now, I'm not saying that he is the Antichrist, but I did watch a lot of videos today dealing with him possibly being an Antichrist. Now, I'm not saying that, and I'm not going to go that route with him, but I am going to point out some things that I do find alarming. let's get an understanding of the Antichrist, okay? Antichrist is mentioned in 1 John chapter 2, verse 18, and it says this very clearly. It says, let me back up one page. Little children, it is the last time, and ye, as ye know, now have heard, that Antichrist shall come. Even now are there many Antichrists, whereby we know that it is the last time. Now, he's talking about the events that's taking place during his time, but he's also given a metaphor of future events. There's a reason why a lot of people look at the Antichrist and think, okay, we got to make sure we put a name and a face to someone that's the Antichrist. And I'm not going to get on that bandwagon here, but I am going to let you know that Jared Kushner is a type of Antichrist. And I've got, sorry, I'm having a drink. And so with him being a type of Antichrist, what gets me is the fact that his uncanny ability to negotiate. I mean, a lot of people don't realize this, but he went to Iraq before our Secretary of State went there. Matter of fact, before we even had one that was given the green light to go and become the Secretary of State, he was already there. He was with his wife. He also went to a funeral, which you can't really find anything about, that dealt with a certain type of rabbi and a sect of Jews that he is associated, or his beliefs come from. Now, guys, this is a question from the Orthodox Judaism. How did it produce a Jared Kushner? Okay, and this is done on their website. As I was reading this, and my face is going to go away for a second, guys, you see his family here. And the question is, in our annual progression into the Torah, we are now deep into slavery in Egypt. And each year around this time, I read from the first Torah portions in Exodus. Same thought occurred to me. Why is all this necessary? By the end of Jacob's life, he's back in the land of Israel, the land God gave him and his prodigy. Why must the Jews leave? Because slaves in Egypt wandered through the wilderness and fought their way back to the place where at the end of Genesis they are already reside. Why the big detour? So, and I had the link down here where it goes into the beliefs, during the Passover, and then it goes into talking about how was it that they were brought about, the beliefs brought about Jared Kushner. And I thought that was rather interesting. It's a nice article, but there's a lot of questions. Even the Orthodox Jews are asking questions. You know, who is this Jared Kushner? And so I was like, you know what, the best thing to do is when you don't know something, or you want to know something about a faith, good thing is to do is what my wife has taught me, is just go and look it up. So let's take a look at, let me scroll all the way back to my top. The beliefs of the Judaism beliefs of the Orthodox Jews. Now, the Orthodox Jews are considered the basis of all Judaism. They do not believe, which I don't either, in the evolution. Matter of fact, it's heresy. It's forbidden for them to even glance at it, look at it, or even acknowledge it. And a lot of them, you'll find out, have never heard of the evolution, let alone heard of Darwin and his theory. Now, they have 13 principles that they must follow, and they believe that the earth is 5,771 years old. Now, they go into their to the dealings with the Torah, why it's important to them for them to have the Torah, but they also go into the fact that they believe in the oral Torah. Now, the oral Torah is something that was spoken to Moses, and it's something that he only was speaking to his brother, Levi, and then it was through the Levites, that the oral traditions were passed down from generation to generation. Now, they had the seat of Moses, where they would sit down in the seat of Moses. And I'm going to see if my book I have here has got it marked real quick for you. But it was a seat of Moses, which they would sit there, and here it is. And they would sit in the seat of Moses, and they would decree new laws and traditions. This was the issue that Yeshua, Jesus Christ, had with the Sadducees and the Pharisees. It's still done today. As I was reading this, guys, it talks about what their ministry is, what they believe, how they orchestrate their lives, their beliefs, the whole 9 yards. But one thing I wanted to point out is that they do have a belief in death. Now, Judaism believes death is not an end of life, but the beginning of a new and better life. Even through the family will mourn and cry on the death of their beloved one, they will take comfort of the fact that the soul, Neshama, is their loved one, is now in a better and brighter place. It is therefore that Judaism specific laws in honoring the dead body and desecrating the grave is strictly prohibited. Now, they also will say their beliefs in the afterlife is that the beliefs is a Gan Eden, which is paradise, and a Ga Amorim, which is hell. Now, if a person did better deeds and did better works in their sins, then they're going to automatically go to paradise. If they didn't, and their sins were greater, then they're going to go to hell, and they're going to be purged and burnt their sins off of them. And after they go through this purging in hell, then they're going to go to paradise. Sounds a lot like purgatory from the Roman Catholic traditions. I'll have a link down below. These are the beliefs of Jared Kushner. Now, they go on down and say what they feel about Jesus Christ. And this is where I come in and tell you that they are a type of Antichrist. That you saw where John speaks about that. The Orthodox Jews do not believe in Jesus. The fundamental belief of Judaism is the Jewish belief that Hashem, God, is one. Hashem is beyond human grasp of mind, and no human actions or traits can be related to him. The greatest prophet was Moses, and no other prophet can come later and change his words. The Messiah has not yet come. Jesus has no place in the Orthodox Judaism. The Orthodox Jews are very upset on all the Jews for Jesus movement. They are very Orthodox Jews organizations fighting all these missionary activities, which they hate. And I've done videos on showing how much they hate Christianity and Jesus Christ. Matter of fact, all you have to do is get you a copy of Jesus in the Talmud, and you will realize how much they really hate Jesus, and how they just blaspheme Jesus Christ everywhere. They do not believe, and nor do they accept him as the Messiah. Now, they go on the premise of saying that it's because Jesus Christ changed the word of Yahweh. Nowhere did Jesus Christ ever change the word of Yahweh. He changed what they were saying was the oral traditions. That's why Jesus said, you worship your own made up religion. Now, so now that we see that he is an Orthodox Jew, and we see that how they feel about Jesus Christ, and I'm telling you, all you gotta do is just read this. That is a lineup of this person here who has the ear of the most powerful, influential man in the world right now is Donald Trump. And yet no one knows anything about Jared Kushner. And the fact being is that my research, my studying, my looking him up today, it just came to my mind. I was just sitting here and I just said, Nikki did a thing on him. I need to really dig into it. And I started watching videos from Jason A. and Face Like the Sun. You need to check out their videos. They go in very good detail about what they can find, and yet their information that they find is very limited, the same as it is for me. He's 36 years old, guys, and he's next to the most powerful man in the world right now, and that he is an Orthodox Jew that hates Jesus Christ, that does not believe in Jesus Christ. His wife converts to Judaism, and in doing so, their children are raised as Jews, Orthodox Jews. That is a type of Antichrist, if there ever was one. And that's what you need to understand, is that the Bible says there's many Antichrists. And then we will have the beast. Hope that's not the case here, but guys, look at what's been happening in the world lately. And really, you take a look at the animal die-offs, the blasphemy of the name of Yahweh, the sheer disrespect for Christianity, the genocidal killings of Christians, Christians being attacked, Christians being persecuted everywhere. There's not a sector that a Christian's not being persecuted in the world. Nowhere. And if that doesn't say that we're in some type of time, I'm not a date setter. I'm not a prophet. All I am is a watcher on the wall, bringing to you that the events that we are seeing unfolding before our eyes, we could be in the time that's coming, the Great Tribulation, that Jesus Christ says, as in the days of Noah. Jesus also tells us there will be a tribulation. Jesus tells us that there will be a great falling away. Jesus also tells us that there's going to be a great deception. All these things are lining up. Everything that Jesus said is lining up right now in our day and time. And we are on the cusp of being worse than it was in the days of Noah, that grieved God's heart that He ever created us, and that it will end up being purged by fire. As always, guys, please pay attention to your surroundings. You never know what lies in the corner, and please pray for our nation. Pray for our leaders. Pray that Yahweh will melt the heart of Jared and bring him around from not being a Orthodox Jew, but being a believer in Yeshua the Messiah, in Jesus Christ. That's what we need to do, is be in prayer. As always, guys, please take care. God bless.
Apocalypse. What does it mean? Well, most people immediately think about Armageddon and the idea of an end of the world. And while that is the most widely accepted definition, it's not the only one. It also actually translates into essentially the unveiling of hidden knowledge, lifting of the veil, or revelation. So an apocalypse is a disclosure of something hidden from the majority of mankind in an era dominated by falsehood and misconception. Well, my friends, according to the ancients, we are at the end of that age, and there is a lot of hidden knowledge in need of unveiling. I intend for this presentation to do just that. However, before we proceed, I must ask that you put away any previous perceptions of the world in which you live before you watch this video. Suspend any current belief system or any preconceived notions that you may have about the way things are. Forget what you thought you knew and what you believe is possible or impossible. I encourage you to look at things from a different perspective and keep an open mind to new possibilities. I only want you to listen to the little known but easily verifiable facts that I present to you and use some common sense to make up your own mind and draw your own conclusions about what the truth really is. Some of the information in this video is hard to believe, but I assure you that it's all real. And even though you may want to reject some information immediately because you've been taught different or have been conditioned to think a certain way, I ask that you reserve judgment on anything until you watch the entire presentation, hear all the evidence, and then you can draw a conclusion based on all the facts and what you will know then. I strongly encourage you to look up all the information presented because I understand that a lot of this information will sound unbelievable to you right now, based upon the knowledge base you currently possess, because it did to me initially as well. The purpose of this presentation is to expose an ancient and ongoing grand conspiracy and to uncover for you the secrets, lies, suppressed information, and illicit facts that most of the people in positions of authority would much rather keep you ignorant of. It's about challenging the comfortable world of official versions and established thinking by giving you access to the knowledge that will make the most powerful people in the world, whether they're in government, business, academia, military, the judiciary, media, or the established church, uncomfortable at the very least, and more than likely will really piss them off. I'm going to do my best to simplify and condense the most important of this massive amount of information into a relatively short and easy to understand format, while at the same time attempting to be thorough and extensive enough to give you a glimpse at the big picture. Every individual topic of the story has been covered by many reliable sources in great detail, but no one has covered the overall basic story in one place. Although I have attempted to simplify the situation into a manageable amount, this work remains barely the tip of the iceberg, but it's all out there for those who care to look. While there is some amazing and wondrous information, I must warn you now, there is also some very dark, disturbing, and sinister information that you really may not want to know too. Once you know something, you cannot unknow it, and you cannot turn back after the fact. So use your discretion and be sure that you really want to know the real truth before you continue on. If there's any doubt about the sincerity of your desire to learn the truth, you should turn and bow out gracefully now. But for those who really and truly believe that you're 100% ready to learn the absolute truth, you may proceed. History, as we know it, is a blatant lie, and almost everything you have been taught concerning our history is wrong. In fact, human history has been one immense, ongoing, and all-encompassing conspiracy perpetrated by the global elite and hidden from the masses. There is a vast amount of evidence, most of which you've probably never heard of before, that collectively, unquestionably proved that at some point in Earth's very ancient past, there existed a previous race of people who were more advanced technologically and spiritually than we have ever dared to imagine. Then something major happened, and we somehow lost the knowledge, understanding, and abilities to do many things that the ancients could, including much that we are only now beginning to rediscover, and even more that we still cannot replicate today. Most all ancient cultures share stories of a past golden age and a global flood, yet we're told that we have never been this advanced before, and that the civilization of Sumeria is the oldest known civilization at around 6,500 years. As you will soon see, this is simply not the case. Many inexplicable, microscopically tiny ancient man-made spiral-shaped artifacts have been found in their thousands in Russia's Ural region at depths between 3 and 12 meters. They are composed of various metals, including the rare metals tungsten and molybdenum. They resemble control elements used in our latest nanomachines technologies and range in size from a maximum of 3 centimeters down to an incredible 1/10,000th of an inch. All tests carried out to date give an age for the objects between 20,000 and 318,000 years. In 1961, a strange stone was found in the coastal mountains of California that was found to contain a bizarre artifact that was later confirmed by the Charles Ford Society as a mechanical device, comparing it to a modern spark plug. However, geologists insisted that the rock in which it was encased was over 500,000 years old. The Ica stones of Peru depict a number of unbelievable and unexplainable images consisting of everything from complex medical procedures like heart and brain transplants and blood transfusions to men riding and hunting various kinds of dinosaurs. It also shows ancient man looking at the sky through telescopes at celestial bodies. Many different spiritual images and even maps of the earth as it appeared 13 million years ago. More than 15,000 are known to exist, ranging from the size of a tomato to twice that of a basketball. They are dated by some at 12,000 years old and are a wealth of undeniable yet unexplainable evidence that the ancients had extremely advanced knowledge in many disciplines. The Piri-Reis map goes back more than 5,000 years, and yet it accurately depicts the coastline of Antarctica as it appeared pre-Ice Age, as revealed by seismic echo soundings of the Antarctic ice sheet. Pictured also in great detail are regions scarcely explored today, including a mountain range that remained undiscovered until 1952. The Hydrographic Office not only proved the map genuine, it's been used to correct errors in some present-day maps. Pumapunku is part of a large temple complex or monument group near Tiwanaku, Bolivia. The remains of these ancient structures are so ancient that they defy modern dating techniques, but are believed to be over 17,000 years old. They were composed of huge blocks of granite and diorite, some weighing over 100 tons. The only stone that is hard enough to cut diorite is diamond, and there is evidence that machine tools were used to finally drill, polish, and precisely cut the blocks that once perfectly interlocked like pieces of an elaborate megalithic puzzle that makes Egypt's Great Pyramid look like child's play. Archaeological remains of a lost city have been discovered 36 meters underwater in the Gulf of Cambay off the western coast of India, and carbon dating says that they are 9,500 years old. That makes it older than the Sumerian civilization, which is widely touted as the oldest known civilization, by several thousand years. The Emerald Tablets of Thoth are some of the most revered documents in the Western world, and their antiquity is stupendous, dating back some 36,000 years BC. Thoth was an Atlantean priest king who founded a colony in ancient Egypt after the sinking of the mother country of Atlantis. They consist of 12 tablets of emerald green, formed from a substance created through alchemical transmutation. The last 2 tablets are so great and far-reaching in their import that at present it is forbidden to release them to the world at large. They are imperishable, resistant to all elements and substances. In effect, the atomic and cellular structure is fixed, no change ever taking place. In this respect, they violate the material law of ionization. Upon them are engraved characters in the ancient Atlantean language, characters which respond to attuned thought waves, releasing the associated mental vibration in the mind of the reader. The tablets are fastened together with hoops of golden-colored alloy suspended from a rod of the same material. They are undoubtedly the most profound and important documents to have come down to us through history. It has been said more than once that they contain the sum of all knowledge for those able to understand it, and it is from this same esoteric truth that all the ancient mystery schools, Western esoteric secret organizations, almost all world religions, ancient and modern, and even alchemy, the precursor to all modern sciences, were based. This 13-level pyramid with the all-seeing eye was found in Ecuador and is between 10 and 12,000 years old. Its all-seeing eye glows under a black light, and on the bottom it has an inlay and little gold plates showing the Orion star constellation in what was a once unknown writing called pre-Sanskrit, because it's older than the oldest writing. The translation of the 4 letters is "The Son of the Creator comes." They've also found the same writing on stones in many places around the globe, which means this writing once existed worldwide, and that means there must have been a global civilization older than Sanskrit, older than 6,000 years. Could aliens have played a role in humanity's amazing ancient history? Well, the fact is, UFOs and aliens are very real, and you will be hard-pressed to find an astrophysicist today who doesn't think that there are a vast amount of other Earths, many of which are several billions of years older than us, existing in the Goldilocks zones of their own solar systems, with plenty of them having intelligent life. So think about it. If there are other races elsewhere who are many billions of years ahead of us, where are they technologically? We're already making it into space and attempting to explore other planets, so is it really that unbelievable that at least one much older, more highly advanced race already has attained the ability to do this and has been visiting our planet for a long time, mining our resources and manipulating DNA the way that the cuneiform tablets of Mesopotamia clearly claim the reptilian Anunnaki have been doing for at least 450,000 years? The fact is, most all ancient cultures tell a similar tale of sky gods descending, interacting with humanity in different ways, and bringing knowledge of civilization. In addition to these stories of ancient alien visitations, there are also a lot of unexplained physical evidences to help corroborate them. In 1938, in the Himalayas, archaeologists discovered skeletons of a race of humanoid beings that had spindly little bodies and large overdeveloped heads, and a strange record-like disc that had a continuous spiraling line of characters in a mysterious hieroglyphic script. In 1965, 716 more grooved stone discs were uncovered in the same caves and were dated between 10 and 12,000 years old. When a professor of archaeology at Beijing University broke the code and started to decipher the strange script on the disc, the Peking Academy of Prehistory forbade him to publish his findings. The discs told the story of a space probe by the inhabitants of another planet who crash-landed on the Himalayan mountains. The stone discs go on to say how the Dropa were unable to repair their disabled spacecraft and could not return to their home planet, and so were stranded on the planet Earth and took refuge in the caves of the mountains. On the walls of the caves, archaeologists found crude illustrations of beings wearing helmets, the rising sun, the moon, unidentifiable stars, and the Earth, all joined together by lines of pea-sized dots. The cave drawings have been dated back to around 12,000 years. Many other unexplainable humanoid physical remains have been discovered in other places around the world, like the Sealand skull, whose discovery on the Danish island of Sealand in 2007 did not make headlines and instead remained largely ignored by science until 2010. Other unbelievable examples are the elongated humanoid skulls that have been found in various places in South America and are displayed in a small museum in Peru. They are from a race of giants over 2.6 meters tall, and they are not just deformed or misshapen. They are naturally formed like an egg and do not possess the 3 plates that we as Homo sapiens have. That shows that these are a completely different humanoid species that modern science refuses to acknowledge existed on or visited Earth in the remote past. Other surviving physical evidence of ancient alien visitation includes a multitude of ancient cave paintings, rock drawings, petroglyphs, and numerous ancient artifacts from around the globe that go back many thousands of years and appear to depict UFOs or flying saucers and aliens that generally resemble what are known today as typical alien greys. UFO imagery was also used heavily in religious and other art during the Renaissance period, hinting that the artists knew something about our true ancient history. A flying saucer can even be found clearly depicted on a French coin from 1680 with a Latin inscription translated to mean, "It is here at an opportune time." Even more modern evidence can be found in the multitude of amazingly complex crop formations, many with significant symbolic and occult meanings from DNA spirals to sacred geometry, and there are more and more appearing every year. There are 2 that I find most intriguing, the first of which I will call the Arecibo Message and the Chilbolton Answer. Arecibo is the place in Puerto Rico where the world's largest radio telescope was constructed, and on November 16, 1974, it was used by SETI to transmit an encoded message comprised of several sections, each depicting a particular aspect of our civilization to the heavens. This signal was aimed towards the globular star cluster M13, some 25,000 light years away and consisting of some 300,000 stars in the constellation of Hercules. On Tuesday, the 21st of August 2001, the answer came back in 2 crop formations reported near Chilbolton Radio Telescope in Hampshire, UK. One was a humanoid face and the other looked almost identical to the Arecibo message, only with a few changes and alterations to the parts of the information. The second intriguing crop formation is of an alien face in a binary data sequence. It was discovered west of Winchester in the UK in August of 2002. When it is decoded, we get the message: "Beware the bearers of false gifts and their broken promises. Much pain, but still time. There is good out there. We oppose deception." Besides this immense amount of physical evidence, there are also some extremely intriguing accounts that boggle the mind and defy logic for the skeptic, like the Aurora, Texas UFO crash. In 1897, 6 to 7 years before the Wright brothers made their first flight, an alien ship was reported to have crashed into a wooden windmill, and the citizens of Aurora found the alien who was injured and picked him up and tried to nurse him while hiding him in a barn. When he died, they buried him in the cemetery, and for years his gravestone was marked with an odd-shaped rock with a spaceship on it until it was stolen. Debris from the spacecraft was put in a well on the farm and has since been sealed off, but in 1973, John Schessler recovered a piece of metal from around the alleged crash site. This piece of metal had been molten at one point in time because it had molded to the shape of the rock it adhered to, and was determined by metallurgists that in 1897 this metal just simply did not exist on Earth. It was identified as a kind of pure aluminum that was impossible to make in 1897 and would still be difficult to do today. Another intriguing account came in 1961 when Betty and Barney Hill were abducted while driving home from vacation. Afterwards, neither could remember exactly what had happened during their encounter, and they could not account for 2 hours of time. On the morning after the incident, they noticed the vehicle had strange blotches that were soon found to be magnetized where the paint had been removed and revealing bare metal. Barney had scuff marks on his shoes as if he'd been dragged and an extremely painful back. Betty began to have recurring nightmares of creatures that were intent on kidnapping her and Barney. Eventually, they were referred to a psychiatrist who recommended that they undergo regression hypnosis. They were regressed separately, yet gave similar accounts in remarkable details. The most interesting part was when she asked where they were from and was shown a 3D map of a star system. Then, while under hypnosis, Betty reproduced a detailed sketch of the star system Zeta Reticuli. It meant nothing at the time because it was a full 6 years before astronomers even discovered it. Another interesting phenomenon associated with UFOs is the fact that abductees around the world are finding alien devices implanted in their bodies. Disturbing and invasive medical procedures have always been reported in cases of abduction. In recent years, dozens of abductees have come forward with something else. They are telling UFO researchers that their abduction memories have been followed up with the discovery of unknown objects embedded in their flesh. Jeff Harvey is one such case. Jeff and his father had a UFO encounter in 1967 when Jeff was 8. In 2001, Jeff got real sick from heavy metal poisoning, which caused him to lose a ton of weight and get extremely ill. And upon examination, there was something strange found buried in his upper thigh that was just a little bigger than a BB. The VA said it was consistent with shrapnel, but he had never been in combat or battle, so he had no reason why it could be there. When he had it surgically removed and analyzed, they actually detected radio frequency, and it was drawn up to the skin when a magnet was applied. A Gauss meter showed a very strong electromagnetic field of 10 milligauss. A radio frequency detector was used, and it was found to be emitting a radio frequency of over 59 gigahertz, which is in the range used by radio astronomers to detect radio frequency coming in from outer space. It also showed to be emitting a signal at almost 36 megahertz, which falls under the VHF band, which is used for satellite radio and terrestrial communication used by the government as well as consumers. The implant was also strange in that Jeff's tissue actually attached to it and embraced the object instead of rejecting it, and once it was removed, the radio frequency stopped being emitted from it. Contrary to popular accounts in the media and many articles on UFO sightings and encounters, the phenomenon is quite frequently reported by prominent, highly trained, and respected sources, including professionals in many different fields. This includes U.S. military and intelligence figures like J. Edgar Hoover, the director of the FBI, and Admiral Roscoe Hillenkotter, the first director of the CIA, as well as prominent political figures including Presidents Truman, Ford, Reagan, and Carter, and many respected scientists like Dr. Margaret Mead, the world-renowned anthropologist, and Dr. Herman Oberth, the father of modern rocketry. In addition to these eminent figures, equally impressive military, intelligence, and political figures have come forward with information and evidence about UFO reality in many different countries. In fact, there is scarcely a place on Earth that UFOs have not been witnessed and reported by numerous credible, reliable, and trained men and women. Also, contrary to popular belief, UFO reports are not limited to rural areas either. The phenomenon has been reported in major metropolitan areas across the globe. UFOs have also been reported quite frequently over civilian and military nuclear facilities, at military bases in the U.S. and worldwide, above and beneath the surface of the Earth's oceans, outside the Earth's atmosphere, and they are constantly reported on or around Earth's natural energy lines called ley lines, and especially where multiple energy lines meet called vortices. So you see, there's a wealth of credible evidence that comes from every corner of the world that should conclusively prove to any free thinker that aliens and UFOs are definitely real. It is neither a secret nor a coincidence that in antiquity every region of Earth had stories of flying serpents and dragons. In fact, according to ancient myths, legends, and the beliefs of most every early culture existing around the globe at that time, these reptilian sky gods came down to Earth and helped to establish, build, develop, and rule what we falsely consider today to be the first civilizations, including those of ancient Sumeria, Egypt, China, India, as well as across the Atlantic in Mexico and Peru. Based on Zechariah Sitchin's translation of ancient Sumerian cuneiform tablets, the reptilian Anunnaki, also known by many other names, including the Nephilim from the Bible's book of Genesis, first arrived on a colonial expedition to Earth about 450,000 years ago looking for minerals, especially gold, which was mined in Africa. Due to dissatisfaction with their working conditions, one Anunnaki named Enki suggested that primitive workers, or Homo sapiens, be created by genetic engineering as slaves to replace them in the gold mines by crossing extraterrestrial genes with those of Homo erectus, the first of which they called Adama, the basis for the biblical Adam and Eve. The tablets report that the human civilization in Sumer, Mesopotamia, which they called Eden, and was the basis for the biblical Garden of Eden, was set up under the guidance of these gods, and human kingship of reptilian lineage was inaugurated to provide intermediaries between mankind and the Anunnaki, thus creating the divine right of kings, doctrine based on bloodline inheritance from the gods. Because of its extreme importance, ancient cultures kept meticulous records of bloodlines. In fact, the Bible is in part a genealogical record tracing these bloodlines back to antiquity. There are many sources that state that no one was allowed to depict the Anunnaki in their true reptilian shape, and the very few depictions that survive to our days, like these statues of reptilian royalty with their child heir found in the ancient Sumerian city of Ur, were probably made in secret. Modern scholars have relegated these beings to the mythological or religious realm of a Sumerian pantheon. They dispute the Sumerians' own descriptions of them as real, flesh and blood people who came to Earth to create and mentor them. And who are we to believe? The Sumerians themselves, who revolutionized the world, left a vast archaeological record of their accomplishments and sought no credit for these accomplishments? Or modern academics, whose worldview descends from one that formerly denied the very existence of the Sumerians and now will not permit them such a history? The fact that scholars do not know the place of origin of the Sumerians or the roots of their language leaves open the possibility of the truth being the Sumerian accounts. All the ancient cultures have archaic stories and texts that tell similar stories that our modern scholars and academics want to suppress and not acknowledge as truth. By using this dragon symbolism, it is easy to see that these reptilian sky gods did not just establish Sumeria, but were involved in establishing other first civilizations as well. Indian mythology is full of references to the serpent gods and flying dragons that brought them knowledge. They call them the Nagas. In the Americas, the Indian cultures of Mexico and Peru all had names for the reptilian sky god that taught them the modern skills and gave them the gifts of civilization. He was called Quetzalcoatl by the Aztecs, Viracocha by the Incas, Kukulkan by the Mayas, Gucumatz by the Central Americans, Botan in Palenque, Zamna in Izamal, and Suma in Venezuela, all of which roughly translate in their respective languages into feathered or plumed serpent or snake, which of course is simply a dragon. In Peru, this plumed serpent god was called Amaru, and the territory known as Amaruca literally translates as land of the plumed serpents and is where America got its name from. The dragon was also a symbol of the sky gods in Babylon, Assyria, Phoenicia, Persia, Hindustan, and many others. In fact, the entire culture of China is based on the dragon and the serpent race, as the Chinese believe that a dragon fathered the first dynasty of divine emperors, and subsequent emperors claimed their right to rule because they were descended from the serpent gods. Back then, astronomy and astrology were part of the same sacred science, and the center of the universe, the pole star, which is the most important point in the universe, was Thuban, also known as Alpha Draconis, and it was a star or star system in the circumpolar constellation of Draco. The most ancient bloodlines are symbolically related to Draco, the great dragon, around which the heavens revolved, and so did earthly civilization, as above, so below. This astronomical event is represented by the circumpunct symbol, which is also the solar symbol for the sun, the alchemical symbol for gold, and represents the Egyptian sun god Ra. Interestingly, not only the Egyptians, but the Incas, Mesoamericans, and the Chinese all believed that their rulers were direct descendants of the sun god. The circumpunct is also representative of more esoteric concepts, including the self and the creative spark of pure divine consciousness within people, linking everyone to the creative mind of a universal God, thus making each person a co-creator of our reality. It also corresponds with the Keter, or the topmost Sephiroth of the Tree of Life in the Jewish mystical Kabbalah. It is considered so sublime that in their foundational work, the Zohar, it is called the most hidden of all hidden things. Besides ancient stories of civilizations having been established by dragon sky gods, the best evidence to prove that these ancient civilizations are all intimately linked to one common heritage comes through the insane amount of similarities and commonalities shared by all of them, including the fact that they all just started popping up out of nowhere at around the same time in Earth's history, all around the world, allegedly with absolutely no precedent, and then they each proceeded to develop virtually instant agriculture and built enormous megalithic structures, especially pyramids. Each had similar traditions of early history, including a Garden of Delight, a Golden Age, a global flood, one original language, and worldwide they shared similar systems of writing, languages, hieroglyphics, and symbols, including the swastika, a sun sign, as well as numerous specialized and intricate glyphs, especially snake and sun combinations. The serpent and the sun are two of the oldest and most widespread symbols used since ancient times. Serpent and sun worship both began at the same time in human history and were universal throughout all ancient cultures. In fact, these two symbols represent similar meanings, and every part of the ancient world was covered with temples sacred to both the dragon and the sun. In religion, mythology, and literature, serpents and suns represent a creative life force, spiritual wisdom, knowledge, power, energy, life, and healing. Actually, many mythologies from ancient traditions throughout the world identify the sun with the serpent as one single extremely powerful and benevolent life-giving force, the sun, which sends her loving serpent hands or energy rays to caress the earth and its inhabitants and to bless it all with life. The first symbols of serpents were attributed to Enki, the DNA manipulator, and fittingly his emblem was the entwined serpents or caduceus. The symbol of the caduceus was later transferred to one of Enki's counterparts, Ningishzida, also known as Thoth, author of the Emerald Tablets, and then to others of his family, because it was, among other things, a code for the bloodline of Enki's heritage. From this symbol of the serpent, the power was transferred to the symbol of the dragon, also a sun symbol, who continued to hold the knowledge. The archetype of the dragon has represented many different symbolic meanings. Among these are power, strength, wisdom, knowledge, and energy, and transcendental consciousness. The dragon represents the universal energetic field, as well as the unknown and hidden energy in man and nature. The word dragon comes from the Greek verb durkin, which means to see. The dragon is the principle of clear seeing, the ability to see things in a new light, as they really are, beyond all illusions. For this reason, the dragon has great wisdom and power in myths. Ancient cultures also shared many other customs, like mummification, burial, circumcision, and the binding of babies' heads to produce an elongated skull. This was deemed very attractive, as well as a sign of intelligence, and was practiced by the Maya, Incas, Celts, Egyptians, and Basques. They each also produced similar systems of government, societal rules, class distinction, and a pyramidal social hierarchy. On the top of the pyramid were their bloodlines, and on the bottom were the slaves, peasants, and undesirables. If there was any social mobility, it was downward. Similar versions of this hierarchy were developed by civilizations all over the ancient Near East, such as in Mesopotamia, Assyria, Babylon, Persia, and Egypt, as well as the Far East in China and India, in the Mesoamerican cultures of Mexico and Peru, and of course throughout the European empires. Now, the question is, who were these ancient rulers perched atop each of the pyramidal social hierarchies of antiquity? Well, available evidence shows that the ancient dragon bloodline royalty was primarily of Nordic Aryan stock. But who or what were the Nordic Aryans? Their name is derived from the Indo-European root word "air," meaning noble. So the word Aryan, depending on where you look, is translated of noble birth or honorable, respectable, noble. They called themselves the noble ones, or the superior ones. Aryans, or white people, are generally divided into three groups. These are the Mediterraneans, the Alpines, and the Nordics. Nordics, recognizable by their tallness, light hair and eye color, and long skull, are the ones that most people are talking about when they speak of the archetypal Aryans. But there are also several different Nordic subtypes. The Borby type, which have large square heads, brown or blonde hair, and light, mainly blue eyes. And the Bruns, who are also big-headed, but with frequent red-headedness and prominence of darker shades of brown with minimal blondism. But the Hallstatt Nordic is your stereotypical Aryan, being ash blonde, blue-eyed, tall and slender, straight and narrow-nosed, and relatively long-headed. Throughout history, the Nordic Aryans seemed to be the real movers and shakers, and definitely the ones to watch. They were tough, tribal, and nomadic peoples who were fierce and warlike, and their religion reflected this, dominated as it was by a sky god that enjoins warfare and conquest, commonly known as Zeus. For thousands of years, this race of warriors, sailors, pioneers, and explorers have poured forth from their Northland homes in conquering waves over Europe and many parts of Asia, sometimes conquering peoples vastly superior in numbers by their fierce energy, and then establishing themselves as their aristocratic ruling class, and then perpetuating their rule with their political abilities. You see, the Nordic is at once democratic and aristocratic. Among his own kind, he is democratic, profoundly individualistic, and touchy about his personal rights. Neither he nor his fellows will tolerate tyranny, but wherever the Nordic establishes himself among other races, he is extremely aristocratic. Feeling himself the ruler and the superior, he prides himself on his race and seeks to guard the purity of his blood. This is where racism comes from and why it will never completely go away. Throughout Europe today, the old aristocratic class tends to be of Nordic origin. Even in countries where the Nordic element has been mainly bred out of the population, what little Nordic blood remains is found chiefly concentrated in the old upper-class families. There are many kinds of evidence to support the idea that Nordic Aryans were the primary ruling elite of many ancient cultures from around the world. In the Americas, the feathered serpent sky god, whom they all credited with giving them their cultures, was described universally as a white man with strong formation of body, broad forehead, large blue or emerald eyes, reddish blonde hair, and a flowing beard, dressed in a long white robe reaching his sandaled feet, holding a staff and sometimes having a jaguar at his feet. This white man, whom the Incas called Kontiki Viracocha, and his merry band of white gods that they called the Viracocas, were credited with building the ancient city of Tiwanaku before he and his assistants departed, saying that they would return one day. Each civilization had a similar tale, and depending on the location as to the reason why he left, but regardless, he always said that he would return one day. Centuries later, when Francisco Pizarro appeared, the Incas were an easy conquest due to the fact that they believed him to be one of these white gods. As did the Aztecs when Hernando Cortez appeared in Mexico with his conquistadors. They believed him to be Quetzalcoatl. The civilization of the Incas of Peru, like that of the Aztecs of Mexico, developed later than other ancient cultures, but their imperial forms of social organization had obviously been handed down for many generations. Incan society was tightly organized. At the head was the supreme Inca, who was considered a direct descendant of the sun. His rule was absolute. He was the head of state, commander of the armies, and the authority for all taxes and laws. His title was passed on from one generation to the next so that the noble lineage remained pure and genetically intact. He and his wife, who was also his blood sister, were considered to be in a direct genealogical line that led back to the gods. According to the Incan creation account, the creator Viracocha sent out two of his children, Manco Capac and Mama Abuelo, to gather the natives into communities and teach them the arts of civilized life. These two children, brother and sister, became husband and wife so that they could maintain the purity of the Creator's bloodline. The Supreme Inca had to carry forward this tradition by marrying his blood sister. Though he kept concubines, only the offspring of his sister could produce the next Supreme Inca. The title was passed down from the father to the eldest son of the Inca queen. It was all a carefully controlled genetic operation, for the queen was selected from the best of the Supreme Inca's sisters. Incan cultures did not condone incest in the society in general, but the royal Incan family was permitted to intermarry and have children to ensure the purity of noble blood. This tradition is mirrored in Egypt, where incestuous activities were practiced regularly among the royalty for the same reasons. The first pharaoh, named Osiris, and his wife Isis were in fact twin brother and sister, and said to be born the son of Geb and Nut, or the Egyptian gods of earth and sky, symbolically meaning a mix of an earthly race and sky god DNA. What is more, a quick examination of the mummified remains of Egyptian royalty and noble-class families reveals a startling number of Nordic Aryan features, including hair color and facial structure. This, however, is not the most startling discovery found in an ancient Egyptian or Incan tomb. Get this, they have found the carefully mummified remains of what clearly appear to be alien graves. In a special room in the back of a private museum in Arequipa, Peru, is a strange mummy. Museum records indicate that the mummy came from a group of locals who made excavations at the location of a grave in an almost inaccessibly high cave in the mountains near Tres Cruces that they believe the Incas had hidden, and which was decorated with strange snake symbols. In Egypt, archaeologist and retired professor Dr. Victor Lubeck found the body of a perfectly preserved, carefully mummified alien buried in a hidden compartment of a small ancient monument dating back more than 2,000 years from the dynasty of Sesostris II. The details and photographs of the find were provided by an insider source from the Egyptian Antiquities Department under the condition of anonymity. This anonymous messenger reports that the discovery has caused great consternation among Egyptian officials who want to keep it hidden until they come up with a plausible explanation for the strange mummy. He says the government has consulted a number of respected archaeologists, but to date none can explain the finding, and that every expert who has seen the mummy has concluded that it is not of earthly origin, and that there is a sense that this is an alien who somehow ended up advising an Egyptian king. This is probably because inscriptions on the tomb of the mummy showed that he was a counselor named Osirinet, meaning star or sent from heaven. This is very interesting because Sesostris II, as a Nordic Aryan, had great contempt, like his father, for the Nubians of South Africa and viewed them as vile. And during his reign, he officially forbade Negroes from entering Egypt. And then his son, Sesostris III, conducted 4 campaigns against the blacks, with the final conquest of Nubia in 1840 BC. He constructed several forts at strategic points on either side of the Nile, making Nubia a permanent colony of Egypt, and erected the world's first whites-only sign with the first Semna Stela inscription recounting the subjugation of Nubia. Under dragon bloodline direction and rule, each culture proceeded to make huge advancements in all areas of society in a very short amount of time, and gave all of the credit for their amazing accomplishments to the ancient sky gods who gave them the gifts of civilization. They quickly developed the various arts and sciences, and repeatedly demonstrated that they understood and possessed various types of advanced knowledge that they should not have had or known. The ancients worldwide used advanced engineering techniques to build megalithic monuments, including numerous dolmens, menhirs, pyramidal structures, and sacred temples all across the globe, many of which shared the important symbolic feature of triptych architecture. This ancient worldwide triptych tradition has endured through the ages and continues to be widely utilized today in many modern sacred structures, including those of various Western esoteric secret orders like the Freemasons, Skull and Bones, and the Shriners. This feature is also shared by many important religious structures as well, including several of both Catholic cathedrals and Islamic mosques. The most important sacred structures were placed on specific locations along Earth's natural energy lines, and especially where they meet an energy is strongest, called vortices. Not only did the ancient people use this advanced knowledge to build unbelievable structures, but they also built tens of thousands of miles of amazing aqueducts, canals, bridges, and roads all over the ancient world. Some, like the pre-Inca highway system, went in a direct line through impossible barriers, crossing canyons and swamps and piercing mountains with tunnels that are still in use today. The ancients utilized many advanced construction techniques. Among these are the widespread use of a superior form of cement, to the use of enormous copper clamps, gold nails, and silver bolts weighing tons, and even a softening procedure for hard rock, enabling it to receive hand or foot imprints by pressure only. Ancient texts in Tibet record that in very ancient times, during a golden age, the people were wise and skillful and built great houses of crystal. These ancient people not only built amazing structures, many several stories tall, but they also decorated them elaborately too, outside and in. These buildings not only looked good, they had many of what we consider today to be modern conveniences like heat and air conditioning and hot and cold running water and indoor plumbing and sewage removal systems. Ancient civilizations were able to achieve a lot of their amazing feats because they possessed a high degree of understandings of complex mathematical knowledge. The accuracy of the ancients to the point of infinitesimal fractions is enough to make even the most die-hard skeptic stop and think. It allowed the ancients to do unbelievable things like construct the Great Pyramid perfectly square to within 3/10,000%, while fitting enormous blocks together with the accuracy of 1/100th of an inch, or pinpoint the solar year in Mexico to within an accuracy of 1/20,000th of a day. Ancient astronomers even used algebra to work out the position of celestial bodies at any given time. In fact, all the available evidence suggests that they had an intimate understanding of the universe and possessed advanced astronomical knowledge. This is demonstrated by the fact that earlier civilizations knew things about the universe that there is no possible way that they could have known without some external help. They not only knew that the planets in our solar system float in space and revolve around the sun, they also knew the distance to and the size of each planet, as well as various aspects about them that we could not find out without modern technology, like the existence of the bands of Jupiter, or the fact Uranus is the only planet that presents both poles to the sun. In fact, some, like the Sumerians, even say there is another planet beyond Pluto in an elongated elliptical orbit that only reaches the inner solar system roughly every 3,600 years, from which their ancestors came. An old Sumerian map confirms this and shows the sun and 11 planets counting the moon all by size. The story of just such a planet is corroborated by a 3,600-year-old text recorded by Egyptian and Celtic authors called the Colburn Bible. It was known to the Egyptians and Hebrews as the Destroyer. The Celts called it the Frightener. It is also known today as Wormwood, Nibiru, Planet X, and Nemesis. The winged disc symbol was used by the Sumerians and many others like the Egyptians, Persians, and Assyrians, and was originally a representation of this planet. There is now good reason to believe that this secret planet, Planet X, does exist. On December 31st, 1983, scientists announced that they have located a body in orbit beyond Pluto, and on March 27, 2009, it was captured on SOHO. It appeared briefly as the winged globe of legend. Today, like many other sacred symbols, the winged disc has lost its original esoteric meaning and is highly commercialized instead, essentially hiding in plain sight. The Sumerians' belief that their ancestors came from and inhabit other planets is not an isolated historical occurrence. Actually, according to several ancient cultures, like those of ancient India and Greece, there exist many other Earths with inhabitants. In fact, most civilizations claimed our ancient ancestors came from various other star systems, including Orion and Sirius, or like the Mayan people who lived in Tikal, and many others, the Pleiades. Their 7 main temples, or pyramids, are perfectly aligned with and mimic the star map of the Pleiades. The significance of the star system is illustrated at various locations on this planet, and this is not just a coincidence. Most every civilization has a myth concerning the Pleiades, or the 7 sisters, and like in Tikal, you can find the Pleiades identically displayed by structures in Egypt, Rome, Ethiopia, and Iran. It can even be found at Stonehenge and on the Freemasons' first-degree tracing board, but the most peculiar place it has been found is in the Cydonia region of Mars. The ancients not only knew amazing things about the expansive outer universe and space, but they were also very intimately knowledgeable about the inner universe and the space inside the human body and how it works. Ancient medical practice, it appears, was more than folk herbs. Rather, medicine and surgery were fantastically advanced millennia ago, as evidenced by surviving ancient medical and surgical textbooks, diagnostic manuals, and pharmaceutical encyclopedias. Surviving evidence shows that they understood about things like the nervous system and metabolism, and that they successfully performed various complex surgeries, including heart and brain, while using instruments as good as, if not superior to, what is used today. Written records indicate the ancients used some modern techniques, including immunizations, radiation therapy, blood transfusions, x-rays, and according to Egyptian and Indian texts, they had wonder drugs for incurable diseases. In Colombia, they found a large amount of strange artifacts, including what appear to be tools and medical instruments, but they do not fit in any existing pre-Columbian culture. Being composed of ludite, an exceptionally hard stone with a flaky and delicate structure, they are impossible to replicate today, yet they are at least over 6,000 years old. The most important piece found here is called the genetic disc. Clearly depicted on it are a number of incredible images showing genetic or biological information, including illustrations of microscopic human biology, as well as the stages of fetal development and sexual reproduction. On one side shows the microscopic biology of human eggs, one with and another without spermia. On the other side are presentations of a fetus at different sizes and stages, eventually ending up with what looks like a child, as well as other humanoid figures. There is enough evidence, like the unmistakable Egyptian hieroglyphic depictions of light bulbs and the numerous ancient batteries found in Baghdad, that we must now regard the past use of lighting and electricity as a historical certainty. There is also a document from India that contains a detailed description, not only of how to construct an electric battery, but also how to utilize this battery to split water into two gases, the electrolysis of water into hydrogen and oxygen. The existence of electric and lighting devices in ancient times cannot be questioned, and yet, until 1890, we supposedly possessed only candles, torches, and oil lamps. It is easy to think that this was always the case, because the Greeks and Romans used torches and oil lamps for illumination. And wherever passageways are still standing between ancient buildings, traces of smoke can be found on the ceilings. How then do we explain the fact that no trace of smoke is found in any Egyptian pyramid or in the subterranean tombs of the pharaohs, which are beautifully carved and painted with the precision and delicacy requiring the equivalent of daylight? Perpetual lamps that functioned indefinitely without oil or any product that was burned or consumed were apparently pretty universal in the ancient world. They have actually been found in underground tombs, vaults, and dwellings around the globe. Touching them was prohibited under pain of provoking an explosion capable of destroying an entire town. Judging from all the available evidence, it would also seem that the ancients were also intimately familiar with the concept of flying, and that the topic of ancient flight is actually way more complicated than just similar stories of sky gods descending to earth and establishing various cultures. People all over the world also seem to have retained separate memories of a period when aviation was a well-known concept and flight was a frequent occurrence. There are numerous tales of ancient kings using airships to get around. What is more, their writings demonstrate knowledge of aerodynamics and an awareness of the factors of takeoff propulsion, braking, and landing. These ancient books give instructions in great detail, including pictographic texts of how to build and fly various kinds of aircrafts, as well as covering their multitude of uses, including fighting wars and even space travel. Many aerodynamic artifacts that look like miniature planes have been found in various tombs in South America. In addition, there are giant petroglyph drawings like the Nazca lines found in various places on the globe that are situated skyward and can only be seen and appreciated from the air. Culture with the most evidence concerning ancient flying machines, though, has to be India. Many ancient Vedic writings are concerned with stories of various aspects of aircrafts, including construction and usage. In fact, the Sanskrit term Vimana Vidya means the science of building and piloting airships. A 3,000-year-old Indian text entitled Vaimanika Shastra, meaning the science of aeronautics, has 8 chapters with diagrams on the construction of 3 different types of aircraft. It included the design for a helicopter-type cargo plane and drawings for double and triple decker passenger planes for as many as 500 people. It included plans for an aircraft that flew in the air, traveled underwater, or floated pontoon-like on the water. Information covers everything from the qualifications and training of pilots to instructions on how to make the aircraft invisible to enemies, zigzag in the sky like a serpent, paralyze other aircraft, create the illusion of a star-spangled sky, and even list proportions of certain chemicals which will envelop the aircraft and give it the appearance of a cloud. This is but a small sample of the wealth of available evidence, yet it is already perfectly obvious that the ancients were undoubtedly familiar with flight. However, according to an ancient document from Tibet, we aren't supposed to know this because the knowledge of the flying machines is secret and not for the masses. There is a wealth of evidence that supports the idea that the ancients had access to and used many forms of advanced weaponry, including ancient bullet holes in the skulls of not only a 38,000-year-old Neanderthal, but also an Auric bison which went extinct over 100,000 years ago. Both have perfectly round holes with no radial split lines around the hole or other marks that should have been left by a cold weapon such as an arrow or a spear. The difference is that the Neanderthal skull, on the side opposite the hole, the cranium is shattered, and reconstruction of the fragments show the skull was blown from the inside out. But the Oryx wound had partially calcified over and healed the edges of the wound, indicating it survived the shot. Besides these skulls, there is a lot of evidence that the ancients possessed not just guns, but a multitude of other kinds of deadly weapons, including chemical and biological warfare, laser weapons, napalm-like and H-bombs, and what they called flying spears that could ruin whole cities. Are these missiles with nuclear warheads? Could this really be possible? Well, evidence proves that the ancients somehow knew about the infinitely small. In fact, the atomic theory was known in Egypt, and the pits used to preserve corpses contained highly radioactive substances. In the Indian Bharat-Sathaka, we find reference to the Kashta, equivalent to 3/100,000,000th of a second, and at the other extreme the Kalpa, a period of 4.32 billion years. The only phenomena in nature that can be measured in billions of years or in millionths of a second are the disintegration rates of radioisotopes. But here's the really scary part. Researchers have recently rediscovered a number of documents translated last century, buried in incomprehensible terms until modern knowledge caught up with former knowledge and was able to recognize it. These very ancient documents contain what is now startling familiar language, and their contents are quite alarming. Here are eyewitness reports that raise the compelling question: did nuclear war wipe out large sections of the civilized world in the 3rd millennium BC? An Indian text recounts in detail how aircraft were used to launch a weapon that devastated 3 cities. The record is unnervingly similar to an eyewitness report of an atomic bomb explosion. It describes in detail the brightness of the blast, the column of rising smoke and fire, the fallout, the intense shock waves and heat waves. It also chronicled the appearance of the numerous victims and the effects of radiation poisoning on the surviving people, animals, and even the food supply. The war zone is in the upper regions of the Ganges, precisely in the region specified in the old records between the Ganges and the Rajamahal Mountains. There are numerous charred ruins. The indications are that these ruins were not burned by ordinary fire and appear as huge masses fused together with deeply pitted surfaces caused by fires which were hot enough to liquefy rock or metal. Further south are more such ruins. The walls have been glazed, corroded, and split by tremendous heat. In some buildings, even the surfaces of the stone furniture have been vitrified or melted, then crystallized. In the same region, a human skeleton was found with radioactivity 50 times above the normal level. The ruins of the ancient Indus Valley cities of Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa are immense. They are thought to have contained well over 1 million people each, yet they had effective sewage removal systems and almost every house had a bathroom. Practically nothing is known of their histories except that both were destroyed suddenly. In Mohenjo-Daro, in an epicenter 150 feet wide, everything was crystallized, fused, or melted. 180 feet from the center, the bricks are melted on one side, indicating a blast. Ancient Indian texts speak of the city's people being given 7 days to get out, a clear warning of total destruction. Excavations down to the street level revealed 44 scattered skeletons, as if doom had come so suddenly they could not get into their houses. All the skeletons were flattened to the ground. A father, mother, and child were found flattened in the street, face down and still holding hands. The skeletons, after thousands of years, are still among the most radioactive that have ever been found, on par with those of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. And here's something else. Did you know that when the first atomic bomb exploded in New Mexico, the desert sand turned to fused green glass? Only a nuclear explosion could produce an entire layer, a whole stratum of fused green glass. Yet they can be found in multiple other places on Earth, like ancient Babylonia and some Old and Middle Kingdom sites in Egypt as well. The Tibetan stanzas of Dzyan regarding the area of Gobi, Mongolia, depict a Holocaust engulfing two warring nations. The desert surface of the Gobi near Lobnor Lake is covered with vitreous sand from Red China's atomic tests, but the desert has certain areas of similar glassy sand which have been present for thousands of years. Here, too, there are ruins almost formless that bear the marks of blistering by enormous heat. Other similar ruins can be found in countries including Scotland, France, Iraq, and Brazil. Okay, up until this point you have learned some incredibly amazing yet deeply disturbing things. However, the most astonishing and suppressed archaeological secret of them all is the existence of ancient cities, temples, and inexplicable tunnel systems, part natural and part artificial, beneath the surface of the greater part of the earth, with many supposedly containing perpetual light sources. Probably the most well-known example of an underground dwelling comes from Turkey, where over 200 underground cities at least 2 levels deep have been discovered, with around 40 of those having at least 3 levels and some many more. The biggest, Derinkuyu, is a maze of connecting chambers that descended at least 18 stories and 280 feet beneath the surface, ample enough to hold 30,000 people, and much remains to be excavated. One tunnel, wide enough for 3 people walking abreast, connects to another underground town 6 miles away. Other passages suggest that at one time all of Cappadocia above and below the ground was linked by a hidden network. Available evidence suggests that this was not an isolated occurrence, but rather a global trend. In fact, many vast tunnels have been explored and are proven to extend for thousands of miles. Stories of mysterious subway systems have persisted for thousands of years and exist in the legends, folklore, and myths of almost every country around the globe. There are descriptions by African travelers of vast tunnels all over the continent, like the huge tunnel, 30 miles of which has been explored, that runs under the sea between Morocco and Spain. Europe has a vast network of subterranean passages, including approximately 100 found to exist throughout the country of France alone. A Mongolian legend claims that there's a system of tunnels in Afghanistan that are lit up by green luminescence and that link up with all other tunnels around the world. Tibetan lamas once showed the American traveler R.C. Anderson a very old map of underground passages connecting North and South America, Europe, and Africa. Artificial labyrinths are also known to stretch under vast areas of Central Asia and China. An immense temple lies underground in Hawaii, and tunnels are believed to link each of the islands. In North America, there too are many traditions and legends among Alaskan Eskimos and various Native American Indian cultures like the Apache, the Mandan, and Sioux that mention and describe vast underground tunnels, labyrinths, and cities, many believed to still be inhabited and lit by a perpetual light. Further south, a gigantic system of interlocking tunnels thousands of miles in length extends under Ecuador and Peru and connects Lima to Cuzco, then goes on to Bolivia or the sea. Indeed, thousands of miles of tunnels have been explored and measured. The weight of evidence suggests that whatever the reason, there were once whole cities linked by an elaborate complex of tunnels that were constructed in ways beyond our present capability. Is there any modern evidence that the dragon bloodlines that helped to advance these ancient cultures and gave them such amazingly rich histories are still around today? Well, the answer is a resounding yes, and it is right in front of you everywhere you look. But to see it, you must first know to be looking, and second, you must understand what it is you are looking at. One of the best sources concerning these ancient bloodlines is Prince Nicholas de Vere von Drakenberg. Because Nicholas's father and mother had contempt for human beings and human society as a whole, at the age of 7, Nicholas's family moved to the remote outskirts of the Kentish village of Kemsing, and then later to isolated rural settings in Devon and Sussex. As he was growing up, Nicholas's father taught him of the family's royal Scottish origins and of its involvement with royal witchcraft within the dragon tradition, which had been passed down to Nicholas's father by his own parents. Nicholas's father was gifted with the king's touch. His paternal grandmother, a Scottish Gael, was a skilled seer. Nicholas grew up and developed in isolation, detached from the vacuity of human culture, enveloped in a world of intellectualism, magic, mysticism, and imagination. At the age of 12, he was magically dedicated to the dragon tradition formally, and since then he has participated in many of the most ancient rites and rituals, and has been bestowed many various prestigious titles. His family's hereditary involvement in royal witchcraft and the dragon tradition is officially acknowledged, and he is recognized as a royal dragon prince by the House of Vere, as well as by the British government. He is considered the original magical prince, the rightful king of witches by familial inheritance, whose ancient royal blood lineage is unquestionable, tracing through well over 120 imperial and royal bloodlines going back over 5,000 years. As one of the few documented members of this bloodline in the world, he is uniquely qualified to understand some of the deepest human secrets and reveal them to us. His extensive work and ongoing research continues to reveal many deep secrets about our origins and true nature. He has authored books like The Dragon Seed and The Dragon Legacy. He has many websites available as well. Today he is the sovereign of the Dragon Court of the Royal House of Vir. On the Dragon Court website it says, "The Imperial and Royal Dragon Court and Order has existed since the very dawn of creation. It was founded by Earth's first rulers and teachers of the path to enlightenment, who are known variously as Enki and the Anunnaki, the sons of God, and as Sanat Kumara and the Kumaras, founders of the Great White Brotherhood. Historically, the Dragon Court was situated in Central Asia, Egypt, Sumeria, China, India, and Persia, where ancient dragon priest kings ruled over their beloved subjects, teaching them the dragon mysteries of alchemy and gnosis. The Imperial and Royal Dragon Court is currently under the administration of HRH Prince Nicholas de Vere von Drakenberg with the International Council of Princes. It is situated in Wales and the Incorporeal and Transnational Sovereign Duchy of Drakenberg. Our goal is to preserve and demystify the dragon mysteries, reunite those of the dragon blood, and to assist during this crucial shift in the ages with the planetary dissemination of the dragon path. The Imperial and Royal Dragon Court is a closed fraternity of individuals fronted by those who trace their ancestry and affiliations back to the ancient Grail and dragon families. We dragon are humanoid, morphologically similar but neurologically and psychologically different. Ultra-terrestrial simply means a capacity for living simultaneously in multiple dimensions of experience. Furthermore, the royal and ambassadorial nature of the title of the Prince of Drakenberg is recognized under the official observations of the Department of Internal Affairs of the government of its state of origin within the European Union. Documents pertaining to its sovereign status are held in government archives. The Chancellor of this Imperial and Royal Court of the Dragon Sovereignty, Sir Lawrence Gardner, is also an internationally known sovereign and chivalric genealogist. He has held many prominent positions and titles throughout his life, including Grand Prior of the Celtic Church of the Sacred Kindred of St. Columba, Presidential Attaché to the European Council of Princes, the Jacobite Historiographer Royal by appointment, as well as a Fellow of the Society of Antiquaries of Scotland. As such, he was granted privileged access to royal and religious archives and repositories across Europe. From these royal and suppressed archives, he obtained the information for his book, Bloodline of the Holy Grail, The Hidden Lineage of Jesus Revealed. In it, Gardner presents pedigree charts of Jesus and Mary Magdalene as the ancestors of all the European royal families of the Common Era. He shows in detail how the Merovingians, or Mary's Vine, merged with the French royalty and then married into all of the other European royal families. If there was ever a man who possessed the proper knowledge and skill necessary to tackle such a major undertaking as this, Sir Lawrence Gardner is that man. And in 2000, he and his dragon brother, Prince Nicholas de Vere, collaborated to put out his follow-up book, Genesis of the Grail Kings, the explosive story of genetic cloning in the ancient bloodline of Jesus. In it, they explain that not only can the Jesus bloodline truly be traced back to Adam and Eve, but that the first man and woman were primate alien hybrids created by the Anunnaki of ancient astronaut theory. More modern evidence showing the immense control and power that these ancient dragon bloodlines continue to wield today can be found in the existence of what is called the Trinity of Cities. You see, there are 3 cities or city-states across this planet that share striking similarities and play a crucial role in the global governmental system we have long been living under. These 3 specially carved out jurisdictions were set up to exploit covert legal tricks and tactics in order to perpetuate Dragon Bloodline's rule. They are sovereign corporate entities that pay no taxes, have their own laws, their own identities, and are not connected to the nations they appear to be part of. More than 80% of the world's wealth is contained within these 3 cities. These 3 cities are Vatican City, the City of London, not Greater London, and Washington, D.C. Most people already know that Vatican City is not part of Rome or Italy, but most do not know that the City of London, that is the square mile within Greater London, is not part of Greater London or England, or that Washington, D.C. is technically not part of the United States, which it controls. The Vatican is the last true remnant of the Roman Empire, and since the City of London and later Washington, D.C. were both founded from Rome and use Roman law, then it can be argued that America, the British Empire, and the Catholic Church are all modern components of a covert Roman Empire, and the extension of those ancient dragon bloodlines, and each plays an important role in the controlling of the world's population. Vatican City controls about a third of the world through false religion and by intentionally concealing and obscuring the truth concerning both God and mankind's truly divine nature. The City of London controls the world financially through currency and banking. And Washington, D.C. is the strong arm and controls the world through brute military enforcement and wars. Let's briefly discuss each and their apparent dragon connections. The seed is the Vatican. The word Vatican itself comes from Latin and is a contraction of two words. Vatis meaning prophetic or diviner, and can meaning serpent or snake. These two words combined make the prophetic or made divine serpent. And since the Vatican is a place, you may say that Vatican means the place of the prophetic and worship serpent. And an attempt to translate divining serpent into everyday English, it seems to mean a spiritual serpent that is worshipped as God. The importance of the symbol of the dragon to the Catholic Church is unmistakable, as they are found to be prominently displayed in various locations throughout the Vatican, including the museum where the crest of the Vatican, the serpent dragon, or the pagan Babylonian god Marduk, is the oldest and central piece of their collection. Images of dragons can be found in other places on the grounds too, like the large one on the Vatican floor, or those that are intricately carved into the wooden panels on Vatican doors. Today, the Catholic Church is the biggest financial power, wealth accumulator, and property owner in existence, possessing more material wealth than any bank, corporation, giant trust, or government anywhere on the globe. The Pope, who is the visible ruler of this colossal global wealth, is one of the richest men on earth, and even though the Pope is said to be the holiest living human and God's representative on earth, the majority have not behaved that way. Most have participated in various wicked and twisted forms of debauchery. Like Pope John XII, who it is said that there was no sexual act or perversion he would not try. He not only consorted with the whores of Rome, but also with young boys and animals. Pope Clement II surrounded himself with little page boys in tunics cut off above their buttocks, allowing the Pope to fondle them from behind from time to time. Others murdered their opponents and resorted to bribery and racketeering. 2 consecutive popes, however, take the title for having the most debauched reigns. Pope Innocent VII and Pope Alexander VI not only did their fair share of torturing and killing, but also frequented in bribery, simony, and nepotism, while making a virtual whorehouse out of the Vatican that resulted in several illegitimate children. Since its inception, the Catholic Church has spent hundreds of years waging crusades and inquisitions, mercilessly murdering and annihilating all opposition and forcing their indoctrination at the tip of a blade, essentially saying, accept our version of God or go meet yours immediately. They hunted down, slaughtered, and systematically eliminated all heretics, pagans, and anyone else they believed may possess any understanding of ancient wisdom and spiritual truth, intentionally driving humanity back into the Dark Ages in order to essentially reset history as if we've never been advanced before. They only passed their ancient advanced knowledge down through various dragon-controlled secret organizations and attempted to repress publicly any advancement in spiritual or scientific thinking, like Galileo's heretical assertion, which was well known before by many ancient cultures, that the earth revolves around the sun. To ensure the masses' ignorance of the truth, they have stolen, suppressed, and even intentionally destroyed esoteric information and artifacts that they have decided not to keep for themselves. The Vatican's secret archives are estimated to have over 52 miles of shelf space, housing everything from Jerusalem temple artifacts stolen in 70 AD by the Romans to Mayan codices that only they kept copies of and had the rest destroyed in bulk by the conquistadors and priests. More modernly, the Vatican is engaged in a whole lot of unsavory acts, including helping organized crime gangs launder vast sums of money and being one of the only places to still offer banking services that Swiss banks can no longer do by law. At the end of World War II, the Vatican even helped smuggle Nazi war criminals out of their countries as part of Odessa, a secret organization for former SS members whose purpose was to establish and facilitate secret escape routes, later known as rat lines, to allow SS members to avoid their capture and prosecution for war crimes. Under the leadership of Pope Pius XII, also known as Hitler's Pope, the Vatican negotiated a concordat with Adolf Hitler, who was born and raised a Roman Catholic and portrayed his Third Reich as a Roman Catholic enterprise as part of the loosely formed Holy Roman Empire. Pope Pius XII, who is accused of forbidding monasteries and convents to shelter Jews and accepting loot stolen from the Nazis' victims, wrote a letter to Hitler saying, "To the illustrious Herr Adolf Hitler, Führer and Chancellor of the German Reich, here at the beginning of our pontificate, we wish to assure you that we remain devoted to the spiritual welfare of the German people entrusted to your leadership. May the prosperity of the German people and their progress in every domain come, with God's help, to fruition." Many Jesuits became officers in the Nazi SS, and in fact the current Pope, Pope Benedict XVI, was himself a Hitler Youth. The second part of the Trinity is the City of London, often called the Square Mile. It's a plot of land approximately 1 square mile located in the middle of the London metropolis. The city is not a London borough, and it is independent from England. Unbeknownst to almost everybody outside the UK, and even to most British people, it has its own distinctive political representative body, and it is ruled by the City of London Corporation, which is probably the most powerful and self-interested political lobby in the world. The Dragon Bloodline's connection to this endeavor is made blatantly obvious by the City of London's coat of arms that displays a white shield showing the same dragon red cross of St. George and red sword that is found on the City of London's official flag, along with a pair of dragons, each holding opposite sides of the shield. This image is plastered next to the main street names on the signs in the square mile. You see, the dragon with the shield is the symbol of the City of London, and statues depicting him can be found in various locations, marking and guarding the boundary of the City of London Corporation's jurisdiction, like the one on a pedestal before you cross London Bridge, and those on either side of the Victoria Embankment, marking the border between the City of London and Westminster. The city-state of London is the banking arm of the Trinity of Cities. It is not only London's main financial district, but rather the world's financial power center, and it is the wealthiest square mile on the planet. It houses the Rothschild-controlled Bank of England, Lloyd's of London, the London Stock Exchange, all British banks, the branch offices of 384 foreign banks, 70 USA banks, Fleet Street's newspaper and publishing monopolies, headquarters for worldwide Freemasonry, and is the headquarters for the worldwide money cartel known as the Crown. It is thought to be the biggest tax haven in the world, as it hosts Britain's largest offshore financial center, and it is intimately linked to satellite tax havens across most time zones. Needless to say, this is the place where all the global power banking is done. The last city in the Trinity is Washington, D.C., which is located between Virginia and Maryland, but is not actually part of any U.S. state. Residents of the district have one non-voting representative in the U.S. Congress. They do not have voting representation in the United States Senate, but D.C. is entitled to 3 electoral votes for president. In the U.S. House of Representatives, the district is entitled to a delegate who is not allowed to vote on the floor of the House, but can vote on procedural matters and in House committees. Washington, D.C.'s government operates under authority derived from the U.S. federal government, and these dragon dynasties have managed to permeate American politics so thoroughly that the vast majority of successful politicians historically are from these prominent families and are commonly found to be high-ranking members in various influential secret societies and organizations. You see, the USA was founded by the Dragon Elite for the very reason of executing their plan to control the world. It is this nation which is the hub of its wheel of influence. Since its discovery, the history of the USA has been the history of ethnic cleansing, imposition of power, slavery, mass exploitation, and the worship of wealth. The U.S. president, generally accepted as the most powerful man in the world, is a slave to his prime allegiance, the Brotherhood and their bloodline agenda. Available evidence proves that running the United States has been a Dragon family affair since the very beginning. Did you know that all 44 U.S. presidents have carried European royal bloodlines into office? In fact, every U.S. president except the 8th, Martin Van Buren, are related to one common ancestor. They are all cousins and grandsons of King John Lackland Plantagenet of England, King John of Robin Hood fame, and the signer of the Magna Carta that gave more power to the British Parliament. 34 presidents have been genetic descendants from Charlemagne, the brutal 8th century king of the Franks, who was also George Washington's 31st great-grandfather. 33 descend from Alfred the Great of England, and 19 from King Edward III of England. In fact, until Barack Obama, the presidential candidate with the most British and French royal genes has won every single American election. However, President Obama is very much family too. His presidential cousins include Presidents George W. Bush and his father, George H.W. Bush, Gerald Ford, Lyndon Johnson, Harry Truman, and James Madison. He is also linked genetically to other prominent figures such as Vice President Dick Cheney, British Prime Minister Sir Winston Churchill, and the Civil War General Robert E. Lee. If U.S. presidents are democratically elected, as we are told, then what are the odds that we would always choose members of the same royal families of Britain and Europe that we supposedly defeated during the so-called wars of independence to lead us? We, the people, are simply given the illusion of free choice, and regardless of which political party a candidate is affiliated with, the end result stays the same. Republicans push to make the rich richer and eventually squeeze out the middle class, and the Democrats push for bigger government involvement. Either way, the elite benefit and gain more and more power and control over the general population. Masonic researchers Christopher Knight and Alan Butler claim our first president and 33rd degree Freemason, George Washington himself, was a member of what they referred to as the Star family, and that he also helped with the occult symbolism that appears in the layout of the city that was named after him. He is shown depicted in a statue from 1840 by Horatio Greenough entitled The American Zeus, which is an illustration inspired by the colossal statue of the Nordic war god Zeus, and interestingly, the pose looks extremely similar to that of the devil in his occult tarot card. Also interestingly, the White House is located at the same spot of the inverted pentagram, which represents the all-seeing third eye of the devil on his card. Through the Illuminati's thorough infiltration and manipulation of American politics and their control over Washington, D.C., America has been all too eager to play its part as the strong arm of the empire of the city. We average Americans have unwittingly participated in helping to progress the modern-day Roman Empire's agenda of total global conquest and domination through a long list of atrocities against humanity, including the waging of wars, often intentionally instigated through the use of false flag operations designed to deceive the public, by the operations appearing as if they are being carried out by other entities. These false flags are used for various reasons, including as justification for the forceful occupation of various global territories in order to safeguard the interests of U.S. megacorporations and the Bloodline's global operations. The earliest documented American atrocities committed by white European bloodlines on behalf of the U.S. government begin with stories of the slaughter of countless Native Americans en route to stealing all of their land and gaining compliance for this through the use of brute force, terror, and useless treaties that the white man had no intention of honoring in the first place. The list of sadistic crimes committed against humanity on behalf of the U.S. government just gets worse from there, as evidenced by the long list of admitted human experimentation, including not just surgical experiments, but the use of pathogens, disease, biological warfare agents and chemicals, radiation and radioactive materials, as well as psychological and other forms of torture on its own people, all without their knowledge or consent. Even today, we are still being constantly and continuously poisoned and intentionally kept sick through the use of things like organophosphate fertilizers and other toxic pesticides in farming, as well as by the addition of various hazardous chemicals to our food supply, like the neurotoxin preservative MSG or monosodium glutamate that attacks your nervous system, or the highly toxic and cancer-causing byproduct of the aluminum manufacturing process and the refining of phosphate rock, which was used as rat poison for 40 years, called fluoride, that is being added to the water supply around the world. They even add harmful chemicals like mercury to the vaccines that are meant to keep us well. Dragon families not only control the pharmaceutical drug racket, including the development, production, and distribution of drugs that cause worse problems and symptoms than those they are meant to treat, but they are also in control of the illicit drug trade that keeps millions of people easy to control and strung out. They work almost as hard to keep us sick as they do trying to keep us ignorant of and suppressing the findings of any scientific experiments or tests appearing to show any really effective treatments for various diseases like cancer. In fact, the last century there have been several medically proven, highly effective treatments and even cures for cancer. Most have been highly ridiculed and suppressed because there's no money in curing a disease, only through the need for treatment. Among these methods are things like the use of intravenous vitamin C, hemp oil, oxygen, ozone therapy, and even the control of the body's natural pH balance. all of which help support the body, whereas all of Western medicine's only available treatments of surgery, chemotherapy, and radiation therapy create more toxicity and problems for the immune system and are designed to indiscriminately kill your body's cells and immune system. It is easy to see that we all mean less than nothing to them. Even the war veterans who risk their lives for the elite's agenda get little to no help when they return home as thanks for their participation in the forcing of other countries and their populations into doing whatever the elite deemed necessary at the time. They come home with horrible physical and psychological damage due to what they have been forced to do and all of the different horrific things that they have seen and been made to endure. For this ultimate sacrifice these veterans have made for their country under the guise of fighting for freedom, most cannot get the medical help that they need physically or mentally. Many are starving and even homeless. After spending many years at the top as the world's strongest country, the United States are on their way back downhill because the global elite are intentionally running it into the ground. The time of our usefulness has almost passed, but before they leave us totally impoverished and irreparable, I assure you they will exploit every possible resource we have and leave us with less than nothing. We will soon be too poor to do anything besides what they say. The current dire situation facing the United States, like that of so many other countries around the globe, is no accident, but rather the intentional result of a system that was designed and implemented in antiquity, known to secret society elites and Illuminati families for centuries as the Great Work, to eventually bring about the global establishment of a dragon bloodline-controlled New World Order. But what is the New World Order? As it exists today, the New World Order is a synthesis of modern descendants of these ancient dragon bloodlines. They are the survivors of ancient empires, of super merchant families, of barbarian kings, of banking families established in the Middle Ages, and of all the royal families of Europe. Their ultimate goal is the creation and total control of one world government, one world currency and bank, one world army, and a microchipped controllable population connected to a central computer to use as slave labor, as was our original purpose in remote antiquity. To perpetuate their claim of deserved superiority over the masses, the rulers of the past have explored innumerable ways to achieve their goals, both subtle and violent. But one method has been recognized as being the most effective and has been employed by the ruling aristocracy through governments, businesses, and monarchies throughout the world since prehistory right up to the present day. That is, by keeping the masses in ignorance of their true potential and power, to keep them at a low level of education, preoccupying their minds away from who they truly are from birth, to manipulate them via systematic education program in all areas of their existence, into channeling their lives in pursuit of handing over power to their rulers. If this can be done in a way that the masses have no recourse and believe this condition to be the only way to live, then they will be highly unlikely to challenge the status quo. The only way for the Brotherhood to thrive and prosper is to keep the world's population in ignorance of the amazingly powerful creatures they really are, by convincing people that they are little more than robots. They can use these robots to perpetuate their power base. Today, the basic premise is that the goal of each individual should be to become a minute part in the global machine of consumerism led by Western multinational corporations and banks. Every other consideration is subordinate to the prime motivation of profit. Obviously, those in the positions of influence, politicians, bankers, corporate executives, media moguls, have been, according to their own definition, successful within the system, so have an interest in maintaining the status quo at all costs. This framework shapes every aspect of our life through education, the media, healthcare, cultural and sporting events, religion, etc. With these framing conditions in place, the system regulates itself. Individuals with attitudes that suit the perpetuation of the system achieve status and influence within it. Those who accept the establishment rules soon find ways to impose those rules. Those who are blind to the exploitative realities of consumerism attain positions to promote it. Regardless of how the framework came to be imposed, the truth is that the same attitudes control education, media, governments, and banks, and therefore exert an irrepressible influence over every aspect of our lives, our thoughts, and opinion. This system, like the entire Illuminati structure, is based upon the same ancient hierarchical pyramid principles symbolically illustrated by the pyramid and with the all-seeing eye, with the very few elite at the apex as the all-seeing eye and ultimate controllers that dictate to the many at the bottom, who in the largest numbers are kept in ignorance and have no idea about the true agenda which is being dictated and ministered to them from above. The vast majority of people working to further the elite's aims of the New World Order do so unknowingly. Only the few at the top of the pyramids know the real agenda and what the Brotherhood is trying to achieve. The further you go down the pyramid, the more people are working for the Brotherhood, but the less they know about its real agenda. They are only aware of the individual job they do every day. They don't know how their contribution connects with those of other people in other areas of the company, government, organization, or whatever. This is further enforced at each step of the pyramid by the process of compartmentalization, which is the operation of the need-to-know principle. This way, even those upon the same level of the pyramid know very little of their fellow colleagues' business and role within the overall plan. Power always seeks power and will never stop until all power is solely in the hands of the most ambitious. Through the levels of initiation from the bottom to the top, only the most ambitious and ruthless are filtered out to occupy more and more select positions of power and knowledge of the ultimate agenda. This pyramidal structure is mirrored in government, banking, business, secret societies, and every other organization and institution. The smaller pyramids, like the local branch of a bank, fit into bigger and bigger pyramids until eventually you have the pyramid that encompasses all of the banks. It is the same with the transnational corporations, political parties, legal systems, secret societies, organized crime gangs, educational institutions, medical industries, organized religions, media empires, and the military. If you go high enough in the structure, all of them are controlled by the same families who sit atop the biggest pyramids. In the end, there is a global pyramid that includes all the others. At the capstone of this global pyramid, you will find the most elite of the Illuminati, the purest of their bloodlines, who are like a hidden hand pulling the strings from behind the scenes. In this way, they can coordinate through apparently unconnected, even opposing areas of society, the same policies. Only they know every individual link in the chains which have kept us in bondage for millennia, and all roads eventually lead to them. The situation within the hierarchy of the elite is necessarily complex, as the activities are concealed behind a large number of front organizations of varying degrees of secrecy. It is they who design the system, and it is only they who know exactly how it all fits together. The present system has been maintained and progressed throughout the ages by using imbalanced dragon-ruled secret societies in order to perpetuate their wealth and power, so that today we have a global network of secret societies whose only motivation is to serve the Luciferic consciousness. The root of all these modern elite secret organizations and most world religions can be traced back to the original secret organizations of the ancient elite, which were universally known throughout the ancient world as mystery schools, or the mysteries. The mysteries were the religious assemblies of the ancient elite, whose ceremonies were conducted in secret and whose doctrines were known only to those who obtained the right of knowledge by previous initiation. They were like ancient fraternities that were established in order to pass down esoteric knowledge to only a select few who were deemed worthy. They were widespread among the ancient world, from the civilization of ancient India extending west to those of Mexico and Peru in the Americas, with various locations in between. They flourished in Egypt, Rome, Greece, Persia, as well as in Britain, Scandinavia, and Asia Minor. Many of them were well known, so their existence was not a secret. However, the actual knowledge from within the school was fiercely guarded, and initiates were expected to guard the secrets and rites of the fraternities with their lives. Just as in Freemasonry today, the initiates of the ancient mystery schools took sacred oaths, and they vowed that death should seal their lips before revealing any of the secret knowledge. For if they did, the prescribed punishment for the divulging of secrets was immediate death. They all taught about the existence of a supreme creator force, the unity of this God source, and our connection to it. They were taught of the divine nature of man, the immortality of the human soul, whose true home is in the spirit world, free of the cage or tomb of the human form, and that there is a future state of existence for mankind, where we are capable of amazing things. It is these esoteric truths on which virtually all world religions and secret esoteric organizations are founded and based, some more loosely than others, and many intentionally corrupted and misrepresented. The Indian gymnosophists, ancient Egyptian magicians, Greek philosophers, Celtic druids, American Indian shaman, Australian aboriginal shaman, and Oriental magicians have all possessed arcane knowledge pertaining to the true nature of creation. Initiates were often revered as holy men by the laity and were spared the distractions of daily life in order to keep alive the flames of the inherent magic of life. Each of the ancient mysteries held ceremonies of initiation that were all funereal in nature. They were dramatic representations of the violent death and subsequent restoration of life to a distinguished personage that was either the object of esteem as a hero or of devotion as a god. This death and rebirth symbolism is very important spiritually and continues to be utilized by Christianity and Freemasonry today. Armed with vast amounts of wealth and esoteric knowledge, the negative secret society network has flourished as the aristocracy of the world. Power, wealth, and information has been gained and maintained via warfare, exploitation, and especially in the last century through the control of the world's economic systems. In the last century, with the acceleration in technological development, particularly in terms of communication, the elite have sought to realize their ambitions more swiftly with more blatant and definable aims. Today, through a virtually monopolized media, they are attempting to control public opinion and destroy any and all alternatives to their system while making huge amounts of money and slowly gaining more and more power in the process. Still don't believe that this truly evil and monstrous conspiracy actually exists? Well, when confronted with a conspiracy of this magnitude, many say it is impossible, because if there was a huge global conspiracy for world government, someone would have spilled the beans. The fact is that many of the world's most influential leaders, including presidents, popes, secret society members, and Illuminists themselves, have publicly stated and written entire books about what they are doing. President Woodrow Wilson once stated, "Some of the biggest men in the United States in the fields of commerce and manufacturing are afraid of somebody. They know that there is a power somewhere so organized, so subtle, so watchful, so interlocked, so complete, so pervasive, that they had better not speak above their breath when they speak in condemnation of it." Former President George H.W. Bush mentioned it on several occasions. In 1988, he was quoted saying, "The New World Order is the consolidation of more power and money into tighter, fewer, righter, eliter, wider hands." Then in a speech on September 11, 1990, he stated, "Out of these troubled times, our objective, a new world order, can emerge. Today, that new world is struggling to be born, a world quite different from the one we have known." And in another of his speeches, he said, "What is at stake is more than one small country. It is a big idea, a new world order, to achieve the universal aspirations of mankind. The winds of change are with us now." In June 1992, Bush further admitted to Sarah McClendon of the Washington White House Press Corps that if the people were to ever find out what we have done, we would be chased down the street and lynched. In a speech by Pope John Paul II, he was quoted saying, "By the end of this decade, we will live under the first one-world government that has ever existed in the Society of Nations, a government with absolute authority to decide the basic issues of survival. One world government is inevitable." David Rockefeller, an American Illuminati banker, head of the Rockefeller Empire, and one of the top 500 wealthiest people on earth, admitted in his memoirs that some even believe we, the Rockefeller family, are part of a secret cabal working against the best interests of the United States, characterizing my family and me as internationalists, and of conspiring with others around the world to build a more integrated global political and economic structure. One world, if you will. If that's the charge, I stand guilty, and I am proud of it. Later, at a UN conference in 1994, he confirmed that they are just waiting on the right circumstance to implement in-game, saying, "This present window of opportunity, during which a truly peaceful and interdependent world order might be built, will not be open for too long. We are on the verge of a global transformation. All we need is the right major crisis, and the nations will accept the new world order." This information is disturbing enough on its own, but here's where it really starts to get totally sick and twisted. You see, all the available evidence points towards the fact that there is an Illuminati depopulation agenda in place, which is also referred to as the Great Culling. In essence, it is to be a large-scale racial cleansing of the planet, eugenics and genocide on a global scale. This plan is well documented, and it calls for the mass culling of the human population by anywhere from 50 to 90%. Their method? Disease, wars, natural disasters, vaccination, famine, genetically modified crops, etc., to ensure maximum die-off of who they have deemed the undesirables. In fact, the United States government and FEMA have been setting up concentration camps to hold any potential survivors. There are over 800 prison camps in the United States, all fully operational and ready to receive prisoners. They are all staffed and even surrounded by full-time guards, but they are mostly empty. The camps all have railroad facilities as well as roads leading to and from the detention facilities. Many also have an airport nearby, like the one near the new mysterious Denver International Airport, which is also known as the New World Airport. The majority of the camps can house a population of 20,000 prisoners. Currently, the largest of these facilities is just outside Fairbanks, Alaska. The Alaskan facility is a massive mental health facility and can hold approximately 2 million people. These camps are to be operated by FEMA should martial law need to be implemented in the United States. And all it would take is a presidential signature on a proclamation and the Attorney General's signature on a warrant to which a list of names is attached. The Rex 84 program was established on the reasoning that if a mass exodus of illegal aliens crossed the Mexican-U.S. border, they would be quickly rounded up and detained in detention centers by FEMA. Rex 84 allows for many military bases to be closed down and to be turned into prisons. Operation Cable Splicer and Operation Garden Plot are the two sub-programs which will be implemented once the Rex 84 program is initiated for its proper purpose. Garden Plot is the program to control the population. Cable Splicer is the program for an orderly takeover of the state and local governments by the federal government. FEMA is the executive arm of the coming police state and thus will head up all operations. There are presidential executive orders associated with FEMA already listed on the Federal Register that would suspend the Constitution and the Bill of Rights that are also part of the legal framework for this operation. These executive orders have been on record for nearly 30 years and could be enacted by the stroke of a presidential pen. By all accounts, it would appear that something major is on the horizon, so it should be no surprise that there are quite a number of ancient sources from around the globe that point to the year 2012, or around this time in history, as being a time of some sort of extreme change, heralding in a new age. Among these sources are the Mayan calendar, the Hopi, the Inca, the Aztecs, Colburn Bible of the Egyptians and Celts, the Kali Yuga of India, I Ching of China, and Nostradamus, and even a very modern thing called the Webbot that, according to the History Channel, was created to monitor and analyze information out on the internet in order to be able to predict the stock market, and it goes completely blank of information for 3 months starting on 12/21/12. There are two different kinds of major changes that are supposed to happen at this time in our history. One makes the future look bleak and hopeless with death and cataclysm, while the other looks more bright and hopeful with love and enlightenment. In the doom and gloom scenario, there is talk of solar flares, earthquakes, and polar shifts or pole reversals, which have been proven to have happened hundreds of times in Earth's history, and these cause catastrophic destruction across the entire globe. When the poles shift, mountains rise and fall in the blink of an eye as the Earth's plates shift, while massive earthquakes happen and volcanoes erupt, and there is massive flooding as tsunamis slam ashore, and the Earth's face is resituated with brand new orientation in relation to the poles. The Golden Age scenario, on the other hand, predicts a new Golden Age where people of different races, colors, and creeds from all over the world gather around a new Messiah called Maitreya, heralding an era of peace and enlightenment. Maitreya is a very important figure that has been expected for generations by all the major religions. Christians know him as the Christ and expect his imminent return. Jews await him as the Messiah. Hindus look for the coming of Krishna. Buddhists expect him as Maitreya Buddha, and the Muslims anticipate the Imam Mahdi or Messiah. Although the names are different, many believe they all refer to the same individual, the World Teacher, whose personal name is Maitreya. Preferring to be known simply as the Teacher, Maitreya will not come as a religious leader or to found a new religion, but as a teacher and guide for people of every religion and those of no religion. At this time of great political, economic, and social crisis, Maitreya will inspire humanity to see itself as one family and create a civilization based on sharing, economic and social justice, and global cooperation. He will launch a call to action to save the millions of people who starve to death every year in a world of plenty. Among Maitreya's recommendations will be a shift in social priorities so that adequate food, housing, clothing, education, and medical care become universal rights. Under Maitreya's inspiration, humanity itself will make the required changes and create a saner and more just world for all. One mention of Maitreya in a Sanskrit text implies that he is a teacher of meditative transcendentality and states that gods, men, and other beings will lose their doubts and the torrents of their cravings will be cut off. Free from all misery, they will manage to cross the ocean of becoming. No longer will they regard anything as their own. They will have no possession. They will have torn the net of passions. They will manage to enter into trances, and theirs will be an abundance of joy and happiness, for they will lead a holy life under Maitreya's guidance. Be wise, however, and do not be fooled by the Antichrist, who will appear somewhere out of the European Union, speaking sweetly and convincingly, telling you what you want to hear. Use the internet to check credentials, for they will be tricky to distinguish between, because their stories are similarly prophesied. One main difference is that the true Christ will not only lead and rule the people lovingly, opposite of what the Antichrist wishes to do, but he will also speak and teach of esoteric things that the Antichrist will continue to keep hidden. He will teach a Hermetic philosophy like the ones taught in the ancient mysteries, based on the teachings of Hermes, also known as Thoth, the author of the Emerald Tablets. Hermetic followers believe in the divine nature of man and that we are capable of acquiring amazing abilities through techniques aimed at learning how to master aspects of ourselves. These include the full and complete conquest of the mental faculties, the development of all forces and energies, the emancipation of the will, and the attainment of an absolute individualism. In other words, the great work of the Hermetic art is, before all things, the recreation of man himself by means of transmutation. He will teach that a God source does exist, and that all the concepts of one God in every religion are speaking of this same energy source of which all things are made. The Hermetic view of God is that absolutely everything that is, was, or will be collectively makes up what is called the All. Rather than the All being simply the sum total of the universe, it is more correct to say that everything in the universe is within the mind of the All. Since the All is looked at as mind itself, or a unified field of pure consciousness, a thinking energy from which everything in existence is made, energy and matter are one and the same. All of the ancient cultures had a very thorough understanding of this universal thinking energy. The concept of a life energy inherent in all living beings is a universal archetype appearing in many religions, mythologies, philosophies, and belief systems, and they each have a name describing this omniscient, omnipotent, omnipresent, and omnibenevolent supernatural creator and overseer of the universe. The Hindus call it prana, Polynesians mana, Egyptians ka, European alchemy and Wicca call it the ether, and Hitler and the Nazis called it vril, but the most commonly known is the Chinese concept of qi, around which Eastern practices like qigong, tai chi, and yoga revolve. There are also a number of scientific terms for this energy, or aspects of it. The most significant to us, however, is in the field of quantum physics, where this infinite intelligent energy is called the quantum ocean. Numerous tests have proven that it is some very interesting characteristics, including the fact that the laws of physics do not apply to this subatomic energy. In the quantum ocean there is no time, no past, no present, nor future, only the now, and a multitude of other experiments show that there are many other mind-bending metaphysical phenomena displayed by it as well. It is capable of instantaneously teleporting itself, or it disappears from its immediate location and at the same instant appears in another. It exists in multiple states and places at the same time, showing not only can it be in two places at one time, it has to be. It is moved and shaped by our observations and intentions and reacts to our thoughts and emotions. In fact, the laws of quantum physics tells us that we live in a participatory and holographic universe where thoughts are things and consciousness creates. Thus, we are all co-creators of our own realities and destinies. This means that we have all the power we need to create all the changes that we choose in our lives and in our world, and it is through this field of consciousness that together we create the healing or the suffering, the peace or the war. These experiments have shown conclusively that we interact with the quantum ocean, whether we know it or not, and whether we want to or not. So could we do it intentionally? Well, according to the ancients, the answer is yes. The pursuit of establishing a connection with this divine energy source is called mysticism, and is defined as the pursuit of communion with, identity with, or conscious awareness of an ultimate reality, divinity, spiritual truth, or God through direct experience, intuition, instinct, or insight. Also, according to these ancients, we have the ability to harness and control and use this universal energy in a variety of different ways that range from telekinesis and levitation to astral projection and even spontaneous healing. Many religions and philosophies believe that it is only through mysticism that the latent abilities in man are released. Almost all religions have a mystical path, including Christianity, and those throughout history who were successful in their mystical pursuits were called mystics, shaman, magi, high priests, kahunas, and brahmin, and were able to perform natural feats that we in the Western world would consider to be magic. In this new age of enlightenment we are about to enter, known in astrology as the Age of Aquarius, we human beings will not only learn about this universal thinking energy God source, but also the amazing truth of what we are really capable of. We are to begin the mastery of these things, which will begin with the mastery of oneself. This is mankind's next stage to master in his evolution to the divine God-man he is. Just like the ascended masters of the past, during this period of time, the secret esoteric hermetic principles that have been hidden from the masses for millennia by secret organizations will be shared with and practiced by all. The Kybalion is a book that was published anonymously in 1908 by a group or person under the pseudonym of the Three Initiates. It claims to be an elucidation of an ancient, unpublished Hermetic text of the same name, and to be the essence of the teachings of Hermes. In it is described the 7 Hermetic principles. These are the principles of mentalism, vibration, correspondence, polarity, rhythm, cause and effect, and gender. Though they are all important, I'm going to focus briefly on the first two, mentalism and vibration, because I believe an understanding of these two principles combined with an understanding of this God source is really going to be the key to you beginning to understand and believe in your own God-given divinity, and your belief is the master key to unlocking your full potential. In the beginning, as the religions of East and West so strikingly agree, was the word, meaning the vibration of sound. The principle of vibration explains that everything in existence vibrates, and the differences between different manifestations of matter, energy, mind, and even spirit result largely from varying rates of vibration, from the all, which is pure spirit vibrating at an infinite rate of intensity, down to the grossest form of matter, whose vibrations are so low as to seem at rest. All is in vibration. The higher the vibration, the higher the position in the scale. Between these poles, there are millions upon millions of varying degrees of vibration. It turns out that there is a sacred or mystical syllable in the Dharmic or Indian religions like Hinduism, Jainism, and Buddhism that is shared with the Abrahamic religions of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, and it plays a similar role in its use within these traditions. The divine vibration is the sound Om. Hindus believe that as creation began, the divine all-encompassing consciousness took the form of the first and original vibration, manifesting in the sound Om. It is the sound of creation and symbolizes the manifestation of God in form. In most of these religions, it is typically recited after prayers, and in Arabic, Amen simply means so be it. The principle of mentalism embodies the truth that all is mind. It explains that not only are our own minds powerful creating tools, but the all may be considered and thought of as a universal, infinite living mind. It also explains that all the phenomenal world or universe is simply a mental creation of the all. This law also states that the holographic memory of the human genome enables our DNA biocomputer to form images of biostructures holographically, and that the universe is a mental creation of all of humanity, that is, the collective human consciousness. Our reality, then, is the projection of the collective consciousness onto a specific range of frequencies that is made in such a way that everyone sharing the experience accepts that same experience as real. Our holographic reality is nothing more than a dream from which we are all starting to fully awaken. A gigantic network of Akashic energy from which everyone accesses the same data simultaneously and in real time. The differences between the manifestations of the physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual result simply from different levels of vibrating energy or frequencies. So while the feelings of fear, grief, and despair vibrate at very low frequency, the feelings of love, joy, and gratitude vibrate much quicker. Although most frequencies exist outside of our normal range of perception, all can be perceived as both colors and sounds. So the color blue is also heard as the musical key of D, which vibrates at 587 Hertz. But what is more interesting is that if a frequency is vibrating fast enough, it's emitted as a color of light. The occultist, alchemist, philosopher, and mystic Alexander St. Ives was one of the most influential spiritual teachers or philosophers of France in the 19th century. He wrote several works and manuscripts. His last was an enormous work published in 1903 called The Archaeometer. The book explores the value of various philosophical, scientific, occult, and religious systems and their place in the universal tree of science or tradition, and it was intended to be the key to all religions and sciences of the ancients. Archaeometer is the measurement of the archi, or the universal cosmic force, of which the Hermeticist speaks. It is a process, a key, which makes it possible to penetrate the mysteries of the word or vibration. It is a measuring instrument of the first or primary principles of the manifested universe. It shows how the original Atlantean alphabet translates into the material, the word, form, color, smell, sound, and taste, the key to all religions and the sciences of antiquity. It is a universal canon or guide which points out the relationship between astrological indications, tones, smells, letters, and colors, where the musician finds therein the color of tones, the writer the tone character of letter, etc. When two frequencies are brought together, the lower will always rise to meet the higher. This is the principle of resonance. A great example of how vibrations affect forms is found in the work of Dr. Masaru Emoto. Because water is the most receptive of the four elements, Dr. Emoto figured that water might respond to thoughts, and since 1999 he has published several collections of photographs and explanations of his amazing experiment findings. In his vast array of experiments, Dr. Emoto has utilized numerous variables, including a variety of different water sources and modes of inducing vibration. In one experiment, he printed out words and then he taped the various words to bottles filled with distilled water. He left the bottled water out overnight. He then photographed the water with a dark field microscope the next day. The first word used was the Japanese word for thank you. The result was the formation of a beautiful crystal structure. The bottle labeled, "You make me sick, I want to kill you," produced a murky yellow sample that resembled pond scum. When you give your thought to something, you alter its molecular structure. Your conscious and unconscious thoughts are creating the universe that you're sitting on. Thoughts become form. They say the hard science of how our thoughts affect water molecules is unknown, but what we do know is that about 70% of your body is water, and so if thoughts can alter the molecular form of water, imagine what our thoughts, especially negative, are doing to our bodies every day. Using the principle of resonance, we can actually increase the speed at which the molecules in our bodies vibrate through our thoughts of love, joy, and gratitude. Christy Marie Sheldon, founder of Lover Above, woke up one day with the ability to read and communicate with people's energy fields or auras and tell them what is holding them back in life. According to Christy, the key to manifesting and attracting what you want lies in overcoming the hidden abundance blocks that lurk within your energy field and subconscious mind. According to Christy, it all starts with your personal vibration, and the sole reason why you're where you are is because you're vibrating at the average human level of 207 on a scale that reaches 1,000. However, the good news is that you do not need to reach 1,000 to reap the benefits. All you have to do is raise your vibration to the level of love or above, which is 500. At 500 and above is where love, joy, and abundance are all easily within your grasp. Once you're vibrating at this level, you'll become a magnet for the things you truly want. You can think of the pyramid capstone with the eye as the vibrations between 700 and 1,000. Albert Einstein once said, "Everything is energy, and that's all there is to it. Match the frequency of the reality you want, and you cannot help but get that reality. It can be no other way. This is not philosophy, this is physics." Harmonics is the technology that enables the determination of the sound frequency one needs for balance and harmony of mind, body, and spirit. In his book titled The Universal Laws of God, Dr. Joshua David Stone, Ph.D., wrote about how we are all electromagnetic beings, so our subconscious mind is always attracting and magnetizing vibrational frequencies. Like everything else in the universe, thought waves have their own unique frequency, and once a thought is accepted into the conscious mind, it imprints itself on the subconscious like a computer, which then attracts and magnetizes it. Our thoughts are frequencies to which other similar frequencies are constantly resonating, and it is our aura that acts as an antenna to attract them. So we are unconsciously broadcasting frequencies that are picking up similar frequencies from everyone and everything around us. We are literally attracting vibrational frequencies back to ourselves like a magnet. This resonance is the basis for a universal law, the law of attraction. The magnetic force of the law of attraction is one of our greatest assets. It's the basis for the ability that God gave us in being able to create heaven on earth, and it is our thoughts that actually manifest the experience. When atoms slow down, third-dimensional matter is created. When they speed up, the higher dimensions of consciousness can be reached. And the higher our consciousness is raised, the closer to spirit we become. At the highest vibrations is the level of consciousness sought after by mystics throughout all ages. This is the level called, among its many alternative terms, God consciousness. Differing religious traditions have described this fundamental mystical experience in different ways, but they are all talking about the same exact phenomena. That of transcendent unity with this universal God source and connection with pure spirit. This level of consciousness is associated with what is called the third eye. The third eye is our spiritual antenna and psychic center that, when open, provides perception beyond ordinary light. It is associated with the sixth chakra, or the brow chakra by the Hindu, and its location is said to be the pineal gland. The pineal gland is a 50 millimeter long, around the size of a pea, pine cone shaped structure sitting deep down in the center of the head. It is located between the left and right brain hemispheres near the base of the brain. It is said to be the shriveled remnant of an ancient warmth and light perceiving sense organ. It is known to regulate certain biological rhythms and functions and release chemicals like melatonin into the brain. It is called the House of Spirit by the Chinese, and as you can see, the Babylonians, Assyrians, Greeks, and Egyptians and others also knew too well of this sacred pine cone shaped gland and spiritual light receptor. There is no doubt that the early Christian church also knew about the existence of this godly gland. Evidence to prove this includes the pine cone staff carried around by the Pope, and the fact that the largest pine cone in the world is at Vatican Square in the Court of the Pine Cone. It is even referenced a couple times in the Bible. I know, you're sitting there right now thinking, wow, that's amazing. How do I get started doing this stuff? Well, the most proven method is the over 5,000-year-old Chinese art and practice of Qigong. And L.B. Carney's book, Qigong, Chinese Healing, Energy, and Natural Magic is one of the best sources that I've encountered, and in my opinion, it's a great place to get started. The term Qigong is used to describe various Chinese systems of physical and mental training for health, martial arts, and self-enlightenment. Qi is the central underlying principle in traditional Chinese medicine and martial arts, and is usually translated as life energy, life force, or energy flow, and definitions often involve breath, air, gas, or relationship between matter, energy, and spirit. Gong is often translated as work or practice, and definitions include achievement, results, skill, mastery, and accomplishment. The two words are combined to describe systems and methods of energy cultivation that are designed to cultivate and balance life energy. In short, Qigong is the study of this universal thinking energy, and it is a discipline that emphasizes learning how to deliberately harness, develop, manipulate, and utilize this form of intrinsic energy that is within living organisms, including your own body. The method and ultimate objective for the practice is dependent on the practitioner. From my research, I've identified two basic guidelines that seem to be the general rules that most esoteric traditions and religions appear to follow concerning connecting to this universal energy. At risk of oversimplifying the process, it appears that one needs to live what I call an energy affirming, or including proper diet of raw, fresh, energy-rich foods, hydration, regular exercise, meditation, and breathing techniques used for acquiring, building, and the moving of this energy, as well as a vibrationally positive, including positive thoughts, emotions, feelings, and actions like love and kindness and compassion that keep you vibrating at a high frequency, lifestyles that will eventually allow you to vibrate at the frequency of pure spirit. The ancient mystics understood, and modern experiments have proven, that the single most powerful force in the universe lives within each of us, and if the particles that we're made of can be in instantaneous communication with one another, exist in two places at once, live in the past as well as the future, and even change history through choices in the present, then we can too. The only difference between those isolated particles and us is that we're made of a lot of them, held together by the power of consciousness itself. Be the change that you wish to happen. We are being given our final warnings and opportunities to do all we can to emerge from the despair of the old dark order and into the new future of light. The only way to achieve this is to recognize the pitfalls of the Luciferic influence and live our spiritual ideals in deed as well as in thought. In order to facilitate the transformation, we must resist the urge to identify those who would seek to control us as hopelessly evil. We must recognize the system for what it is and seek to change it in a loving, positive, and balanced way. Even at the highest levels of the Brotherhood elite, the most misguided of the Illuminati are not immune from the effects of the global reawakening. It is those who are most imbalanced towards negativity who have the greatest positive potential. If just one of these elite Luciferic controlled minds is returned to its natural balanced state, then virtually the entire process could be reversed overnight. This is a potential, and any potential is possible. It all depends on how much energy we channel into that potential to make it a reality. Don't allow the further decline, or the consequences may be disastrous. Always be true to yourself first and foremost, and see beneath the veil of deceit. Remember, these people kill or cause people to be killed for profit, pleasure, and power. No one is inexpendable, and most of the executors of these hidden agendas are entirely unaware or willfully ignorant of what they are really being used for. The coming transformation to a unified, multidimensional Christ consciousness will affect everyone, the Brotherhood included. We can only be controlled if we allow ourselves to be so. Nothing is impossible. We are the vehicles for the divine consciousness. We are the creative hands of God. It is up to all of us, and that includes the Brotherhood, to reevaluate our position, for we cannot escape ourselves and the karma we create. The biggest obstacle in overcoming this conspiracy is information. The most important thing to do is continue educating yourself and start awakening others to the global conspiracy. Utilize the internet, for at no other time in our history have we had the capability to spread information in such a rapid fashion, but the window of opportunity will not be open for much longer. Educate your friends, family, neighbors, and co-workers. Send this video to everyone you can. Burn and post your own copies. I hereby give permission, and give them to everyone you know. When your friends ask where you attained it, simply say that someone loved you enough to give you the gift of truth, and ask them to do the same. The fate of the world is in your hands, and I sincerely hope this video inspires each of you to wake up and to reach your fullest potential, because you are all amazing creatures. Be good to yourselves and others, follow your heart, and always love. What happens is up to you. Love to you all. Namaste.
August 2nd, 1990. Saddam Hussein's forces crashed through the defenses of oil-rich Kuwait. In fear of an Iraqi invasion into Saudi Arabia, the United States and her coalition allies poured into the Arabian Peninsula to form a deterrent that would be known as Desert Shield. The result was a series of diplomatic talks, negotiations and counter-negotiations that rapidly declined into a no-hope situation. On August the 17th, 1991, Desert Shield became Desert Storm. The conflict was witnessed by millions through the eye of CNN and the BBC, showing propaganda of the systematic eradication of Saddam's forces by a coalition far superior in technological, political, and economic power. However, what was little known was that from the outset the war was engineered, controlled, and manipulated by an elite group. A group which had created the illusion of a man with power, at the head of a million-strong army, on the verge of going nuclear. A man who had gained control over 1/5 of the world's oil overnight. However, in reality, he was merely a pawn, in amongst many pawns, just a puppet in a grand master plan, with the Gulf War as a well-orchestrated stepping stone. The orchestrators of the war were by no means strangers to controlling major world events. In fact, they have done so for centuries. From the shadows, they have engineered every major war, revolution, and recession. They control everything you read, everything you hear, and everything you see. They have managed to indoctrinate an entire populace to their way of thinking, and have infiltrated key positions in places of authority. And it is from the shadows that they have created a new political order, a new economic order, and more sinister, a new religious order. Their ultimate aim is total global domination, and they will stop at nothing to reach their goal. The goal that was outlined in a speech given by former President of the United States, George Bush.
What is at stake is more than one small country. It is a big idea, a new world order.
However, the origins of this global plan were not created in the offices of the White House. In reality, their roots lay in another war. This time, the year is 1095, and the place, Clermont, France.
En el nombre del Padre, del Hijo y del Espíritu Santo.
11th century Europe was ruled by the Church, which held a firm grip on the hearts and minds of the people. This power enabled Pope Urban II to wage war on the Muslim Caliphate and crusade in what he called a War of the Cross to recapture the land of Jerusalem. It had been under Muslim rule since the year 637, but in 1099 this rule was brought to a bloody and sudden end. In the name of the cross, women were raped and murdered. Children were put to the sword, and it is said that blood ran in the streets knee-high to the horses. Out of this land of bloodshed and terror, a group of men arose. Men that would stop at nothing to get what they wanted, no matter what the cost. 20 years after Jerusalem was taken, the Dome of the Rock was seized by a group of warrior monks calling themselves the Knights of the Temple of Solomon. or more simply, the Knights Templars. In Jerusalem, the Templars began to deviate further and further away from the practices of Christianity. They learnt the secret arts of the Kabbalah, an ancient form of Jewish magic, along with its dark rites and rituals. The Jews had learnt the arts from the pagans of ancient Egypt during the times of enslavement to the Pharaoh, and developed them into Babylon at the time of Nebuchadnezzar. In 1307, King Philippe of France arrested them for charges of denial of Christ, worship as well as magic. In 1314, Pope Clement V declared all Templars as heretics to Christianity, ordering all their properties to be seized. Their leader, Jacques de Molay, was captured and burnt to the stake. The Templars were cornered, and just when it seemed they were finished forever, a glimmer of hope arose from a seemingly certain end. They were to find a safe haven as well as an ally. But not in France. In fact, in a country in a desperate struggle for independence against the English, the country of Scotland. For some, Scotland's hope of independence had died with the death of William Wallace. However, to the King of Scotland, Robert the Bruce, the arrival of the Templars gave him a new secret weapon. Their experience, gained over 200 years of fighting the mighty armies of Islam, had made them expert in combat and warfare, and more than a match for any army brought before them. In 1314, the Templars, allied with Robert the Bruce and his army, took to the fields of Bannockburn in the long-awaited showdown with the English. Robert the Bruce's foresight paid off. The 25,000-strong English army suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of only 6,500 men. The dream of an independent Scotland had finally been achieved. The Templars had brought themselves back from the brink of destruction, and never again would they allow themselves to be destroyed. This time they would control the country by controlling its kings, and in order to preserve their secret order, the Templars would have to die, or more precisely, the name would have to die. The Templars, who had escaped Europe, were finally laid to rest in Roslin Chapel, Scotland, which stands to this day as sign of their presence in Britain. Their descendants became the true power of Scotland. In 1603, the death of Queen Elizabeth I left England without an heir to the throne. By virtue of descent, King James V of Scotland became King of England. In doing so, Scotland and England joined to form a new kingdom, and the power that the Templars held over Scotland spread to give them a firm grip on the whole of Great Britain. For over 100 years, the Templars concealed their activities, fading into the background until they were little known and little remembered. However, they did not cease to keep a firm grip on Britain. All the time they were planning, regrouping, and infiltrating positions of power in all corners of the kingdom. In 1717, the Templars made their reappearance in Europe. They had grown in both number and strength, and were now ready to coin a new identity, free from their reputation of the past, and given credibility by none other than the monarchy and aristocracy of England. And the name they chose for themselves was a name that would be known by many, but understood by a few. This new name, the Freemasons. The new identity and the grandeur of its members afforded the Masons with respect and dignity. The first royal member of the Freemasons was Frederick, Prince of Wales. The latest members include Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh, and consort to the current Queen of England, Elizabeth II, who herself is a grand patron to the Masons. However, behind closed doors, the Freemasons were free to indulge in the secret rites and rituals handed down to them by their ancestors, and these became the basis of their levels of membership, called degrees. The Freemasons were not content with power in Britain alone. Their ambitions were far greater. In the years to come, the world would witness Europe and America being plagued by wars and revolutions, each more devastating than the other. However, these would not be as commonly believed, the spontaneous effects of a downtrodden people, but in fact schemes created by the exclusive few, driven by hunger for absolute power. All this would take place from the very country from which they had fled centuries earlier, and would become the base for their global domination.
We have before us the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations a new world order, a world where the rule of law not the law of the jungle, governs the conduct of nations. When we are successful, and we will be, we have a real chance at this new world order.
Satan does have plans for a one-world government, and you have to control the money.
The United States presidents have blood relations with each other. The Bush lineage has blood ties to a great number of former presidents. George Washington, Millard Fillmore, Franklin Pierce, Abraham Lincoln, Ulysses Grant, Rutherford Hayes, James Garfield, Grover Cleveland, Teddy Roosevelt, William Taft, Calvin Coolidge, Herbert Hoover, Franklin Roosevelt, Richard Nixon, and Gerald Ford. Arion points out in his work that Bush is closely related to every European monarch on and off the throne, and has kinship with every member of Britain's royal family. Bush's family tree can be documented as far back as the early 15th century. He has a direct descent from Henry III and from Henry VIII's sister Mary Tudor. He is also descended from Charles II of England. And we also find that George W. Bush is a direct descendant of Godfrey de Bouillon. Godfrey was the first king of Jerusalem after he recaptured it from the Saracens, which was the name for the Islamic faith during the Middle Ages. It is interesting to note that the current occupation of the United States in the Middle East was re-established by the same family, George Bush Sr. in 1991, and again by George Bush Jr. in 2003. George Bush Jr. is then found to be a cousin to both opposing candidates of his 2 terms in office, Al Gore and John Kerry. Democratic President Barack Obama also has blood ties with George W. Bush, as well as Gerald Ford, Lyndon Johnson, Harry Truman, James Madison, and the British Prime Minister Sir Winston Churchill. On the opposing side of the 2008 presidential ballot, John McCain is descended from Robert the Bruce, King William I of Scotland, and also Godfrey de Bouillon.
In either of those first 2 books, though, who knew you and Dick Cheney cousins?
You know, listen, I don't think I'm going to family reunion. I don't know how I'll be greeted.
We all know his father, but what about his cousins? A heartbeat away from the presidency is actually a blood relation. He's President Bush's 9th cousin once removed. Cheney's cousin Barack Obama is also Bush's 11th cousin. President Lincoln was President Bush's 7th cousin 5 times removed. And Bush shared more than just a ballot with John Kerry. That's right, they're 9th cousins twice removed. Trace the family tree far enough, and you get Madonna, Celine Dion.
I opposed this war in 2002.
But do you know their relatives? Obama is distantly related to 6 presidents: George W. and George H.W. Bush, Gerald Ford, Lyndon Johnson, Harry S. Truman, and James Madison. Obama's family tree also includes Sir Winston Churchill and Civil War General Robert E. Lee. Thank you all. Thank you. She's also related to beatnik author Jack Kerouac and the wife of Prince Charles of England. John McCain's ancestry was more difficult to trace, but it's known he's the 6th cousin of First Lady Laura Bush.
Illuminized Masonic symbolism is all over America. On the back of the dollar bill on the left-hand side above the pyramid it says Annuit Coeptus, which means our enterprise is now a success, or a crowned success. So what enterprise does it mean? Well, Novus Ordo Seclorum near the bottom, Novus meaning new, Ordo is order, Seclorum is where we get our word secular, meaning the world. So it means new order of the world, simply new world order. So what it's saying is the New World Order is now a crowned success. This was put on the dollar bill in 1934. 1934 is when the Federal Reserve took total control of the United States monetary system. The Fed is essentially controlled by two Illuminati bloodlines, the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers. President Franklin D. Roosevelt, a 32nd degree Scottish Rite Mason, placed the seal on the dollar bill. Roosevelt was also in the Order of the Nobles of the Mystic Shrine, known for its satanic rituals. The pyramid has 13 steps. In fact, the number 13 is on the bill everywhere. 13 leaves on the olive branch, 13 berries, 13 stripes on the shield, 13 arrows, 13 stars, 13 letters on E pluribus unum, and 13 letters in Annuit Coeptus. Now some people believe 13 is on the bill due to the 13 colonies, but dig a little bit deeper and you'll find the real answer. 13 also represents the 13 top Illuminati families that he traced back to the late 18th century and the early 19th century. He is credible, and that's why he was framed by the government and thrown in a cage. 1776 is in Roman numerals near the bottom. Some think it's because of the founding of the country. Another case of subliminal, indirect, reverse psychological propaganda. 1776 is when the Illuminati was formed. The New World Order. Another striking fact is that the eagle has 32 feathers on the right wing, the number of ordinary degrees of the Scottish Rite. There's 33 feathers on the left wing, representing the 33rd degree. The tail has 9 feathers, which represents the 9th degree of the York Rite. The eagle itself is a prominent icon in Masonry, extensively used in the Scottish Rite.
Plato's Republic in the 1500s was popular work. He said, if we could have a group of wise men who were well paid to rule over the people, then there would be no corruption. And so they had to go into a secret society.
It's estimated close to 5 million men are involved in Freemasonry here in North America.
It is based on the worship of the male regenerative power.
They were highly skilled men, and they wanted to keep the secrets of their skills to themselves.
They are then required to take a blood oath not to reveal the secrets of Masonry, or they will lose their life.
And I was warned that should I reveal any of the secrets of Freemasonry, to know what to expect.
I went in there with all good intentions, thinking I was entering into a fraternity.
He does not know at all what he is being initiated into. It's not even mentioned.
And they get into it naively, not realizing that it is a religious organization designed for very specific spiritual purposes.
I thought it was a Christian organization.
Their own leaders have consciously lied and deceived to them because they do not want them to know the true teachings of Masonry.
It is based on Egyptian paganism.
They are in a non-Christian, pagan, idolatrous cult.
Freemasonry goes so far as to actually call Lucifer God.
And no Christian has any part in it.
Now, the elite of the world, such as Bilderbergers, high-level Masons, CFR attendees, and Trilateral Commission attendees, all meet up with each other once a year at a place called the Bohemian Grove. The Grove is a 2,700-acre secluded area in the woods of Monterey, California. The fact is, there is irrefutable evidence that satanic ritual goes on inside the Bohemian Grove. Here is a photo of Masonic coffin ritual being performed in front of a shrine of the devil. Now, a documentary filmmaker and radio talk show host from Austin, Texas, Alex Jones, snuck into the Bohemian Grove in the year 2000 and filmed this satanic ritual known as the cremation of care. Notice the 50-foot stone idol. Notice the red, black, and white robes. Notice the fire and the satanic sacrifice. Now, there's a debate on what the idol represents. One camp says it's Moloch, the god of child sacrifice in the Old Testament, due to the nature of the ritual and the sacrifice near the belly of the idol. But in my research I found that it is not actually Moloch. The owl is a symbol of Minerva. You see, Dionysius of ancient owl. Similarly, child sacrifice was also involved in this cult. The owl became an important Illuminati symbol in 1776 and was adapted to the name of the Illuminati degree known as Minervals. In Abe Barrell's book, Memoirs Illustrating the History of Jacobinism, published in 1798, page 582, he writes, quote, Weishaupt had adopted the bird of the night as his emblem, unquote. The owl represents wisdom, so what the elite are doing here is sacrificing something to Minerva, the owl of wisdom, and at the same time getting rid of their conscience and their care. Genesis 2:9 tells us that the tree of knowledge to which the deceitful serpent falsely attributed so the elite want the knowledge that God is not willing to give them, and they are willing to do satanic sacrifice to the false god of wisdom, the owl Minerva, who is in turn the serpent or the devil who offers knowledge. What kind of knowledge could they want? Maybe they want to know how to complete the New World Order Weishaupt started. Either way, Moloch or Minerva worship is satanic. They both have child sacrifice. They're wearing black, red, and white cloaks and practicing idol worship. This Minerva is Satan in disguise. The owl at the Grove is further proof that the Illuminati lives on, since Weishaupt adopted the symbol of the owl from ancient Greece.
Listen, I am a happy member of the Bohemian Grove. I like the folks who come there, and it's really inappropriate for me to talk about the group beyond that. Thank you.
Have you been there for the ceremony with the cremation of care?
Frankly, I don't think that's something I need to talk to you about. This is what's called ambush journalism, and I disrespect you for that as well. So thank you and goodbye. It's none of your damn business.
Many people who attend the Bohemian Grove are on the news every day, leading double lives. Some of these people include George W. Bush, George H.W. Bush.
What do you want me to talk about? The Bohemian Club. As you say, the Bohemian Club? I've never been to the Bohemian Club, but you ought to go. It'd be good for you. Get some fresh air.
Here's a New Statesman news report that tells us that Bill Clinton has gone to the Bohemian Grove. Bill Clinton is a lying piece of garbage.
فيها خط على شيء معين حول رقم واحد يوجد شكل زخرفي. هذا الشكل الزخرفي مكبر بجوار الصورة هكذا يرى المشاهد شيء يشبه وجه البومة. نعم. طبعا سنقول له ما هي هذه البومة؟ هذه البومة هي ليليث. ما هي ليليث؟ نعم. ليليث هذه في سفر زهار، في هناك سفر في التلمود اسمه زهار أو سفر الإشراق أو الضياء، يقول أن هناك نعم. وفي الحركات السرية هي والماسونية هي رمز للتمرد على السلطات وعلى القيود وعلى التقاليد وعلى رجال الأديان وعلى العقائد وهكذا.
You were both in Skull and Bones, the secret society.
It's so secret we can't talk about it.
What does that mean for America?
Also in the street plan of Washington, you find pentagrams. So here we have two pentagrams in the street plan of Washington. The top one points into the Capitol building, and the one at the bottom points into the White House. This is a political building, so we're told. In fact, it's a temple to a secret society, built by the Freemasons to a specific design, Congress, the Congress building. Where did it get its name from? Capitol Hill, from a sacred place of the Roman Brotherhood going way back called Capitoline Hill. And when Madeleine Albright, high priestess of this brotherhood, became Secretary of State, and she went across on her first overseas visit to Europe, she actually went to Rome and made an official visit, what for her would have been a pilgrimage to Capitoline Hill in Rome, and that's where we get Capitol Hill from. This is George Washington. In the last century, they decided they didn't have a decent statue of George, so instead of getting an American to produce one, they ordered it from Italy, from Florence. And when it arrived on the dockside, people were staggered, because here was George, the first president of the United States, depicted naked from the waist up with this cloth over his Bill Clinton's, and then pointing up one arm, pointing down the other. What's going on? Unless you realize where these people are coming from, it's inexplicable. Well, if you just hold that in your mind, arm up, arm down, naked from the waist up, and then Bill Clinton's covered in a piece of cloth, well, this is where it's coming from. This is the ancient depiction of the compilation of the negative force symbol that the Templars worshipped, or the high-level Templars worshipped anyway, called Baphomet. And this is why that they depicted George Washington in that way.
The Illuminati is a global network of witch covens, black magicians, and Freemasons. They use a secret code of numbers and words to communicate the plan to one another. They hold rituals right in the heart of the British Parliament and Washington, D.C. The Illuminati have designed the United States as the headquarters for their barbarous plan to bring about the apocalyptic prophecies of the Antichrist.
I have a lot to respond except the fact that I am past master of my lodge and a Freemason, and I'm very proud of the fact, and I think it's interesting to listen to a debate that says that points toward Freemasonry as an occult when 36 of the 50 signers of the Declaration of Independence, all of the generals in Washington's army, and everyone who's participated in the Revolutionary War were basically Freemasons. And if you look at how the foundation of the country was put together, it's on Masonic principles. So I think it's certainly an interesting debate that's probably not appropriate in this public forum, but I would certainly encourage people that have a different viewpoint to study the Freemasonry organization a little closer.
We're giving a rock award tonight. Who wants to pray to the devil with me? Who's in with me? Come on, hey. Let me see those horns. Let me see those horns. Metal.
Let him who hath understanding reckon the number of the beast.
For it is a human number.
Its number is 666.
thousands of years, the holy lands of the Middle East have run with blood. Here, the scars of battle fought between three of the great religions of the world are etched into the earth. But the deepest wound was made by a war between Christian and Muslim, begun at the close of the 11th century and fought for 200 years. At stake, a tiny strip of land just a few hundred miles long, but with the greatest prize, Jerusalem.
great industrial powers are locked in mortal combat. Millions are dying in the trenches in Europe, but the consequences of the war are felt around the globe. The old, semi-feudal Ottoman Turkish Empire, already shaken by nationalist revolution in 1908, is falling to pieces. And disastrously, it's allied to Germany. The British and French are out to make the most of the collapse of the Ottoman Empire in the Middle East, and the British are out to protect the roots to the jewel in the crown, the British Empire in India. The British will promise anything to anyone if they think it will help them win the war. In 1915, Sir Henry McMahon, the British High Commissioner in Cairo, wants to encourage an Arab revolt against the Ottoman Empire. He writes to Sharif Hussein, "As for the regions lying within the proposed frontiers, in which Great Britain is free to act without detriment to her ally, France, I am authorised to give you the following pledges on behalf of the government of Great Britain, and to reply to your note as follows. Great Britain is prepared to recognise and uphold the independence of the Arabs in all the regions lying within the frontiers proposed by the Sharif of Mecca." A year later, T. Lawrence of Arabia, writes an intelligence note to his British commanders and encourages them to take the same course. He says it will be beneficial to us because it marches with our immediate aims: the breakup of the Islamic bloc, the defeat and disruption of the Ottoman Empire, and because the states that Sharif Hussein would set up to succeed the Turks would be harmless to ourselves. The Arabs are even less stable than the Turks, and if properly handled, they would remain in a state of political mosaic, a tissue of small, jealous principalities incapable of cohesion.
When Britain left the Holy Land, she left like a thief in the dark. For the first time, for the only time in British history, there was no legal transfer of power from Britain to the successor state. In 1948, Britain acted as the midwife for the baby to be born. The European Jewish state of Israel, and to cause that state of Israel to become the ruling state in the world. Which island is it? An amazing thing has happened. The British government did something which was incredibly strange and mysterious. A Britain which is now the prince of the secular world. The secular world takes religion out of politics. And Britain is the prince of the secular world. Britain issues a declaration known as the Balfour Declaration in November 1917, that it is the intention of His Majesty's government to work for the establishment of a Jewish national home in the Holy Land. Did you hear that? The only thing stranger than that ever occurred in history was the day that the cow jumped over the moon. Why would a secular state, which leads the world of secular states, declare its intention to work for the establishment of a Jewish national home, meaning a Jewish state, in the Holy Land? 2 months later, this was October 1917, in December 1917, it is a British army led by General Allenby which defeats the Ottoman Islamic army and liberates the Holy Land. And when Allenby entered into Jerusalem, the British general declared, "Today, the Crusades are over." Oh, but the Crusades were supposed to have been Christian wars. And you are now a secular state. You're not a Christian state, you're a secular state. How come a secular Britain is continuing a crusade started by the Pope 1,000 years before? That's strange. That is incredibly strange. Between 1918 and 1948, it is the island of Britain which ruled over the Holy Land on a mandate conferred by the League of Nations. And during that period of time, Britain opened the doors for the Jews of Europe to enter into the Holy Land and to reclaim it as their own. But now, the United States takes over from Britain as the new ruling state in the world. In the same way that Britain had a mysterious relationship with the Holy Land and with the Jews, the United States now has that mysterious relationship with the Holy Land and with the Jews. The first country in the world to recognize the state of Israel is the United States of America. It's not by accident. We are located at that moment in time when a day which is like a month is about to...
وصهرها لشعوب العالم في بوتقتها الأخلاقية والقانونية والأزياء والذي اسمه العولمة التي نعيشها الآن يعني. فطبعا الخطاب كما قلنا يعني مر علينا أكثر من 100 ويمكن 140 سنة واقترب من هذا، ففي تقريبا يعني مسار الأحداث في كل القرن العشرين.
The resolution of the DAC Committee for Palestine was adopted by 33 votes, 13 against, 10 abstentions.
Not later than May 16th next, a provisional Jewish government will commence to function in cooperation with the representatives of the United Nations then in Palestine.
When they colonize a part of the world, they do not leave, they do not decolonize until and unless they have put in place institutions which will ensure that that society will continue to be ruled by them, and in the process they seek to transform the rest of mankind into carbon copies of themselves. This never happened before in history. Understand what's happening here, then I've got peanuts in my head. When will I wake up?
Muhammad said that a time would come when the whole world would gather around to plan the destruction of the Muslims, as if they were gathered around a table to take part in a meal. Today the nations of the world are doing just that, around the circular tables of the United Nations General Assembly Hall.
That when we're dealing with the subject of the Antichrist, there is a lot of symbolism involved in it, religious symbolism, which needs to be interpreted.
We have before us the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations a new world order, a world where the rule of law, not the law of the jungle, governs the conduct of nations. When we are successful, and we will be, we have a real chance at this new world order, an order in which a credible United Nations can use its peacekeeping role to fulfill the promise and vision of the UN's founders.
الكلمة الآن للأمين العام للجامعة العربية صاحب السعادة نبيل العربي.
سيادة الرئيس.
Thank you, Mr. President.
اسمحوا لي أن أتقدم بالشكر.
Allow me, sir.
ولأعضاء المجلس على دعوتي للمشاركة في هذا الاجتماع الهام.
I've got an article here entitled "Two Eminent Churchmen Agree."
Yes.
That there actually is, this is a shocker to a lot of people.
Yes.
That there are satanic practices going on at the Vatican. Could that be true?
Yes.
You want to say that? If I was a lawyer and you were on the witness chair, I'd say, would you say
it's out loud? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it is. Now, when we say in the Vatican, it's at a certain level, and there's no doubt about it that there have been and still are practices that are formally venerating Lucifer, the prince of this world. There's no doubt about that.
The people who are hanging out at the United Nations are just simply, in a nutshell, one word, they're Luciferian. And I'm just sorry to report that, but that's just what it is. And so all of the people today who are promoting the United Nations and the concept of world government, whether they know it or whether they don't, whether they're doing it for money or whether they're doing it for power or for whatever reason they're doing it, they are promoting the philosophy and the religion of the Antichrist.
In 1986, Pope John Paul II gathered in Assisi, Italy, the leaders of the world's major religions to pray for peace. There were snake worshippers, fire worshippers, spiritists, animists, Buddhists, Muslims, Hindus, North American witch doctors. I watched in astonishment as they walked to the microphone to pray. The Pope said they were all praying to the same God, and that their prayers were creating a spiritual energy that was bringing about a new climate for peace.
Robert McGinnis with the Family Research Council says it appears the hidden agenda is to unite people under one religious organization so they will peacefully accept UN goals such as population control, abortion rights, and one world government.
A new world order.
This ethnic cleansing that you're hearing about is Christian cleansing throughout the world. And as the Antichrist becomes more powerful, you're just simply going to see more and more and more of it. Now here, we have a picture of John Paul II hand in hand with the communist 33rd degree Mason, Nelson Mandela. Most all the blacks think that Nelson Mandela is the great black hope to South Africa. Here he is shaking hands with the communist Mikhail Gorbachev, who's also a Mason. We are in the middle of spiritual warfare. But the point is that I think some of us, at least, are here because we realize that there's a real problem today. But to people who are on the outside looking in, this is not what they see. They're watching leadership of the Catholic Church meet with members of the Communist Party, like Togliatti in Italy. And they're asking themselves, how can this be? I think we're in the last days. How we got here is anybody's guess, I suppose.
the truth.
Your music can take you anywhere you want to go. And Guitar Center is the best place to start your journey. The greatest guitar sale on earth is going on now. With money-saving deals and special financing on guitars, amps, and accessories from all major brands. Where will your new guitar take you? Guitarathon, going on now at Guitar Center.
Men have always tried to encode secrets. Military communication, love letters, forbidden knowledge. Sooner or later, most secret texts have been decoded. But among all of history's cryptic writings, one has stood out. This text has defied all attempts to unveil its secret for centuries. The Voynich manuscript.
Largely in part due to their desperate desire for a savior, and this is what the elite have counted on. It is through this desperation and demoralization of a collective consciousness, sick and tired of a corrupt system and government, they were able to once again pull off another dog and pony show and manipulate people into believing that once again, things could be different this time. Through the obsolete and meaningless system of voting. Hope and Change 2.0. Unfortunately, this is just another case of meet the new boss, same as the old boss. We are led to believe that Trump is at war with the mainstream media and the establishment, a mainstream media that is mainly Zionist, Jewish owned and operated. Another verifiable fact. Trump is also surrounded and supported by an endless stream of Ashkenazi Jews in his organizations and administration. He is, of course, a quote-unquote lifelong supporter and true friend of Israel, the largest terrorist state in the world. Sadly, most people do not realize that Israel and Mossad intelligence were key players in carrying out 9/11. If Trump truly was for the people, he would help expose the stranglehold of Israel and the Zionist power structure. Keep in mind, the Israel of the Bible is a completely different entity than the modern United Nations created state of Israel, which is a terrorist state of the New World Order. This is a distinction many indoctrinated Christians fail to grasp. America is just a puppet regime of Israel and Zion. A small fraction of the population are finally discovering that this Zionist apparatus controls our Federal Reserve System, corporations, Hollywood, and our media, and have our politicians in their back pockets. An even smaller fraction of the population understands that Trump would never get to where he is if he weren't owned and operated by these same powers. And as they say, the proof is in the pudding. In addition to Trump being a staunch Zionist supporter, all one needs to do is look at who surrounds and supports Donald Trump. Then you will understand how the media versus Trump narrative is just another ruse in Zionist script. The scripted battle between Trump and the Jewish-owned media was the key chessboard move to legitimizing Trump in the eyes of the demoralized populace. A demoralized populace who by now has little to no trust for the so-called dinosaur media. The idea that Trump is at war with a Jewish-owned media while simultaneously surrounded and supported by an army of them is as ridiculous and absurd as it can get, and isn't remotely believable to a small fraction of the population are finally discovering that this Zionist apparatus controls our Federal Reserve System, corporations, Hollywood, and our media, and have our politicians in their back pockets. An even smaller fraction of the population understands that Trump would never get to where he is if he weren't owned and operated by these same powers. And as they say, the proof is in the pudding. In addition to Trump being a staunch Zionist supporter, all one needs to do is look at who surrounds and supports Donald Trump. Then you will understand how the media versus Trump narrative is just another ruse in Zionist script. The scripted battle between Trump and the Jewish-owned media was the key chessboard move to legitimizing Trump in the eyes of the demoralized populace. A demoralized populace who by now has little to no trust for the so-called dinosaur media. The idea that Trump is at war with a Jewish-owned media while simultaneously surrounded and supported by an army of them is as ridiculous and absurd as it can get, and isn't remotely believable to anyone aware of who really owns the media. Many have also been fooled into believing Trump has hinted at 9/11 truth, but this is nothing more than laughable to any real 9/11 researcher. What he has stated publicly on 9/11 thus far has been nothing but lies and misdirection. In addition to being friends with 9/11 perp Rudy Giuliani, Trump has focused on the limited hangout and misdirection angle of Saudi Arabia, which is what gatekeepers, disinfo agents, and the media focuses on, ignoring the huge elephant in the room, Israel. Trump has publicly stated that he saw quote-unquote thousands of Muslim Americans celebrating the 9/11 attacks in New Jersey, which is the biggest lie imaginable. The real truth Trump or your mainstream media will never mention is the only people actually documented celebrating the 9/11 event were a small handful of undercover Israeli Mossad agents who had been in the US for months and some for years, whose operation was busted by a nationwide FBI sting and were captured on the George Washington Bridge with explosives in their van of their front company, Urban Moving Systems.
Deborah Favre, the reports we're getting now, 2 or 3 men arrested on the New Jersey Parkway. Deborah, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. That is the information that I am getting from 2 sources, that there was a van either on the New Jersey Turnpike or the Garden State Parkway, and that it was near the George Washington Bridge. There were 2 or 3 men who were in the van. The van was pulled over. It is not clear why the van was pulled over, but when it was, law enforcers found tons of explosives inside of the van. That is right now all I'm hearing, but again, 2 to 3 people in custody, and we are trying to get more information on that right now.
And word late tonight that 2 suspects are in FBI custody after a truckload of explosives was discovered around the George Washington Bridge. That bridge links New York to New Jersey over the Hudson River. Whether the discovery of those explosives has anything to do with other events of the day is unclear, but the FBI has 2 suspects in hand, said the truck load of explosives, enough explosives were in the truck to do great damage to the George Washington Bridge. But they arrested the 2 suspects and they're questioning them as we speak.
Since 9/11, we have thousands of pages of FBI, CIA, and DOJ reports documenting the arrests made on 9/11. The FBI report outlines the fact that the dancing Israelis were found to have taken 76 photographs, had maps, plane tickets, box cutters, and almost $5,000 in cash. In their 2004 civil lawsuit, the Israeli plaintiffs demanded their possessions and money back, in addition to many other demands. The declassified FBI reports also outlined the little-known fact that additional Israelis driving vans were arrested by police in Ohio, Pennsylvania, and New Hampshire after the 9/11 attack. Numerous trucks and vans with explosives were stopped by police on 9/11. And, as outlandish and unbelievable as it may sound, one of the vans had a mural painted on the side of it depicting a plane crashing into the Twin Towers. This is confirmed by 2 sources. 1, the New York Police radio transmission recordings from the day of 9/11. 2, it was also discussed by U.S. Transportation Secretary Norman Mineta himself in his February 2006 official report titled Saving City Lifelines, Lessons Learned in the 9/11 Terrorist Attacks. The report stated, quote, "There were continuing moments of alarm. A panel truck with a painting of a plane flying into the World Trade Center was stopped near the temporary command post. It proved to be rented to a group of ethnic Middle Eastern people who did not speak English. Fearing that it might be a truck bomb, the NYPD immediately evacuated the area, called out the bomb squad, and detained the occupants until a thorough search was made. The vehicle was found to be an innocent delivery truck." End quote. The report, of course, makes absolutely no mention of the truck exploding or the fact that these Middle Eastern people had actually been Israeli spies.
Spencer, I got a message on that plane. It's a big truck with a mural painted of an airplane diving into New York City and exploding. I don't know what's in the truck. The truck is in between 6th and 7th on King Street. All right, 10-4, I'll send the issue in the bomb squad there for Westgate. The board? With a mural painted, airplane diving into New York, blowing up. 2 men got out of the truck, ran away from it. We got those 2 under. That's good. You got those? Are you holding those 2 guys, Kate?
I've got so many questions, but you are vindicated. This has got to be the 50th time the last 6 months on the radical Muslims celebrating, not just in New Jersey, but New York, Palestine all over. What do you have to say? They're still attacking you, though we've got Dan Rather on video, we've got New York Post, we've got Washington Post, we've got, I mean, what's going on here? On the radical Muslims celebrating, not just in New Jersey, but New York, Palestine, all over. What do you have to say? They're still attacking you, though we've got Dan Rather on video, we've got New York Post, we've got Washington Post, we've got, I mean, what's going on here?
Well, I took a lot of heat, and I was very strong on it.
Of course, even though Israel's involvement in 9/11 is now documented, proven, and verifiable fact, this information has been well swept under the radar. Most Americans will never realize what took place regarding the many Israeli spies arrested and detained on 9/11, only to be later released and sent back to Israel. This information will never be mentioned or covered by the mainstream media, let alone Donald Trump, and that is because he is obviously in bed with Israel and the Mossad. Michael Aboud, Communications Coordinator, Donald J. Trump for President, Sephardic Jew. Paul Eschleitner, Chairman, Supervisory Board, Deutsche Bank, Donald Trump's largest lender, Ashkenazi Jew. Miriam Adelson, Endorser, Donald J. Trump for President, Donor, Future 45 PAC, Finance Vice Chairman, Trump Presidential Inaugural Committee, Ashkenazi Jew. Sheldon Adelson, Endorser, Donald J. Trump for President, Donor, Future 45 PAC, Finance Vice Chairman, Trump Presidential Inaugural Committee, Ashkenazi Jew. Paul Atkins, Member, President Trump's Strategic and Policy Forum, Ashkenazi Jew. Brian Ballard, Finance Vice Chairman, Trump Presidential Inaugural Committee, Ashkenazi Jew. Elliot Broidy, Vice Chairman, Trump Victory Committee, Finance Vice Chairman, Trump Presidential Inaugural Committee, Ashkenazi Jew. Safra Katz, Executive Committee Member, Trump Presidential Transition Team, Ashkenazi Jew. Michael Cohen, Executive Vice President and Special Counsel, the Trump Organization, Ashkenazi Jew. Gary Cohn, Director, United States National Economic Council, Ashkenazi Jew. Delos Cosgrove, Member, President Trump's Strategic and Policy Forum, Ashkenazi Jew. Gil Deser, President, Trump Desert Development, Ashkenazi Jew. Michael Deser, Founder, Trump Desert Development, Ashkenazi Jew. Louis Eisenberg, Chairman, Trump Victory Committee, Finance Co-Chairman, Trump Presidential Inaugural Committee, Ashkenazi Jew. Boris Epstein, Senior Advisor, Donald J. Trump for President, Ashkenazi Jew. Stephen Feinberg, Donor, Trump Victory Fund, Member, Trump Economic Advisory Council, Ashkenazi Jew. Lawrence Fink, Member, President Trump's Strategic and Policy Forum, Ashkenazi Jew. Alan Fishman, Chairman, Ladder Capital, Donald Trump's second largest lender, Ashkenazi Jew. David Friedman, Co-Chairman, Israel Advisory Committee for Donald Trump, United States Ambassador to Israel, Ashkenazi Jew. Samuel Fox, Vice Chairman, Trump Victory Committee, Ashkenazi Jew. Alan Garten, Executive Vice President and General Counsel, the Trump Organization, Ashkenazi Jew. Bruce Gelb, Endorser, Donald J. Trump for President, Ashkenazi Jew. Michael Glassner, Deputy Campaign Manager and National Political Director, Donald J. Trump for President, Special Advisor for Operations, Trump Presidential Transition Team, Ashkenazi Jew. Lawrence Glick, Executive Vice President of Strategic Development, the Trump Organization, Ashkenazi Jew. Jason Greenblatt, Executive Vice President and Chief Legal Officer, the Trump Organization, Co-Chairman, Israel Advisory Committee for Donald J. Trump, President Trump's Special Representative for International Negotiations, Ashkenazi Jew. Vincent Harris, Former Digital Strategy Manager, Donald J. Trump for President, Ashkenazi Jew. Thomas Hicks Sr., Finance Vice Chairman, Trump Presidential Inaugural Committee, Ashkenazi Jew. Carl Icahn, Endorser, Donald J. Trump for President, Special Advisor to the President for Regulatory Reform, Ashkenazi Jew. Gail Icahn, Finance Vice Chairman, Trump Presidential Inaugural Committee, Ashkenazi Jew. Robert Eager, Member, President Trump's Strategic and Policy Forum,
Make Will Man.
We've got a new boss! Truly one of the most exciting, over-the-top, electric moments that we've witnessed on this program! What a memorable moment in the history of this program and in the history of this organization!
You're gonna get one. The new world order is taking over professional wrestling.
Oh my goodness! He's back! Look at that move!
Right there, right there.
You work for Time Warner Cable?
Right there.
Is that who you work for?
I work for Alex Jones. Who do you work for?
You work for President
I work
Time
for InfoWars. INFOWARS.com. It's a website.
InfoWars.com.
Okay,
that's what I'm asking, so I can tell who you work for.
So they don't like us filming the work they're doing out here. Is that what you're saying?
Bionic Dan Badandi here tonight, New World Wrestling. It is your first match here in New World after you've severed ties with the Apex Corporation and Johnny Fabulous. And tonight, you take on your former tag team partner, Mr. TA, in one of the most vicious matches ever in New World Wrestling, a chain match. What's going to happen tonight?
Plain and simple, just revenge. And I live by two things, ground and pound.
Ladies and gentlemen, here tonight, New World Wrestling, a huge chain match between Bionic Dan Badandi and Mr. TA.
يلا علي يلا علي يلا علي يا ابوي راحت
Your music can take you anywhere you want to go. And Guitar Center is the best place to start your journey. The greatest guitar sale on earth is going on now. With money-saving deals and special financing on guitars, amps, and accessories from all major brands. Where will your new guitar take you? Guitarathon, going on now at Guitar Center.
Ashkenazi Jew. Travis Kalanick, member, President Trump's Strategic and Policy Forum, Ashkenazi Jew. Peter Calico, donor, Trump Victory Fund, Ashkenazi Jew. Daniel Kowalski, Deputy Policy Director, Donald J. Trump for President, member, Trump Economic Advisory Council, Ashkenazi Jew. Charles Kushner, endorser, Donald J. Trump for President, donor, Make America Great Again PAC, Ashkenazi Jew. Jared Kushner, Senior Advisor, Donald J. Trump for President, Executive Committee Member, Trump Presidential Transition Team, Ashkenazi Jew. Yael Kushner, Ivanka Trump, Executive Vice President, The Trump Organization, Senior Advisor, Donald J. Trump for President, Executive Committee Member, Trump Presidential Transition Team, Orthodox Jewish convert. Bennett LeBeau, donor, Trump Victory Fund, Ashkenazi Jew. Richard Lesser, member, President Trump's Strategic and Policy Forum, Ashkenazi Jew. Ronald Lieberman, Executive Vice President of Management and Development, The Trump Organization, Ashkenazi Jew. Howard Lorber, donor, Trump Victory Fund, member, Trump Economic Advisory Council, Ashkenazi Jew. David Malpass, member, Trump Economic Advisory Council, Ashkenazi Jew. Douglas Manchester, donor, Make America Great Again PAC, Ashkenazi Jew. Bernard Marcus, endorser, Donald J. Trump for President, donor, Rebuilding America Now PAC, donor, Make America #1 PAC, Ashkenazi Jew. Rebecca Mercer, donor, Make America #1 PAC, Executive Committee Member, Trump Presidential Transition Team, Ashkenazi Jew. Robert Mercer, donor, Make America #1 PAC, Ashkenazi Jew. Amanda Miller, Vice President of Marketing, The Trump Organization, Ashkenazi Jew. Eli Miller, Chief Operating Officer, Donald J. Trump for President, Ashkenazi Jew. Jason Miller, Senior Communications Advisor, Donald J. Trump for President, Communications Director, Trump Presidential Transition Team, Communications Director and Assistant to the President, the White House, Ashkenazi Jew. Stephen Miller, National Policy Director, Donald J. Trump for President, National Policy Director, Trump Presidential Transition Team, Senior Advisor to the President for Policy, the White House, Ashkenazi Jew. Stephen Mnuchin, donor, Trump Victory Fund, member, Trump Economic Advisory Council, National Finance Chairman, Donald J. Trump for President, Executive Committee Member, Trump Presidential Transition Team, Secretary, United States Department of Treasury, Ashkenazi Jew. Elon Musk, member, President Trump's Strategic and Policy Forum, Ashkenazi Jew. Samuel Nunberg, former policy advisor, Donald J. Trump for President, Ashkenazi Jew. David Orowitz, Senior Vice President of Acquisitions and Development, The Trump Organization, Ashkenazi Jew. Jeffrey Palmer, donor, Rebuilding America Now PAC, Ashkenazi Jew. John Paulson, donor, Trump Victory Fund, member, Trump Economic Advisory Council, Ashkenazi Jew. Laura Perlmutter, donor, Trump Victory Fund, Finance Vice Chairman, Trump Presidential Inaugural Committee, Ashkenazi Jew. Andrew Puzder, Secretary, United States Department of Labor, Ashkenazi Jew. Stuart Rauer, endorser, Donald J. Trump for President, Ashkenazi Jew. Richard Roberts, Vice Chairman, Israel Advisory Committee for Donald Trump, Ashkenazi Jew. George Ross, Executive Vice President and Senior Counsel, The Trump Organization, Ashkenazi Jew. Wilbur Ross Jr., billionaire investor and former Senior Managing Director of Rothschilds Incorporated for 25 years, Secretary of Commerce, donor, Trump Victory Fund, member, Trump Economic Advisory Council, Secretary, United States Department of Commerce, Ashkenazi Jew. Stephen Roth, donor, Trump Victory Fund, member, Trump Economic Advisory Council, Ashkenazi Jew. Keith Schiller, Director of Security, The Trump Organization, Ashkenazi Jew. Stephen Schwartzman, Chairman, President Trump's Strategic and Policy Forum, Ashkenazi Jew. Melvin Sembler, Vice Chairman, Trump Victory Committee, Finance Vice Chairman, Trump Presidential Inaugural Committee, Ashkenazi Jew. Yaakov Shehem, endorser, Donald J. Trump for President, donor, Trump Victory Fund, Ashkenazi Jew. Mark Short, Senior Advisor to Vice President-elect, Trump Presidential Transition Team, Ashkenazi Jew. Peter Thiel, endorser, Donald J. Trump for President, donor, Trump Victory Fund, donor, Rebuilding America Now PAC, donor, Make America #1 PAC, Executive Committee Member, Trump Presidential Transition Team, Ashkenazi Jew. Lara Trump, endorser, Donald J. Trump for President, Ashkenazi Jew. Vanessa Trump, endorser, Donald J. Trump for President, Ashkenazi Jew. Kevin Warsh, member, President Trump's Strategic and Policy Forum, Ashkenazi Jew. Mark Weinberger, member, President Trump's Strategic and Policy Forum, Ashkenazi Jew. Ronald Weiser, Vice Chairman, Trump Victory Committee, Finance Vice Chairman, Trump Presidential Inaugural Committee, Ashkenazi Jew. Andrew Weiss, Executive Vice President, the Trump Organization, Ashkenazi Jew. Alan Weisselberg, Executive Vice President and Chief Financial Officer, the Trump Organization, Ashkenazi Jew. Lawrence Weitzner, Advisor, Donald J. Trump for President, Ashkenazi Jew. Stephen Witkoff, Donor, Trump Victory Fund, Ashkenazi Jew. Stephen Wynn, Financial Vice Chairman, Trump Presidential Inaugural Committee, Ashkenazi Jew. Richard Lefrak, Donor, Trump Victory Fund, Ashkenazi Jew.
Hello and welcome to the second in our tape series. We are going on a guided tour through the Laseria map collection. We do not have enough time to show every map. However, we will look at some very old maps, as well as some new maps, some old map books. Hello and welcome to the second in our tape series. We are going on a guided tour through the Laseria map collection. We do not have enough time to show every map. However, we will look at some very old maps, as well as some new maps, some old map books, and some new map books. Together, we will carefully examine some of the rarest and strangest maps in the world. This program is intended to be scholarly because it is based entirely on fact. However, your own conclusions will determine whether or not you believe what you see is true. It will not take a cartologist to appreciate and understand these maps. However, it would be necessary to have some interest in factual history. We would like for this program to cause you to think and challenge certain principles that you've been taught. We would like for you to ask questions that you never dreamed of asking before. To begin our journey, we're going to go back to the year 1805. Alright, the first map we're going to show you is from 1805, and it is an Arrowsmith Lewis. You'll notice it is a black and white map, and we start to see a couple of names crop up. Right here we have Davis C. And Davis explored this region from 1585 to 1587. And here, of course, you'll notice the Hudson Sea, Hudson Straits. And Henry Hudson was in this area in the 1610, 1611 time frame. You notice right here, Southampton Island is actually a peninsula. And for some reason, Southampton Island is a peninsula on virtually every map of North America that was done between the years 1650 and 1820. Now, right here we have Greenland, and we have a huge white expanse here, which we're assuming is unexplored, unknown. We don't see a lot of detail in these islands right here in this area. It just looks like a horn going up north of the Hudson Bay, attaching itself to the body of the continent. But as we'll see later, there are a bunch of islands here. And coming over to this area, you'll notice the country of Alaska, this area, the territory of Alaska, doesn't have a name, But the word Alaska does appear right here at the Aleutian Islands. That's the only place Alaska is listed. This was a respected map in its day. It was perhaps published in small atlases for basic high school, college reference work. It is an 1805 Arrowsmith Lewis. Okay, the next map we're going to show you is a J.H. Colton from 1855. Now, Colton was well known for his fine embroideries of all of his engravings and printings. Absolutely beautiful. And his accuracy was well detailed too. You'll notice the Gulf of Mexico here, Central America, eastern coast of North America, the west coast of North America. Right here you'll notice it says British possessions, and right here it says United States. Now we're going to look a little closer in this area, starting here with Greenland. Greenland has a new shape, but it stops right up here. And we have a few more names. There's Frobisher, who was in this area in the 1570s. And Baffin Bay. Baffin, of course, was here in the early 1600s. You'll notice Southampton Island is now an island. That's pretty accurate. And Hudson Bay looks well detailed. And there are a couple of important rivers that go into Hudson Bay. And you'll notice in this area the islands are starting to break up more, perhaps revealing a northwest passage through here. And right over here we come to Russian America. The word Alaska can only be found right here where the Aleutians are. And back up here you will notice an expanse of white, which we are assuming is unexplored. Now, a couple of years before this map was printed, there was an explorer named Robert McClure who'd said he'd traveled through the Northwest Passage, and he was the first. But there are other accounts way before then, such as the one in 1595, when the merchant trader Michael Locke reported that he'd met up with an old Greek sailor in Venice, and this Greek sailor had told him that he had been through the Northwest Passage in 1592. Now, there was a lot of controversy when this map was made concerning the Northwest Passage. And in 1845 there was an expedition launched by Sir John Franklin. He set out to look for the Northwest Passage, but he and his crew and his ship vanished, never to be seen again. Once again, this is a beautiful full-color map from 1855 by J.H. Colton. Our next map is a full-color Johnson Ward, printed in 1862 at the height of the Uncivil War. Let's notice the same things we've noticed in some of the other maps. Coastline, eastern North America, looks very good. Florida, the west coast is very accurate. The Hudson Bay is even more accurate. Southampton Island is actually much larger. Hudson Strait. We can see the detail on all these islands through here. Perhaps a couple of ways that a sailor, an explorer, could get through the Northwest Passage. Looking over here at Greenland, the east coast of Greenland is somewhat very undefined. There's a couple of new apparitions, some new inlets in Greenland. And here we have the expanse of white again. And coming down to Alaska, we still have Russian possessions. The word Alaska is only on the Aleutians. Now, our history books tell us that in 1867, Alaska was purchased by the United States from Russia. But that's not really true. The United States actually purchased Alaska from the Russian-American Fur Trading Company. The Russian-American Fur Trading Company owned this entire region. It was a company. The Eskimo originally inhabited this area. In 1867, when Alaska was purchased, there were 26,500 native Eskimo and less than 1,400 fur trading workers. The territory was purchased for $7,200,000. I wonder how much they gave the Eskimo for that. Once again, this is a map crafted in 1862 by Johnson and Ward. Our next map was crafted in 1873 by J. David Williams. This is also a beautiful full-color map. United States. Many of the states are starting to take their modern-day shapes. And we have a lot more detail in this area. Now we see literally hundreds of islands and many, many different passageways through these islands. We might ask, how come other explorers didn't know this region had so many islands and passageways? But most every one of them are named after some explorer from one time period or another. Back up here, we see the east coast of Greenland is starting to take its shape. We stop right here on Greenland, except for this area. Of course, we have again our huge white expanse of what we are believing is unexplored territory at the time. Alaska is now called United States territory. The search for the Northwest Passage at this time kind of took a back seat to the fact that the Suez Canal opened up, and at the same time we are told that explorers ceased to look for the Northeast Passage also. Going back in 1905, Royal Amundsen traversed the Northwest Passage, going close to the North Pole up in the Arctic Ocean. But there are earlier accounts, as well as the ones mentioned previously. In 1640, there supposedly was an Admiral Fonte de Fuca who'd claimed that he'd sailed through the Northwest Passage not once, but twice. And in the mid-1700s, there were several accounts given, many different explorers and sailors stating that they had been through the Northwest Passage. Most every one of the early explorers claimed of seeing open polar seas in this area, vast bodies of water. In 1652, a gentleman named Joseph Moxon recorded that he had met up with a Dutch sailor who had just returned from a voyage to the North Pole, stating that the vessel he was on had achieved 2 degrees beyond the North Pole, where they came upon an open sea. The weather had changed quite suddenly, and his quote was, "It was as warm as Amsterdam in the summer." Once again, this is from 1873, a J. David Williams. Our next map is of Antarctica. This is a map from 1906. Couple of things of interest. There are many explorers. Here's out of the Cape Horn, originating, coming all the way around here. South America right here. And the distance here is nowhere near as much as it actually ended up being on the modern maps. And out of the early explorers to the Antarctic, this particular map shows the travels of Bruce in 1904, the travels of Scott, his 2 voyages, 1903 and 1902. And as you can see, there were other explorers in here, but for some reason, the coastline of Antarctica is very vague. There's actually places where there are 2 or 3 coastlines. Let's assume that it was because of ice flow and drift and glacial activity. And we're just going to flip this map over. And show the Arctic region. And here we can begin to see all of these explorers here. It wasn't a question at this time in 1906 whether or not there was a Northwest Passage. The elusive Northwest Passage, as well as the Northeast Passage, was no big deal. Had several explorers. There were explorers in this entire area many times over. This map shows Nansen's trip, 1895. Shows Robert McClure's journey, the 1850s. Shows Cagney's journey of 1900. Very intricately done, smaller map. See all these islands down here? Alaska. This is from 1906. Our next map doesn't have a date on it. It's a small map also, black and white. And for a couple of reasons, it's one of my favorites. The date I'm going to attach to it is between 1910 and 1912 because of the journeys that it shows. It includes on this map the journey of Peary in 1909. Now, this map indicates that Peary left here north of Greenland and went straight to the North Pole and straight back. I find that extremely peculiar, even by today's explorers, to go straight to a point and then come straight back. It's virtually impossible. Another peculiarity of this and other polar region, North Polar region maps is that they fail to mention the journeys of Frederick Cook. Frederick Cook claimed that he'd gotten to the North Pole before Peary. And when they were before Congress, the two of them proved without any question that neither one of them had gotten to the North Pole. Another peculiarity with this map is that in this area right here, in 1881, the Jeannette was crushed. The commander of the Jeannette was De Long. De Long and his men died in Siberia, but the wreckage of the Jeannette drifted. This line right here says the drift line of the Jeannette wreckage. The Jeannette wrecked here and then drifted all the way down through the North Pole, coming down this way all the way to the southern tip of Greenland. The wreckage traveled 3,500 miles. And if we are to believe that this is all polar ice cap, how did this boat, this ship that wrecked, drift 3,500 miles down here? Once again, this is a North Polar Region map from approximately 1912. Now we're going to show you an old book. This is a very old book. It's almost 300 years old. We're showing this because many of our scholar friends wanted to see this when they found out that it was in the collection. Voyages and Travels in 4 volumes. And if we can see the date down here, 1704. A Voyage Round the World by Dr. John Francis Gemelli Carreri. The map that we're going to show you from this book is of Greenland. Towards the end of the book, we find this beautifully detailed map of Greenland. Several items of interest. Here's an island which perhaps could be Grönland, Greenland, the east coast of Greenland, and it shows a body of land right here, and over here says Witch's Land. The story in this book is an account of 8 men who were stranded in Greenland for 9 months and 12 days. And there are many, many fascinating stories that these gentlemen recorded. One of the most interesting was when they were starved, on the verge of starvation. They heard something outside their tent, and they ran out and saw a mother bear with her cub. And as soon as they saw the bear saw them, and they charged each other. 6 of the men with their lances, pikes, spears, swords, whatever, ran to meet the bear. She saw food, and they saw food. So the charge was on. And when they met in the middle, there was a furious battle. A lot of blood. But the 6 sailors who were stranded did manage to kill the bear. The cub ran off. And they ate the meat as they would and left the rest to just freeze until it was all gone with the exception of the liver. And the men, thinking that more food would come up, left the liver for the last part. And since they had no food at that time, they ate the liver of this bear. And about 2 days later, all of their skin fell off. This is a classic example of an overdose of vitamin A. Once again, this is a map of Greenland from a book published in London in the year 1704. Alright, we're going to take a look now for a few minutes at just a typical globe that you could find in most any high school library. You'll notice Greenland right here. Greenland was supposedly discovered in 1070 by the Nordic explorers, at which time they called it Vinland. But there were also other places in Canada, along the coast here, that at one time or another were called Vinland. In 1854, there was an explorer named Kent Kane who made it to the north of Greenland here, and he got out of the ship, went to the tallest cliffs on the coast, and he looked out, and he recorded that he saw vast open polar seas with no ice and heavy breakers. But before this time, we are taught that everyone thought the world was flat. If we look a little bit closer, we can find that Julius Caesar in 50 BC had a problem with the old Roman calendar, which consisted of 355 days in its solar year. Julius Caesar chose to make the new Roman calendar with 365 days in the year, and every fourth year a leap year was added to the end of February. And what does that tell us? That tells us that Julius Caesar, with his experts, knew that not only was the earth round, but it took 365 days to circumnavigate the sun. They also were fully aware that there were almost 24 hours in a given day. This causes a problem with the dogma of the Middle Ages, stating that the world was thought to be flat. Now we're going to look at some old maps written in Latin, and we're going to bring up our Latin expert, Paul Vanetti.
Now I would like to show you a 1507 map printed by Johannes Ruisch of Amsterdam of the geography of Ptolemy. It is very important to understand that throughout the Middle Ages and late into the 1400s and 1500s, Latin was the predominant language, for Western Europe was run by the Catholic Church, and therefore all intellectuals had to know Latin, and it was the only language for which all Catholic intellectuals could communicate with one another. It is also very important to understand that in the late 1300s there were many prominent Portuguese sailors, and up into the 1400s many from Spain and Holland who began sailing out into the Atlantic Ocean and into the Pacific Ocean in order to find trade routes to the east. Now, in order for them to be able to navigate, they had to learn basic geography and cartography. And the major cartographic maps they used at that time were those maps coming from the geography of Claudius Ptolemy. Claudius Ptolemy was from Alexandria and lived from 90 AD to 160 AD. Through his brilliancy, he was able to copy a large portion of the globe, and he figured out a method of calculations to put a sphere on parchment and retain accurate measurements. He was able to map out most of Europe, Africa, and Asia, and he was able to calculate degrees latitude and longitude, and he also figured out that the Earth was tilted at 23.5 degrees. So that was back in the 1st century AD, and the world was mapped as if it were a sphere. So therefore, in the 13 and 1400s, all these sailors and explorers knew that the Earth was round. This map is a copy from a Dover Publishing Company book called Claudius Ptolemy, the Geography, and it can be obtained in any bookstore. This particular 1507 map was drawn with all the knowledge of exploration at that time, and all the coordinates that were brought forth by Claudius Ptolemy were included in that map, and any new lands discovered were added. There's some very interesting points in this 1507 map. It is one of the first maps that shows the newly discovered lands in the Americas. Let us home in on this area down here known as Terra Sancta Crucis. So you can see it is actually a detailed description of the northern coast of South America, which was explored and mapped in the late 1490s. You can see the winding of the continent, what is now Brazil, and going further down south. And up here you notice the islands of the Caribbean, island of Hispaniola, which Christopher Columbus was on, as well as the Antilles. And over here you see a portion of another island, which could possibly be Cuba, or it could be a portion of Mexico. One thing that was very significant then, using the measurements of Claudius Ptolemy, was that they believed that all these newly discovered lands belonged to the Asian continent. Now let us go slightly further north here. As you can see, as you sail westwards from Europe, you encounter a portion of land here in the north which had been discovered at that time, and this is what could be a portion of North America. This portion right here could be a portion of Newfoundland or maybe even Cape Cod, but this is actually resembles a portion of North America. Then down here, this resembles a portion of Asia and China. So they believe that the new continent they discovered was actually a part of Asia. One way, let's read how this area here is described in the Terra Sancta Crucis. It actually translates to the land of the Sacred Southern Cross, or New World. This paragraph here talks about when the first explorers landed, they could see a savage race of natives in there that were headhunters and cannibals, and the climate was extremely harsh and tropical. It's a very good welcome to the New World. Further south, this little sentence here describes how Portuguese sailors entered the frigid zone and were able to reach the 90th degree or the South Pole. Could it be possible that 400 years ago Portuguese sailors actually reached the Antarctic Pole and beat Scott and Amundsen? Let us now show briefly the continent of Africa. You can see the African continent is in great detail, and by 1507 numerous Portuguese explorers and traders as well as Spaniards have been able to circumnavigate Africa in search of the Spice Islands in the east. It was a very important trade route. Over here you see Madagascar and some of the islands in India. And also, let us go over all the way to Asia. And it shows several very nice islands such as Java Major, Java Minor. And these islands here are described as very rich gold producing and spice producing islands, which were the goal of most of these sailors in order to gather the spices and gold in order to trade. Also up here is a small description of China, and they also describe a small island called Chipango, which is the modern Japan. and they talk about people living there that are not very friendly, and the country itself is divided in several small kingdoms with all these little kings fighting one another. Can remind you of the shoguns of Japan, which were prevalent at that time. Okay, over here is a pretty good map of India, and as it goes further down you can see it vined, which could be part of Burma. And to the south of India there's an island here, and the script here describes that on that island lived a people that were famous for being diplomats. They learned many languages, and their people became ambassadors to all the countries in the Near and the Far East. Let us look here to the text. And this is a very detailed text describing the different climatic regions and also the different areas where there's maximum and minimum daylight hours and the divisions of day and night. Very accurately mapped details. And they had a lot of knowledge back then. Now let us look up here to the north. You can see 4 islands and a multitude of channels going through right to the North Pole, which appears to be a circular sea. This is very significant, keep that in mind. You must also understand that these maps of the geography of Ptolemy were used by Christopher Columbus and other explorers of his time. The significance of the map is that it was one of the last maps that shows the New World and Asia connected. In later editions, you see a difference. You see the New World showing all by itself, and that came about after 1521, after Ferdinand Magellan circumnavigated the globe and proven that the New World was separate from the Asian continent.
Okay, now we're going to take a small break, and we're going to feature a couple of books, and this is one of them. The Mapping of North America by John Goss. It is a Rand McNally publication and can be purchased at most any bookstore or special ordered for less than $100. We're going to refer to this book. Okay, the first map that we're going to show you from this book is on page 35. And it is a copy of the map engraved in 1570 by a very famous map maker named Abraham Ortelius. This map shows North America and South America, Gulf of Mexico here, the Hudson Bay here, and all the way over here we see that tiny island of Friesland. Right here. You see Greenland right here, and Friesland right here in the upper corner. It's a very beautiful map, crafted in 1570. This is not an original. This is a copy taken from the book, The Mapping of North America. Moving right along, the next map we're going to show you from the same book was done in 1594 by Dotacom. Now, a couple of things of significance here. This was a well-respected navigational map, as you can see, with all the lines traversing the ocean. There's a huge, beautiful sea monster right here. And right up here, we're going to look at Greenland first. This is the west coast of Greenland, and the east coast of Greenland going up through here. Right here is Iceland. And right here is Friesland again. You'll notice there are about 13 different cities and towns, places recorded on Friesland. Again, this is a 1594 copy from the book The Mapping of North America by John Goss. This is a dodecom. We are also in this presentation going to feature several maps from this book, also by John Goss, The Mapmaker's Art, a Rand McNally publication. This book can also be purchased at most any reputable bookstore or special ordered for perhaps less than $100. The first map from this book that we're going to feature is found on pages 97 and 98. And we're going to bring into the picture a cartographer of old named Gerard Mercator, who lived from the year 1512 to 1594. This particular map, very beautiful map, was engraved by his grandson, one of his grandsons, named Romuald Mercator. This map was engraved in 1587. Gerard Mercator was recognized for his brilliant ability to make maps. He was very highly respected throughout Northern Europe. In 1577, Gerard Mercator wrote a letter to Dr. John Dees explaining that there were 4 rivers up in the northern region that had a very strong flow. This flow was inward, towards the North Pole. And when sailors got trapped in these rivers, there was virtually no way to get out. John Dees, will point out, was somewhat of a 16th century Aleister Crowley. He was into the occult and mysticism, magic. He was tried and convicted of using magic. There are many texts on this map of 1587 done by Romuald Mercator, patterned entirely after his grandfather's map of 1569, which at that time was the most famous world map in all of Europe. Now we're going to examine some of these scripts on this map.
There is an important difference in this map of the late 1500s to the Ptolemaic maps of the early 1500s. So you notice there is a division of a western and an eastern hemisphere, and you can clearly see that the North American continent is separated from Asia. There's also a discovery recently made at that time of a new southern continent known as Terra Australis. Let us now examine some of the important script on this map. Let us go to New Guinea. This reads that the island of New Guinea is a recently discovered island, and it was once believed that it could have been part of Terra Australis. Below it shows this landmass was named after its discoverer Ferdinand Magellan, and is also called occasionally Terra Magellanica instead of Terra Australis, named after Ferdinand Magellan. As we go further eastwards, we see a landmass here known as Tierra del Fuego, and it was believed that this southern tip of South America was part of this continent of Terra Australis. Now as we go further to the other hemisphere, this sentence here clearly states a distance between this point of Terra Australis to the Cape of Good Hope in southern Africa is approximately 450 leagues distance, which is actually about 1,300 miles. So sailors have reached the Antarctic continent. Another good piece of evidence to that is that in this paragraph sentence here states that Portuguese sailors encountered birds of an enormous size. They must have been describing the penguins on Antarctica. Over here it describes that between the islands of St. Laurent and Los Romeros there is a current which changes occasionally in direction from clockwise to counterclockwise. Between this Los St. Laurent, which is today's Madagascar, and this little island of Los Romeros. Further inland here describes that these vast areas are written about in a book by Paolo Venetti and Ludwig Watermann. There's some other descriptions of this Terra Australis up here. Up here it describes a gold-producing province, and further south a land of many or multiple aromas, land of wildflowers. Now it is important to note that they believed what could have been a discovery of what is known as Australia today, which is tropical. They probably believed at that time that it was a complete part of the Terra Australis or Antarctica. They were all one continent. Over here it describes an island of many riches and spices, one of the sought islands of the Western explorers and traders, and it also shows a multitude of islands known as Spice Islands in the east. Let us go to North America, and this text here reads, America, or New India, discovered in 1492 by Christopher Columbus and claimed for the Kingdom of Castile. Now let us go to the far north, and it shows 4 islands, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 islands crisscrossed by rivers. This paragraph here describes that between these 4 islands are 4 rivers that flow in a northward direction and empty into a central sea around the pole up here. Over here on this island, the description reads that it's the healthiest island in the north. Now let us go to the northern part of the eastern hemisphere. This island is described as having inhabitants that are 4 foot tall, which they call pygmies. And over on this island, it gives a description of this river here, and it describes that this river has such a strong current flowing northwards that it never freezes throughout the whole year. A very interesting and advanced map for its time.
Okay, now we're going to see some more of Gerard Mercator's work. This map is on page 86 and half of 87 in the book Mapmaker's Art. Many significant things concerning this map. It is one of Gerard Mercator's most famous maps. You'll notice this is the northern hemisphere, with the 90th parallel being in the center. You will also notice that there is a navigational meridian placed here. We'll find out why later. You will notice here the detail of the Hudson Bay. And right here, we have Southampton Island. No question about it. This right here is the northern coast of North America. This is the northern coast coming over to Alaska. Point Barrow is about right here, and this Alaska is upside down, and it is missing the very important Aleutians. It is called the region of California, as was the entire west coast of North America. Right here we have what later became the Bering Straits, northern Siberia, Nova Zembla, northern Europe, Spitzenbergen, right here. And right here we can see a very detailed map, very detailed, very accurate, of the coastline of Norway. And if you look right down here, you can see the tip of Scotland. Iceland is right here. Moving over, we see Friesland again, and we can see also that right here is the 350th meridian line. And we can come up a little bit more. For many years it was believed that Greenland had a large island at its southern tip, which was not true. And here is Greenland. And up here in this corner, the upper left-hand corner of the map, we find again Friesland, but it's in much more detail now. All these wonderful places. There's little castles here, tiny villages, and Friesland is well documented. Now we're going to look at the script contained in these 4 islands, which we will see are called the Bargos Islands, with a mysterious apparition here in the center.
Let me describe to you the script that is on the landmass in the north. First, let us go up here. This describes the North Magnetic Pole. Let us now go to the physical pole. In dead center, it says Rupes nigra et altissima. Describes a very dark and high canyon right in the middle of the pole. Let us now go to this island over here at the top left. It describes that from the ocean there enter 4 rivers that flow northwards into the pole, and there are 19 openings from those rivers into the ocean. These rivers flow northward and empty into the Central Sea, and then empty into the very dark mountain or canyon, and they empty into the inner earth. This canyon is approximately 33 leagues wide, which is, I believe, about 100 miles. Now let us go down here. This describes that this is the healthiest and most fabulous island in the north. This here describes that this river or channel flows northwards and is divided, and it has 3 openings into the outer sea, and this particular channel is approximately 37 leagues wide. Over here on this island, it describes that here live small people or pygmies about 4 foot tall, which are called Skrælingers in Greenland. Now over here, it describes that this particular river, its flow is so great northwards that it never freezes during the year. Over here, it describes that in this part of the north lie the Bargo Islands, which can be read in the book by Paolo Venetti. and they circle the pole in the sea. Another significant thing about this particular river here is that it only freezes 3 months out of the year. It is blocked right there. 3 months out of the year. Now let us go further down here to the Hudson Bay. She already described this island as Southampton Island. It describes that this particular sea is made of fresh water and its extent is unknown to its natives in Canada. A very detailed map by Gerard Mercator.
The next map that we're going to show you is a Michael Mercator map from 1595, and it was used up to 1636. Michael Mercator was also a grandson of Gerard Mercator. As you can see, he was a brilliant engraver. Now, we are not sure if he was a cousin or a brother to Romuald Mercator, but they had to be one or the other. Many significant things of this map. As you can see, it shows the Western Hemisphere. We have Terra Australis down here, North America here, South America here. This is a plaque that we found at an antique store. No one there knew what it was, but we did, and we picked it up very cheap. The script in the New Guinea section is virtually the same as what we read you earlier. The script here in Terra Australis is also the same. You can see the space between the two getting wider. We have the same script up here in North America concerning Christopher Columbus. Up to the north, once again, we have the Bargos Islands. And over here, we have a script that tells how the Amazon River had been completely discovered and mapped. Once again, this map was printed in several different editions from the year 1595 up to 1636. This is indeed one of the latter renditions of the map. It is also important to point out that this map has Friesland right here in the far top corner, top edge. Well-crafted map by Michael Mercator, grandson of Gerard Mercator. Okay, we're quickly going to show you several other very famous maps that featured Friesland. This is taken from page 62 of Mapping of North America by John Goss. And this map was used widely between 1627 and 1676. It is the first English map. It is done by John Speed and printed in London. And it does feature Friesland in the upper corner. The next page will show the famous Blau map of 1630. It also has Friesland up here, the upper edge, and then again on page 64 we have a Hendrik Hondius map, which also shows Friesland, the upper border, and Hondius tutored under the great Gerard Mercator. Now we're going to enter into the picture a very famous engraver and one of the most controversial figures of his time, Matthias Quadus. Matthias Quadus lived from 1557 to 1613. He was hailed as a brilliant geographer and a master engraver. His engraving style of maps was somewhat different from others. He took the known regions and mapped them as if they were on a cylinder, which made navigation by his maps easier. But at the same time, it distorted the northern and southern regions. There was a gentleman named Bussemacher who printed his maps for him in various atlases, and they operated out of Cologne, Germany. This map was crafted by Matthias Quadus in the year 1600. This was the year that Matthias Quadus was banned by the church. And in the northern region here, you can see two huge bodies of land here and here, and a region of water coming down right along in here, as if it were a river. And now we're going to show you another controversial Matthias Quadus map. This is now an original 1600 Matthias Quadus manuscript from a small atlas printed by Bussemacher. This is the reverse of the map. As you can see, it is mounted in double glass. This is Terra Australis. There are many significant things concerning this map. It is actually two maps. This right here shows the Straits of Magellan, which are called Magellanicum. This right here is Terra Australis, but it actually looks more like Antarctica as we know it today. Right here we have New Guinea. And this region right here to the north was called Terra del Fuego. And this right here is the northernmost tip of it, this being the Cape of Storms, South America. And as was true with many of the Matthias Quadus maps, he enjoyed putting as much information on the front of the map as he possibly could. And we're going to examine this legend right here and point out some facts as they were interpreted then. Each one of these scripts, captions, is numbered to a corresponding position on the map. This is area number 1. Area number 1 reads, "These regions are extremely vast, as written by the foreigners Paulus Vanetti and Ludwig Vottelmann." Now going down here to number 2, we find the gold-bearing province. And right above that it says beach. Right here at number 3 is the land of many aromas. Number 4, right here, this being Africa and Madagascar. Between these islands, St. Lawrence and Romeros, it can be noticed that the flow of the ocean changes periodically. Number 5, right here, says, "Here as noticed by the Portuguese lie incredible looking birds of large size." And number 6, right here, this region of Australis was named after its discoverer, Magellan. And number 7, right here, this land is a newly discovered island, and it is uncertain whether it is part of Terra Australis. Shortly after this map was pressed, engraved, printed, whatever you prefer, Matthias Quadus was banned by the church for a time of making maps. But we can see that he was not banned for more than 8 years. Now, we're going to look at the map that started all of this absurdity in our journeys back through time. This is again from 1600, an original Matthias Quadus engraving printed by Bussemacher in Cologne, Germany. This map comes from a different atlas printed in 1608 by Bussemacher, scripted by Matthias Quadus. The reverse of the map explains in great detail many aspects of the Arctic region. We will read some of this as it is translated from Latin momentarily. Now we are going to show you the front of this original 1608 map done by Matthias Quadus. Here again we have a rendition of the Northern Hemisphere. There are many points of interest on this map. Many of them have already been covered. As you perhaps noticed with the Terra Australis map, much of the script that we translated had already been used on Mercator maps and other maps as well. This particular map goes into more detail concerning the North. And we are going to begin reading script with this paragraph right here. For your convenience, we have turned the map on its side. And it begins like this. Friesland is said to be larger than Ireland and was unknown to the ancients. The climate is extremely harsh. Inhabitants do not have any fruits but live on seafood. Furthermore, many of them have sailed throughout the ocean and brought their loaded ships to all maritime European cities and to many nations of Africa and Asia. During this period, English ships frequently went to Friesland, and it became known as Western England. There you can find a maximum daylight of 19 hours. Now we have turned the map upside down, showing the paragraph on the other side, which says, Greenland is an island which is quite unknown. Its inhabitants live off of winged game and fish. There exists a mountain just like Etna, which constantly erupts and emits rocks in the form of hot cinders, which when cooled become weak walls, and when water is thrown against them, it makes great lime or potash. In this same place, there is a hot spring, which its water is being used by a neighboring monastery of the Monachar order for the use of heating and cooking of food. It snows 9 months out of the year, during which time very little unfrozen land is visible. Now back to the center of the map. We're going to start with this section here and read exactly what it says. 4 channels break up the island, and they produce 19 mouths or openings to the outer ocean. The rivers flow to the north and empty into the inner earth. The canyon, which lies beneath the pole, is approximately 33 leagues wide, which is about 100 modern miles. The next section right here states very precisely, in this part of the north exist the Bargo Islands, according to M. Paul Valette, Book 2, Chapter 61. These islands always rotate around the North Pole, and the compass needles always point to the south. Part 2, right here, states, this channel has 5 openings, and because of the speed of the flow, it never freezes. Section 3 of the map, also in 2 sections, clearly states, this island is the best and healthiest of the entire North. This channel is composed of 3 openings, which are frozen approximately 3 months out of the year. Its width is 37 leagues, or roughly 111 modern miles. Section 4, right here. Here live pygmies, which are 4 feet tall and are called Skrælingers in Greenland. The script in the Hudson Bay is also identical to several of the other maps, stating this is a freshwater sea and its extent is unknown to the natives of Canada, which we are assuming at that time were the Eskimos. Now on the back of this map, the script is quite complete. A lot of Greek mythology on how this area came to be. And we're going to start with the line that reads like this. Now to the main point. The large island is almost the shape of a circle, which has at its center a sea, which in its center lies the great dark canyon, right there. This major island is partitioned into 4 smaller ones by 4 rivers flowing in a cross-like formation from the ocean into the Central Sea. And they contain numerous small openings into the ocean. The descriptions on this map differ greatly from others, which only outline the well-known regions and do not mention this polar area. They mainly mention the area south of it, and especially those areas around the equator. Nonetheless, in order to get to all these places using this map, it is necessary for you to include the north from where one can reach places in the east as well as in the west. It is also necessary to know that when in the North Pole, all directional points are reversed, and it is necessary to use a sextant. For example, when at the North Pole, in order to go south to Iceland, follow the compass pointing north. In order to go to America, follow the compass east. In order to get to Norway, follow the compass northwest. And in order to get to Friesland, allow the compass northeast. And to Ireland, which is not listed in this map, also go north. And in this fashion, it is possible to reach all the other regions, cities, islands, and bays which are located on this map. This is a noteworthy observation. Within the entire Arctic Circle, it is daylight for 6 months, and there is darkness for 6 months. And this day-night cycle happens yearly, which seems ridiculous and unbelievable to us Germans, Swabians, and Bavarians. Nevertheless, Ovid did not fall from grace, and these facts were given to me by many reliable eyewitnesses. But productivity can suffer on long nights due to excessive sleep. Therefore, the sailors utilize the splendid northern lights and the luminous moon, and are fully supplied with flint, firewood, grease, and body oil. So most of the labor has to be done during the night, and fishing for food during the twilight. Yet in the summertime, there is continuous daylight, but the time span of the days and hours is no different than ours. Now this is a very strange translation here. I will continue. The sound of bells is highly valued where it is desolate. Next sentence. There, the constant sun does not produce enough heat because it is never high enough to emit it. And wherever it is in the region, there is a lot of shade, and the sun seems to always be setting. From information obtained by the observation of this area, if you want to find out the distance to a place by using this map, become acquainted with the capabilities of a sextant. Do not use the degree points on the outer edge of the circle, which circumference is approximately 30,000 German miles, or 20,000 modern miles. Continuing, but the use of the line which comes from the center of the map and intersects with the 290th. The distinct points of degrees which can be found condensed around the circumference must retain the same distance throughout the globe. We're going to stop there and point out a couple of things. If we can close in right here on the Hudson Bay and go to the detail, we can see Southampton Island, much closer than the maps of the early 1800s. And we see these two important rivers coming in to the south of the Hudson Bay. Again, this is Alaska here, upside down without the aleutians. This is the Bering Strait, Siberia, Nova Zembla, Spitsbergen, Greenland, Iceland, Friesland, and all of the points circumnavigated are marked in the degrees, as in the Ptolemaic tradition. If someone were going to put on a map the depths of the Hudson Bay, they would have had to have come up this way and gone down into the Bay region from the north and completely explored this area to know that there were two important rivers that came into the Hudson Bay here. There is virtually no other way that it could have been done. With the detail of this map going down to Norway, again you see the fine detail of the Norwegian coast, and we can see just the tip end of Scotland right here. It is called Scotia. Iceland is very close to the way it exists today. Here is Friesland. And up here in the far right-hand corner of the map, we have a very good picture of Friesland. Now it is much more detailed. You can see the North Gulf, the South Gulf. You can see all these castles and villages all around Friesland, as well as islands here and here. Back to the center of the map. If so much detail were to be given to the Norwegian coast by these respected scholars of cartography, Nova Zembla, all these regions, wouldn't it make sense that someone had been here before? Perhaps many explorers? They certainly had to be here for more than 6 months at a time if they knew that there were 19 hours of daylight. Could they have stopped at Friesland, used it as a port to gather more supplies and sail up through here? Here we see how just a tip end of Greenland is connected to this Bargo Island. Friesland, we can easily determine, sunk in the late 1600s. Many explorers after that took soundings and found that a large area of land under the ocean here was sinking. It was checked again as late as 1944 by two different admirals, soundings taken, and proved that there was an area approximately 27 miles in diameter that was only like 30 fathoms under the sea, out in the middle of the ocean, the great depth of the North Sea. The historical map books indicate that Friesland was never a place, that it was mythological. And it was a figment of our imagination. But we have conducive evidence that states different. And oddly enough, out of all the maps that we have seen in this presentation, the Bargos Islands are perhaps the most mysterious. These Bargo Islands are never accounted for by any of the gentlemen who write such books as having been mythological or having sunk, or anything, other than the fact that we received from our textbooks that this entire region is covered with polar ice. Now perhaps if there was indeed a hole in the center of the Earth, at the top, at the North Pole, is it possible that we could see this on a modern map? Say perhaps a map taken from space? Let's examine the most modern map that can be purchased at any bookstore at a very cheap price and see what it has to offer.
This is a modern map called the Earth from Space, a satellite view of the world. This map is a compilation of thousands of satellite photographs put together to give an image of the world without its cloud covers. So this is a map of the world without cloud cover. Now here on this map, let us take a look and see if we can find similarities to the Mercator map and the Quadras map of the Arctic area. One thing I would like to point out, that this map clearly shows a Northwest Passage. Just come in here and you have a nice choice which route to take. Let's take this route here. I don't see any ice blocking my way. So therefore, this one of the most modern maps today shows that the Northwest Passage exists. Now let us examine the Arctic area. Let us look for evidence of a central sea, or possibly of this blue sea described in the Mercator and the Quadras maps. Let us begin over here. All we see is a white patch of supposed ice. Let us home in over here. I find this spot very peculiar. It is like looking at a circle from a side view. This is a little stripe of blue in there. It is like looking at a circle from a sideway angle. It could be actually a blue sea. Let us look for other evidence. You notice to the north here, there's an open sea area. Let us go further and further and further. Here we see some blue, which could be part of this open sea. And further eastwards, here you can clearly see a lot of blue. Blue open ocean water surrounded by ice. If this Arctic here was just an ice cap and it was so cold, why would there be blue open sea water smack in the middle of ice? This can only explain that it must be warmer at the pole, or else there would not be open water. This is from the most modern satellite map of the world. You can get it in any bookstore or in most places. Now that we have seen famous maps of the cartographers of the yesteryear, let us now analyze what modern expert geologists and earth scientists tell us about the composition of the inside of the earth. This is a page out of a book that is a common geography book used in many of today's prominent universities. It is called Essentials of Geography, and the picture I'm about to describe here is a picture you will see in most all modern geography books. This model here is based on what geographers use, what they call S&P waves that they send into the earth and what they determine its composition to be. They determined that we have a crust, which is 100 kilometers thick. Then that below it there is a mantle that is almost 3,000 kilometers thick. Then there's an outer core that is 2,270 kilometers thick. And then there's an inner core that is 1,260 kilometers thick. They describe under the mantle it's a hot liquidish area. And then as you get further towards the inner core, that the inner core is composed of nickel and iron and solids, a very hot area. This is what our experts of today say what the world inner Earth is composed of. This is a cutoff of the globe showing how they send S&P waves and how they travel through and how they determine the composition of the Earth. But these geography books also state that this is pure speculation and not fact. But they believe this to be the most accurate theory. This is what's presented in today's books. But, as we know, there has nobody actually been down there to describe the hot core and everything. That is purely speculative. Now, let me give you some actual accounts of Arctic explorers. This is a quote from Lieutenant Hooper, Royal Navy, in an expedition from 1849 to 1850. He says, "I've heard the aurora borealis, not once but many times, not faintly and indistinctly, but loudly and unmistakably, now from this quarter, now from that, now from one point on high, and another time from one low down. At first it seemed to resemble the sound of field ice, then it was like the sound of a watermill, and at last like the whirring of cannon shot heard from a short distance." Dr. Fridtjof Nansen, from his diary, volume 2, page 472. Wednesday, March 25th. There is the same dark water sky behind the promontory in the southwest, stretching thence westwards, almost to the extreme west. It has been there all through this mild weather with southwesterly wind, from the very beginning of the month. There seems to be always open water there, for no sooner is the sky overcast than the reflection of water appears in that quarter. The explorer Kane writes in his diary, "As the surface of the glacier receded to the south, its face seemed unbroken with piles of earth and rock-stained rubbish, till far back in the interior it was hidden from me by the slope of a hill. Still beyond this, however, the white blink or glare of the sky above showed its continued extension." Another quote from Nansen. "So in the meantime, we made fast to a great ice block and prepared to clean the boiler and shift coals. We are lying in open water, with only a few large floes here and there, but I have a presentiment that this is our winter harbor. There's no reason why their progress should have stopped at that point." Another quote from Nansen. "This island we came to seemed to me to be one of the most lovely spots on the face of the earth. A beautiful flat beach, an old strand lined with shells, strewn above a narrow belt of clean water along shore, where snails and sea urchins were visible at the bottom, and amphipoda were swimming about. In the cliffs overhead were hundreds of screaming little auks, and beside us the snow bunting fluttered from stone to stone with their cheerful twitter. Here was life in fair land. We were no longer on the eternal drift ice. At the bottom of the sea, just beyond the beach, I could see whole forests of seaweed. Under the cliffs, here and there, were drifts of beautiful rose-colored snow. Another quote by Franklin. He saw large numbers of geese migrating to the unknown north at a high latitude indicating land there. He notes that no matter how far north the explorer goes, he always finds the polar bear ahead of him. No matter how far north these bears are met, they are always on their way north. At latitude 82, Kane found butterflies, bees, and flies, as well as wolves, foxes, bears, geese, ducks, waterfowls, and partridges. A strange fact all explorers observe is that animals do not migrate south to escape the cold Arctic winter, but instead go north. Nansen was puzzled by this driftwood, which is continually found along the Greenland coast. He said that as far north as latitude 86 degrees, he found such driftwood. Another account by Dr. Nansen on the occasion when the compass went haywire. Taking everything into calculation, if I am to be perfectly honest, I think this is a wretched state of matters. We are now in about 80 degrees north latitude. In September, we were in 79 degrees. That is, let us say 1 degree for 5 months. If we go on at this rate, we shall be at the pole in 45 or say 50 months, and in 90 or 100 months at 80 degrees north latitude on the other side of it, with probably some prospect of getting out of the ice and home in a month or 2 more. At best, if things go on as they are going now, we shall be home in 8 years. Because of Dr. Nansen finding it getting warmer near the pole, and as well as his compass acting strange, he decided to turn around because he felt he was lost and went back home and ended his mission. Here is an account from another Nordic explorer. I lived near the Arctic Circle in Norway. One summer my friend and I made up our minds to take a boat trip together and go as far as we could into the North Country. So we put 1 month's food provisions in a small fishing boat, and with sail and also a good engine in our boat we set to sea. At the end of 1 month we had traveled far into the north, beyond the pole and into a strange new country. We were so much astonished at the weather there. Warm, and at times at night it was almost too warm to sleep. Then we saw something so strange that we both were astonished. Ahead of the warm open sea, we were on what looked like a great mountain. Into that mountain at a certain point the ocean seemed to be emptying. Mystified, we continued in that direction and found ourselves sailing into a vast canyon leading into the interior of the earth. We kept sailing, and then we saw what surprised us, a sun shining inside the earth. These men eventually sailed into a land in the interior of the earth. They encountered many gigantic people and animals and a very advanced civilization. They spent their time there for a year before they returned back home. A Welshman, Walter Mapes, in the latter part of the 12th century, in his collection of anecdotes, tells of a prehistoric king of Britain named Hela, who met with the Skrælings, who took him beneath the earth. Many early legends tell of people going under the earth into a strange realm, staying there for a long period of time, and later returning. The ancient Irish had a legend of a land beyond the sea where the sun always shone, and it was always summer weather. They even thought that some of their heroes had gone there and returned, after which they were never satisfied with their own country.
With all the information that we've presented to you, all the speculation and the facts supposedly based on speculation, if there were an inner world, is it possible that an explorer or two had gotten down through the well-traveled waterways the islands that were so well documented again and again. Is it possible that an explorer had gotten to the inner world and made it out and actually mapped the inner world? We think it is. And behold, Schlaraffenland. This is an extremely unusual map. The cartographers and cartologists do not know really what it is of, other than they say it is a fantasy map. Our dealings with experts have taught us time and time again that when an expert does not know what something is, he dogmatically states that it is fantasy. But is this map fantasy? Let's look at a couple of aspects concerning this map. First of all, the origin of this map is somewhat questionable. It is a map crafted by George Matthias Suter, who lived from 1668 to 1757. This particular map was printed in 1740. It had supposedly reached Suter's hands in the early 1730s, where he held on to it before he published it in his atlases. It is scripted in Old German, not Latin. Suter's masters always scribed in Latin, for Suter always scribed in German, making him one of the first cartographers that used German as his language. Suter also commanded an excellent authority mapping Northern Europe and North America. The map was supposedly, the original map, which this engraving was taken from, was supposedly dropped off at Mr. Suter's map shop outside the door and left with no information or anything. There is evidence that there was a book printed in the early 1730s of over 400 pages talking about the geographies of this land, the rivers and the streams. And we can easily see that there is perhaps 2/3 land here and 1/3 water. Now, let's look at this map a little closer. We're going to start down here in the far left-hand corner. You will notice not one, not two, but 3 measurement graduations. This is very important, as why would someone include 3 measurements on a map that was supposedly mythological? Nowhere on the map is indicated as fantasy. It is, however, spoken of as utopia. The land area to the top is all happiness, virtue, heavenly, spiritual. And as we come down, the map gets more satirical, and bad, evil becomes prevalent. And then we have a lot of sadness, and we have grief, and we have terror, horror, and evil towards the bottom. The cities, the countries, the names of the provinces all indicate this. But could that have been because of an imposition of language difference? Could the names come from a phonetic sound-alike rather than a true meaning? Up in the top, we see several different places where scripting is. These are scripture from the Sermon on the Mount. They exist here, 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 and over here, here. And right here in the center, we have New Jerusalem. This would indicate that Matthias Suter was not Catholic, that he was Protestant, given also to the fact that he used German instead of Latin, which was still widely recognized as the language of maps. We'd also like to point out at this time that this map is on page 335 of the Mapmaker's Art book by Rand McNally, which can be purchased at most any bookstore. It's page 335 and 336. Now, part of the reason why cartographers think this is a fantasy map is because of the meridian lines across the top and the bottom. But here in this corner, we start with 360, 370, 380, 390, 400, 10, 20, 30, 40, all the way up to 540. Now, we showed you on earlier maps of the Northern Hemisphere plainly where there were 360 degrees, and then we came back to 0 and started again. And could this be 360 here? And since the craftsman of this map didn't know which way to go, he just added to what he thought an inner Earth would be. Wouldn't it make sense that he just started from where he knew was a finite point and continue? The equator across the middle, in proportion to the Tropic of Capricorn and the Tropic of Cancer, appear much more close in, thereby indicating that the map scale is somewhat thrown off. But is it possible that this map is just simply inverted? It almost gives the appearance of being inverted, the way the lines come up this way with the sharpness of the angle. Let's look a little closer to some of the script on this map. Down here, we can close in. Supposedly all the script on this map is satirical. Right here it says, "In these waters, the fishing for mackerel and herring is good." We would say that that was significant. And let's come over to this line right here, which we find very, very interesting. It is a description of this island right here. Right here it says, "This is the island where the machine that controls the weather is located." Now, if somebody printed this and engraved it in 1730, how ridiculous that would have been. Controlling the weather is something that's even new to us today. And now, we're going to point out something else. This script right here, written just below the equator, says basically, the sun is the same both day and night, all the time. Or the light is the same both day and night. None of the books indicate what the legend here says, down in the far right-hand corner. But we're going to read this. We're going to look at it and see what it says there.
Let me translate to you what the script in this box says. Script right here describes a utopian map of the newly discovered Schlaraffenland. This land was often spoken of, but never actually located. Also makes a comment that this ridiculous fantasy land supposedly is composed of many kingdoms which have all the different vices of life within them, and that this map was delivered by anonymous authors. The Schlaraffenland, often spoken of, but never located, or nobody knows where it is. If we look at this map here, this so-called fantasy map, could this map here give a clue of how to get to the Schlaraffenland? I believe it does. Let us take a look at this. As you notice, this looks like a very high mountain. And notice the rivers flowing right into the mountain. One here, have another one there, and another one going in here. All these rivers flowing right into the mountain. Now, from what we have shown you previously, does this not remind you of what is on the map of Gerard Mercator and Matthias Quartus? This might be a clue of how to get to the Schlaraffenland, and that this is a map of a portion of the inner world.
So where does all of the solid core theory come from? Perhaps if we look around, we can get to the core of the core. Let's look at... Alright, now we're going to show you another map from the 1600s, 1665. This is a Kircher map. System of underground water. Pretty much is what it says here. And let's back up and we can see this guy. Oh, it's very beautiful, black and white print. This is the original. Athanasius Kircher. And this was sanctioned by the Catholic Church. Kircher was a Jesuit scholar. And basically what we have is down here a description of the subterranean water system. The chain of events happens like this. The ocean drains into the center of the earth, and then there's an immense heat source here. Water heats up, pushes to the outside, to the tops of these mountains, where the water then cools and then flows back down through the valleys as rivers and streams, back into the ocean, and then the cycle continues. This was a dogma presented and sanctioned by the Catholic Church. We also want to point out at this time that the year after this map was printed, in 1666, Kircher was presented with the Voynich manuscript from the University of Prague. They gave it to him in hopes that he could break the code. But he was unable to translate the manuscript, so he sent it on to the Jesuit college. And remember Dr. John Dee, the 16th century occultist? He also had the Voynich manuscripts. He couldn't decipher them either. And he later became Queen Elizabeth I's secret agent, her private attaché liaison. And when he sent her private letters, he always signed them 007. Let's look at another Kircher map. Now we have the sister map to the one we just showed you. This basically says what lies beneath the mountains and volcanoes, or the system that lies beneath the mountains and volcanoes. Very beautiful. This is the original, and you'll see there's a lot of Latin script here. And basically, in short, what it suggests is the following: that the central core here is an immense heat source And there are subcores, or subordinate cores, that heat up the gases, build up pressure, and push them out the volcanoes. Now you may ask, how could the Catholic Church have so much say-so over the political dogmas and how they affect what people think? But Copernicus, who lived from 1473 to about 1543 or so, stated that the planets revolved around the sun. He caught hell from the church, them saying that this was not scriptural. And also, again, Galileo, who lived 1564 to 1649, also said the sun did not rotate around the earth. And in 1616, Galileo was tried and convicted for teaching the sun was the center of the planetary system. He was persecuted by the church. We have done our very best to present to you documented history, gleaning a lot of information from The Mapmaker's Art by Rand McNally, John Goss, also The Mapping of North America. Is there cause to question what we've been taught? Is it possible that there is another side to the story? We think so. And we hope you enjoyed this presentation. Thank you. You managed to stay with us this long. We've got a bone we want to throw at you. What you're looking at is the oldest copy, the oldest manuscript in the world that details the continent of Atlantis. This is also from the mid-1600s by Kircher, the Jesuit scholar. We didn't feature it tonight or in this presentation because we could have spent 2 hours just on it. And it's still being transcribed from Latin, and we don't really believe that you would have believed it. So it's just a bone. If you can back it up there, not only do we have that, but out of the same book, we have 10 pages of documents, all in Latin, and all totally unbelievable. And now we're going to just take a cruise through the rest, some of the other maps included in the Layzeria library, and we'll be enjoying the music of Fred Schindel and Glass Hammer.
school or college. But I'm going to take a safety precaution first, which is also going to be fun for all of you. I haven't been informed by some people that there's some dark forces or somebody that does not like what I'm saying. So to be safe, I suspect that it's possibly some dark alien forces that are after us or something, or do not like what they're doing. So if there are any of you in here, it's time to go. Because I have an ancient Egyptian cleansing ritual that whatever they try to do to us or this room while we're speaking, it's going right back to them.
And it's true.
It's an ancient Egyptian ritual that sends it, that whatever they're trying to do, it will go back to them. Any negative energy is going to be reversed and we're going to be free. I would like you to repeat after me each line. And when I raise my hand on the last line, look up to the sky, and that should do it. Awa ubena emnen.
Awa ubena emnen.
Keferu kua. Em keferu en keferem. Keferem septepi.
Keferem septepi.
Shetu.
Shetu.
Satutka en Herak.
Satutka en Herak.
Thank you. We're safe now. Now we can begin.
That was an ancient Egyptian prayer that cleansed them of Shetu. Grays, yeah. It's probably about 5,000 or 6,000 years old.
I had to look it up before this lecture to get it.
Okay.
We may now begin.
I'll see you. Okay. Okay. A while back, when I started this, I was collecting ancient coins, and we got into commercial artifacts because many companies that deal in ancient coins, they feature other articles of antiquity. And I was going to write a book called Who Stole the Lamp? Now, if you're a coin collector, you have to travel to different places and to see the coins that you want to see. If there's a certain particular coin that you want to buy, you try to track it down and you try to get a good deal on it. And you see a bunch of other stuff too. And you meet people from Assyria, people from Iraq, people from Iran, people from Egypt, people from Greece, people from Kentucky, people from Indiana, people from New York City, all over the states that are at major coin shows around the United States that have their artifacts, that have their coins for sale. And the first portion of this presentation is going to be Who Stole the Lamp? Now, in many modern contemporary artifacts, what they suppose artifacts is genuine, authentic, artifacts of sorts, they feature these little oil lamps. They used to be $20, then they got up to $35, then they're $45, now they're $50, $60, $100, now they're $200. Every company features them in all their catalogs all the time. There's just endless. And I have examined literally hundreds of these. None of them have any oil residue. None of them have any carbon burn marks on them. But everybody swears that they are all authentic. So the name of my book, which is the first part of this, Who Stole the Lamp? So the only way that, as Paul and I do our research, things have to make sense. We can't just pull something out of the air and say, okay, this is what this means, or this is how this happened. There has to be a logical, definitive reason for why things happen in the sequential order that they do. And after examining literally hundreds, thousands of these, because let alone all of these warehouses like the Sadi Gallery out of New York City, who sell these things, and so many others, Amphora, the Helios Group, the Cleaton Group, the Tomlinson, all these coin companies that are now selling these ancient lamps, supposed ancient lamps. Who stole the lamp? The only conclusion that I could come to is that somebody 2,000, 2,500 years ago went through a town and snuck in everybody's house, stole their lamp because all of them are in perfect condition, stole their lamp, and then went to Judea, Palestine, Israel, and dug a hole and put them all in there and gently packed them all into this one hole, because they find them in, large quantities in certain holes, and they dig them up, and they sell them to Americans. You can call up this company here, and you can order 25 of this style. You can order 30 of this style. They have so many styles, and they each have their own little name. Each of them, they know exactly what city they come from, what year they were made, and what era that was from. Go ahead, ma'am. And it's that, like I say, none of them have any carbon residue, none of them have any oil in them, and they don't show anything. And these are two that just came out last week, and I wanted to bring them to show you that they are the most recent. And now they're making them real fancy. Some of them you can double as a pipe. Some of them you can do this, and they're $100, $225, $150, $150, $250, $125, $100, $100, $100. So there's big money in this. Extra fine condition. None of them are broken. I have been to these artifact shows, and the people that I have seen what they call Roman makeup bottles, that the glass is thinner than a light bulb. And it's got mud caked up all around it. And they'll have 20, 30, 40 of them up here. Well, how in the world is somebody going, what are the chances of somebody finding these really fine makeup, and if they got the mascara stick to go with it? Oh, this is what they did, was they put mascara in there, but they said it was tar. Can you imagine, ladies, having tar on your eyes when you cried or something and you sweat and you having tar come down your face? So, and you put they just happen to have the little curve in the mascara liner, and you stick it down in there, it fits just perfect. And the glass is super thin, it's paper thin, but they'll have mud caked up all around it to make it look like it's old, like somebody dug it up. And some of them are very finely painted around the edges, and it's obviously that it's blown glass. And so who stole the lamp? And now we're going to get to who stole the lamp. I collect currencies. Now we're going to leave ancient coins for just that, and the lamps. I collect currencies. And in this book, there's more currencies than there are in the Smithsonian. When I was in the Smithsonian, I'd heard, oh, how great and wonderful the Smithsonian was, and how it's got all these buildings, and oh, you can just get lost in there for days. I saw everything I wanted to see in the Smithsonian in less than 2.5 hours. They didn't have really a lot of anything. I had more maps than they had, better maps, better condition. We had a lot more currencies than they had. And it's a couple of very funny things with the currency. We'll notice that the first currencies in the United States were actually the southern banks of the Confederacy. They supported, you had a bank, and the bank would set up its money with what its wealth was of the community. And they tried different schemes. They would print different monies. And a bank is fine as long as everyone in the community honors that particular denomination of monetary exchange. There's absolutely no problem whatsoever. It was fine. The farmers were happy. The traders were happy. The business people were happy. Everyone was happy. The first actual United States or United Colony currency, what you see is this type of this. It looks like this. They're all backed by the Spanish shilling. And the reason for that is because the United States was supposedly attempting to get away from the financial burden of England. So they shifted the money from an England backing, or the British note, British pound, into something that was backed by Spanish shilling. I'm sure that made everybody feel very wonderful. And as time grows on, as the 1800s come about, the southern banks are doing fine during the Confederacy, but the Union's got it, the federal banks have got to catch up. So they come up with the first dollar bill in 1862 during the height of the uncivil war. War is not a civil thing. It's either glorious or not. You either win or lose. But they started printing money, federal money. And funny thing, about the same time that federal bills started coming out, currency all over the world came about on the scene, just that fast. The same denominations. Some of them had the same characters on them. They had the same style. They had the same circular objects in them. They had the same coloring. They had the same, I've got several of them in here, but it's too lengthy here to go through them. But all of these countries that are this big, they obviously had no printing press. They hardly had anybody that even knew how to speak their own language. They printed up the money, and it all comes about on the scene at the same time. Money in North America was backed by coinage, mostly, up to this point. But around about 1820, 1830 or so, just about every country in the world, all of a sudden, has coinage. The same denomination, in many cases, the same guy's head. In the British Empire, all these countries had their own coinage with the King George III on them. And they all came about at the same time. With the same denomination. A quarter was exactly the same size. The pennies were exactly the same size. The deca coins, or the dime, what we would represent 10 of something, were all the same size. The nickels were the same size. The gold coins were all the same size. So it's obvious, it became obvious to me that whoever was doing it, it was the same person printing up all of it. It was the same person stamping out the coinage. It was the same persons that were printing all of the bills that were spread out all over the world, and it all happened just like that. Well, around about the 1800s, we get a new thing going. It's called postage. And oh, isn't that great? We had the Pony Express, then we had the Postal Service, which now is just we buy little bitty pieces of paper with some print on them that is a coupon for 32 cents. We lick, oh, you don't even have to lick them anymore. Now they put the stick on it for you. You're getting your money's worth. You stick it on a letter, you drop it in the mail, and it goes somewhere. Well, I collect stamps too, not because I think it is a financial gain or it's going to make me. I just collect this stuff to learn from it. And I collected world stamps for a long time, and I had a series of stamps, big, thick, old books that was passed down to me from my grandfather, a couple of my uncles, my father, that said, oh, well, here we got a sucker that's going to spend all this time with all these stamps. Let's just give it all here. And if you got anybody in your family that collects stamps, if they even think that you're slightly interested, they'll just give you everything. So I had all these stamps and all these boxes, and I went and started going through the big albums that I had that were very old also, and putting everything in them. And I noticed some very strange things. Stamps were the same way. All of a sudden, they all appeared on the scene just like that. They had the same styles, the same denominations, many of them the same heads. There was an Argentinian stamp back in the early 1930s that had Roosevelt's head on it. Now, why in the world would the Argentinians have a Roosevelt head on their stamp? There were triangle stamps, there were octagonal stamps, and they had for different countries. They were all written the same way. Some of them were the same country, the same color. And out of all this, oh, wait a second now. What are the chances of this happening in the real world? What's behind all this? And with the stamps, I noticed in doing it that there were some very small countries that had a series of 50 or 60 stamps. And they had page after page in these books. And you go and you look for these countries. I'd never heard of them. And countries have changed names in this century 10 or 15 times. And there were some small Tibetan emirates. There was a tiny Tibetan emirate that was way up in the Himalayas that had 100% illiteracy. It was kind of like between the border of Mongolia, China / Russia, and they had absolutely no literacy. They had a language that they could speak, which was some off-the-wall dialect of Russian twisted into Chinese and whatnot. And I had a series of 30 stamps from this country, and everybody's illiterate. Well, who's writing letters to who? Who's paying bills? Is there a power company there? Was there a railroad? Was there postage? Yes, there was. But nobody could write letters. And you know, it was obvious that all of these stamps, when you examined them, they all had exactly the same dimensions. I mean, I got down with a microscope and measured them all. And series, let's say that you have a certain series of stamps from the United States in 1935, just to give you as a hypothetical situation that I came across. You'd have a stamp that would be put and printed a certain color, a certain denomination with a certain number of little ridges on the stamps. Now, that's really important on stamps when you're a stamp collector. It's got to have exactly the right number of little squiggles on it. So when you tear it, you know, those little things that hold it together, perforations. When you tear it, and they give you all these gauges to measure it by, all of them were identical. The world over. Come to find out, they were all printed in Philadelphia. Every doggone one of them. All the countries except for England, with all their stamps were printed in Philadelphia. Well, I got to thinking and said, well, let's look at this a little closer. And sure enough, all of the money, except for England and Germany, was printed in Philadelphia. Germany, because they were the ones making the presses for us to print our money. All of them came from the same place. This Saddam Hussein note was one of the most popular bills in Iraq during the Iraqi War, the Gulf War. While the Gulf War was going on, and we were feeding the flocks with cannon fodder, this bill was being stamped in Philadelphia right next door to where your monies was being stamped at. Right next door to it. Was there a disruption in the flow of cash? No. Did they tell you about it? No. Did you read about it in National Enquirer? No. They don't want you to know that. They don't want you to know that all the money is printed in the same place, except for England and Germany. And I think France now prints a couple of their own bills. Well, there are other forms of currency. We have the United States Postal Money Order. It's as good as gold. And I got into looking at this one day, and I was, you know, I collect currencies, and I said, well, what are some other things that I can collect that have to do with monetary exchange or international monetary exchange? And let me look at this postal money order a little closer. And when I did, I noticed some very peculiar things that no one in the postal community knew. And those guys, you ever get to the post office, man, they're like, they don't care if you're in a hurry at all. They get off at 5. And they're extremely lackadaisical, not to knock anyone in the post. I think it's a dogma. I think they give you on the test, can you be slow enough to wait on customers? So, but I noticed something. When you take this thing and you hold it up to the light, it has what is known as a watermark. And any of you guys can come up here and look at this later. So, man, that guy doesn't look like anybody I know. Who is that? Is that Benjamin Franklin? No. George Washington? No. Thomas Jefferson? No. Come to find out, guess who's on the United States Postal Money Order? Adam Weishaupt. All right, now, so this particular one here comes from, it's dated December the 7th, 1992. Pardon me? Adam Weishaupt was one of the initiators of the Illuminati in the late 1700s. He was the granddaddy. He was big-time Mason. He was big-time in the government. The German, the European, just big into government. He was the father of modern-day Illuminati. You can the best information you can find on him is in the Freemasonry Encyclopedia, which is really good for information like this. So what happens is, I'm catching on. I'm going to the post office. I'm showing, hey, did you see Adam Weishaupt on your postal money order? Oh, who's Adam Weishaupt? All right. Hey, Jed, you ever see that? There's a man there. Cool, I never saw that before. Did you see that? So they would start talking among themselves and showing each other these postal money orders. And obviously, they never looked at them. Postal masters never even knew about it. Well, along towards the end of 1993, they changed it a little bit. They changed the money order, the United States Postal Money Order. They put a little fictitious circle here, but they don't put the guy's face in it. She hold it up to the light, and sure enough, there he is. There he is. And what the lore is behind this, is my opinion, and I've tried it with some other people, is when you see the image here, that's when we got big trouble. When they bring Adam Weishaupt's picture in on your postal money order, people may ask questions, they may not. But they're preparing your U.S. postal money orders for it. And this is one thing that I wanted to show you and share with you. Now, the next thing I'm going to talk about, I call it pass the hat. I've been collecting ancient coins for years. I got the Greek Empire. Alexander the Great, Ptolemies, had all these, Antiochus, Demetrius, you name it. I got Darius coins, Xerxes, Artaxerxes, King Cyrus, everybody's coins here, silver. I got some gold coins, but I don't travel with them. That's what we are, is we're pretty much a traveling museum. And there's a lot of things to be, fun things to learn from all this. Then we have the Roman Republic, Julius Caesar coins, Mark Antony. And then we have the Roman Empire, all these Neros, all these Roman Empire coins of the Roman emperors. Funny thing, they all got on the same hat. Now, 98%, if you study, how many people study Roman history? Good, don't bore yourself. Leave it to bookworms like us to tell you what happened. What happens is that 98% of all the Roman emperors were killed by their successor. Either poisoned or had their throat cut, or, you know, a good one was if you were a son, you killed your dad. Then you were really cool. Can you imagine after you killed the guy, stealing his hat and putting it on your head? That's my hat now. Well, funny thing also, none, absolutely none of the museums have any of these hats. There are no Roman or Byzantine edifices, or Mediterranean edifices that have any, that show these hats in any perspective. There are no inscriptions that talk about these hats. There is no ancient author that correlates anything with these strange spiked hats that look real cheap. I mean, you know, some of them have a laurel band, and some of them just, you know, just the spikes. And, you know, it's like, okay, what do we got here? We study Roman history like no one you have ever met before. Paul and I put down books like they're bags of potato chips. And nowhere in any of them did it say, or is there anything described, or any mural, any ancient painting, anywhere in the world that shows these metallic spiked hats. Some of the emperors have themselves, now I'm not over-exaggerating, they have their head facing left, and they're like this. You didn't have, I'll get you for that. That'll be the one that makes it to the newspaper, I bet you. We found them like that. I found them like that. I found them with eyes like this. I found if you're a Roman emperor, you know, how in the world would you tolerate somebody putting something so grotesque on your coin? Come to find out, there's several of them that are like that. I mean, you can go back through your ancient coin books at any time. A lot of libraries have them. They're real thick now. Back in the 1920s and 30s, they were thin. Then in the early 40s, they get a little bit thicker. Late 40s, they get a little thicker. In the 50s, well, by 1965, you can buy an ancient coin book that thick. Well, what happened? All these coins that of these emperors with their funny expressions in their faces, they're all in mint condition. They don't show any pocket wear. They don't show, and I've got all these magazines, all these catalogs. Trust me, ladies and gentlemen, we have more Roman coins in the United States today than they ever saw in ancient Rome. There's supposedly 15 ancient mints, but none of the ancient writers talk about really specifically, except for like the mint at Antioch, the one at Alexandria, the one in there was one in Judea, just outside north of Judea. You know, there's a couple here and there. And a lot of the coins, like Paul's saying, is they must have handled them by the side because the edges are wore out. But the thing on it, this is what they'd have to do. Hey, can you loan me a quarter? Oh, cool.
Don't touch.
Thank you. Thank you. And the edges are all cut. Well, funny thing, I found the same cut on my Commodus, identical under the microscope as the Hadrian. It's about, what, 50, 60 years difference there. You know, why is the Hadrian got the same exact crack as the Commodus? And they got the same hat naturally, and they got the same expression. Another funny thing. These Julius Caesar coins say Julius Caesar on them. They say Caesar in English. A C-A-E-S-R. He was known as Yola Caesar, or Ioa Caesar in northern Numidian. He was never called Julius Caesar. Hey, Julius! The letter J didn't even come into our language until 1775. They always used an I. And if you're thinking, well, what did they use for the J sound? They always used the DG. That's how come you have words like bridge, judge. You know, they used the DG combination, a soft G, to indicate what a J sound. Josephine. It would be Josephine. Yeah, no, but just because it's got a J in your book printed in 1990 doesn't mean that's what she was mentioning about the name Josephine. Yeah, well, see, that was after already after the letter J was in the English language and other places too. That this was mostly for now. This particular Julius Caesar coin is a very famous Julius Caesar coin. Everybody wants one, me included, because it says Caesar on it. Now I got to use Paul as a witness here. As you know, you want to. We go to. You know, I would drag him along to the coin shows. He wouldn't want to go, and I'd say, "Come on, let's go." We met an Assyrian coin dealer that goes back and forth. His name is Moffat, but he says, "Call me Murphy." Murphy. He wanted to have an Irish name so bad. He wanted to be American so bad. Murphy. And I told him, I said, well, you know, at one coin show, I can't remember which one it was, I said, man, I'd like to have one of those Julius Caesar elephant heads, you know, I mean, I really would. And what did he say?
I have none right now, but I'm going back to Syria in 2 weeks. And I promise I will bring you back a Julius Caesar coin. I know exactly where to find one.
I will dig you one up.
I will dig you one up.
I will dig you. I know where to dig for Julius Caesar coin. I dig you one up.
I know the mountain and the hill where the coins are.
Yeah, okay, thank you. All right. So, okay. So what happens is I see him at the biggest people in coin that collect coins are called numismatists. I'm a numismatist. Like, man, why couldn't they have made, you know, why couldn't they make it something simple to say? A numismatist. Well, I was at a numismatist show in Orlando. It was called the World Numismatist Society show. And I'm walking along. Hey, Harry, come here. I have for you your coin. He goes, I saved this for you. I have these for you. And then, no, sure enough, he had my dadgum Caesar coin. Extra fine condition. Extra fine condition. I tell you I know where to dig. Paul was there when I bought it, too. I tell you I find you one. I tell you I know where to dig. Huh? So, you know, and he was one. I really like Moffat. You know, he's all right. I bought coins from him and for, you know, through the years and some of the other Assyrians and Iraqis and stuff that came. You know, you want to buy ancient Iraqi coins, just see an Iraqi that deals in coins. They got it all. They got whatever. You could, you know, place your order and 6 months later at a coin show, pick it up. And they don't even charge you freight. So that's just such a good deal. Some of these other coin companies that I'm fixing to talk about, they charge you freight. Well, another funny thing. Out of all these catalogs of ancient coins, none of them match. There's these guys have a new series every issue. These guys have different coins every issue. They're all extra fine. They got all these different Alexander heads. Well, Alexander, there must be over 200 Alexander coins. You know, that's just in silver, let alone the gold. Paul and I saw a huge gold Alexander in pristine. You could count the whiskers on his face. A gold coin, a little bit less than an ounce. They wanted $10,000 for it. So there's money to be made. And it was like a proof. A proof is supposedly stamped twice and then polished. And then they would it was as pristine as any proof I'd ever seen. Any ancient eagle, anything like that. And then I'm sitting there looking, you know, let me tell you about this one particular coin show, though, going on to some of the other stuff. Well, first of all, these coins that are in these books, they don't even match the ones that are in the big thick books. They don't even match those. So it's like, why don't these guys get together and decide what they're going to do for coins? Today, this is one that came in last week. It's really outrageous. They have written on the coin, cold beer. K-O-L-B-E-R, cold beer. Now, that's in none of these other catalogs. How did he just happen to find some cold beer coins? It's in none of the other diaries. It's in none of the other coin books. It's in none of that. And when we were at the coin show in Orlando, you get to, there's a big Dr. So-and-so from Lexington, Kentucky. He's at all the shows. Dr. Crisp, the world's greatest in the United States numismatist. His name is Dr. Saslow. The incredible Dr. Saslow. He dresses up in a Roman huchika with the big Roman corons and got the shield, and he struts around there, you know, looking like a Roman. He's the one that had the big Alexander head. And oh man, he's like recognized as the world's greatest wacko numismatist. And one of his buddies, Dr. Crisp or whatever his name, they had a pile in his case there of pure silver Athenian coins. And they wanted $350 a piece for them. And they were all just piled up. And I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, if you got a coin that's worth $350, you have it in a little case. You at least have it in paper. You know? You have it in some kind of thing, but these were just all piled up together. And when I asked to see one, he just pulls one out and they fall over. And it's like he no regard for, well, does he know something I didn't? Well, obviously it looked, you know, those particular coins were a bad batch because they cooled too quick, and the outside of them frothed. So, you know, me and Paul are putting all this together, and there's one Sunday morning. Me and Paul, we stay up all night studying stuff like this for some reason. We go back to the Saudi Gallery. I said, man, I'll bet you that I could call these guys and order. They had a set, a pendant earring set. Had a gold Alexander coin in extra fine condition on a brooch. And he had a Ptolemy earring for the left ear and a Ptolemy earring in silver, extra fine condition for the right. 2 earrings. So I said, man, I bet you that I could go up, call these guys, and order just as many of them as I wanted. And sure enough, I called them up. I said, yes, I'm here with the Southern Baptist Church, and we wanted to get something nice for our ladies teachers on Sunday morning, our teachers group. And I just wondered how many of these sets of the medallions and the earrings can I get? It goes, well, how many do you need? How many do you need? This gallery's in New York City. I said, Reverend Paul, how many of them things do we need? He goes, oh, we need 80 or 100 or something, 85, so we just picked out a number. And he goes, oh, no problem, man, I can have them to you in 4 days. I said, well, are they all going to be extra fine just like these? Oh, yeah, or better. But what they got is they got a big bin back there with a shovel. They throw them in the machine, and they wrap them up. Look at how many they have now. They have increased their stock so many times over. You can get them situated in a laurel leaf, in a chain. You got them facing left, facing right. You got them in different. There must be 30 different Alexander coins, and I know my stuff that I've never seen before. She's getting it. Whoever's back there, you're starting to get the hang of this. I like that. I can see those gears starting to. On the other page, they even got rings now that'll match your earrings and your brooch. You can go in and say, yeah, you see this? I got this Alexander coin from the Saudi Gallery. I paid $125. Here's one for $395. 325 BC. They have cufflinks. They have tie clasps. Extra fine condition. And don't forget we don't forget the ladies. We have all these wonderful ladies. Boy, here's 3 Alexander heads in silver hanging on the same ear. Pardon me, sir? Nose rings? No, these are earrings. And if somebody has a question, just, you know, this might be a little heavy. Just go ahead and ask.
What you're trying to say is that they're all counterfeit.
What did you say? I ordered from one of these companies. I think I found his book here. M&R Stamps and Coins. He's another one too. He's got all these Alexander heads. They know exactly where they were minted, when they were minted, everything else. And Paul said, let's start really getting esoteric with these guys. Let's hit the emperors that were just there for a couple of weeks before they were assassinated. So one of the first ones I said, I just went through the book, Trebonius. So I ordered a Trebonius coin for 35 bucks or something. He comes back, he ships it to me, and they ship them in little cardboard. They don't put their return address because they don't want you to know it's coins. Oh, we've had stuff getting stolen in the mail because they could see it's a coin company. Well, that Trebonius coin was stamped out of aluminum. And this guy had the audacity. I told him, I said, yeah, I bought that Trebonius. I kind of wish I had kept it, but I was so ticked off about it. We broke off a piece of it, held it up in tweezers, lit a match to it, and he goes, whew. And it was purely, you could tell by the feel of it, it was light as it sounded worse than a penny or a dime. I mean, it was obvious that it was fake, and I sent it back to get another fake one, okay? When we found out, what we discovered is that they had emperors that only ruled for like 2 weeks. They had an entire series of coins minted at all 15 places. And the guy didn't even get the throne warm with his fanny. And he was gone by the next guy. There is the year that had 3 emperors, 3 Roman emperors. They call it the year of the 3. It had Galba, Ortho, and Vitellius. And all 3 of them have these massive, you can just pick out what you want. Gold, silver, or bronze, and the entire denomination. Minted at Antioch, minted in Rome, minted in Alexandria. It didn't matter. They got them all. And so what happens is with all this, people, got their eyes shut while all this is going on. I'm sure that none of you ever dreamed that you'd come here to Global to hear some history buffs and numismatists speak about ancient coins. But what they did was this. They started attempting to back up history with ancient coins. Now, you can go and you can buy Bar Kokhba coins. How many of you are familiar with the Bar Kokhba wars? Good. One lady, okay? Bar Kokhba was supposedly a Jewish renegade, and he's not recorded by any classical writer, but we have the coins that prove it. He comes on the scene about the mid-late 1800s with this fictitious story about he saved the day, how he did this. Look, these coins back it up. And all the coins are written in block Hebrew script with an English syntax. Well, some of them have a Latin syntax. Hebrew coin has a Latin syntax. And before World War II, there was a German book printed that was just very nonchalant. Said, man, we don't have any proof whatsoever that Pontius Pilate ever lived other than what's in the Bible. Not so anymore. Behold, in all these magazines, all these books, we got Pontius Pilate's in mint condition out the yang-yang. We've got Herod the Great. We've got Agrippa. We've got them all. We know exactly where they were minted. We know everything. Where are they at here? They're everywhere now. We got Pontius Pilate. And another one is the widow's mite. The story, the parable in the Bible, talks about the widow's mite. Well, now, you can buy 50, 100, 200, 300, as many as you want. And you can get them, if you want to pay a lot of money, you can get them in excellent, fine, extremely fine condition. Or you can get the medium grade, what they call, what they call very fine, or very good, and then you get good. And it's, what are the chances of us having today any ancient coins? Now, let's put it in our perspective today. Think of how many pennies are out there today. How many times do you think somebody will find in 2,000 years from now a stash of pennies? A few years ago, actually about 3 years ago in London, England, a priest was hammering on a window. He dropped on the old monastery there. He was hammering on, I'm not making this up. I forget what the stash is called. Hammering on a window pane, putting in nails. He dropped the hammer. Well, instead of going out and around the cathedral, he just climbed out the window there and found, picked a hammer up and noticed a little gold coin there. Well, it just so happens that he found a stash of ancient coins of 3 Byzantine emperors. That's 4,000 miles away. Gold coins, all of them in extremely fine condition, and they were all an exact number. There was 100 of one, 50 of another, 60 of one, 120 of the other, 200 of this other one. And they were all perfect. Nothing half. No 61 of something. They were all exact numbers. And what they've tried to do is create an enigma with these ancient coins that proves particular points in history that the history books today are trying to tell us. Through my studies of ancient history and Roman history, there are 3 primary ancient historians that do not cut the mustard. And they are Philo, Eusebius, and some of you may know of this person, Josephus. Josephus is supposedly a historian that chronicles the antiquities of the Jews. He does all this stuff, and it just matches the English King James Bible word for word. The only part he gets right in his history is what's in the King James Bible. The rest of what he says in history is just absolute mistakes. If you look in the Encyclopedia Judaica under Josephus, they will tell you that he was a bogus historian of about 1000 AD, that they took his work, added a bunch to it, stamped it with Josephus, and they started printing them in the late 1500s. He supposedly knew Aramaic and Greek. Well, in the front of every Josephus book, you can open it up. And you will see that the picture of Josephus on the front is identical to John Calvin of Geneva, Switzerland. It's the same guy, but he's got a different hat. Eusebius, I would just want to point out, is a lot of Eusebius is okay. But Eusebius will be going on describing something, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, he'll start backing up Philo. Philo this, Philo, 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 Philo. And ladies and gentlemen, I beg you to understand that these guys have been tainted. They are a catch-all. As much of everything that they have wrong with history, they prove certain aspects of what people are trying to say today in contemporary times of what ancient history was to depict. So who created all these ancient coins? And where did they come from? What are the chances of all of these Alexander heads, these gold coins, these silver coins, making it across the Great Lake, the Atlantic Ocean, in an airplane without somebody stealing them? It's like transporting diamonds or something. These guys make a lot of money. These things aren't cheap. But you see, there's not a single one in here has any wear on it whatsoever. And they prove ancient history with it. You can go through 300-400 years of ancient Roman emperors that all have the same hat, identical from start to finish. And it is my opinion that what has happened is that if these coins were real, what somebody did was they either went back in time and got the dies, or they managed to hold on to the dies, sequester them, conceal them for 2,000 years later. These coins did not exist in the 1800s. There are no books printed in the 1800s that show these ancient coins. When you find an ancient coin in Europe, what does it look like, Paul?
I've done some archaeological work in Europe, and I have found some ancient Roman coins after we were digging, but they were extremely, extremely corroded, which you couldn't see anything.
You can hardly even make out 1 or 2 letters, much less Pius Antonius, the great conqueror, the benevolent one who builds houses. You know, they've got all these inscriptions. They got cold beer on them. They got an ancient coin now that they're printing cold beer on. That's, I guess, to get to the mental psyche of Falstaff lovers. They got, and there's also one that has U.S. on it. Right dead in the center of the laurel leaves, it says U.S. It's in one of these books. I found it. But the thing is if if the theory is true that somebody got these dies or somebody concealed these dies only later to be dug up, that would be a secret. If somebody had taken these ancient coins and buried them, which I don't believe ever happened, you know, all they'd have to do is stamp them out in the early 1800s, bury them for 30, 40 years, let them get a little patina on them, and then dig them up later. Have members in their own little secret society or whatever, or just create them out of thin air, and then just start selling them. And by the time people get literally addicted to collecting ancient coins, because you'll find people like me that enjoy Roman history, that wanted to have something more. You know, I wanted to have something more than a Michael Grant book on ancient emperors. I wanted to have a coin. I wanted to see what the guy looked like. If someone has been, it appears to me that someone has been controlling the money for 2,500 years. And that same person controlled all the money, even in the contemporary times when they started initiating all of these contemporary coins, the ones that I told you that come about with the same weight, at the same time, and every country on the globe all of a sudden has their own denominations, everything. It's the same people. Now, if there is a conspiracy, well, you call it a controlled order. And had it not been for Brutus attacking Julius Caesar, the word conspiracy would not even really have to be in the dictionary. We've had 4 American presidents assassinated in public in front of everybody, and not a single one of them was a conspiracy. A lot of them are represented on your coinage and your dollar bills. Like a little, yeah, we'll get you. We'll kick you out and we'll make you happy. We'll remember you. We stick Kennedy's head on a $50. We got a $5 bill we can pull out. It's got Washington on it. I mean Lincoln on it. And he's real big. He's on a penny and a dollar bill. And as you look through all this and you see how the currency changed through the years, the currencies and the denominations, as the ink changed on American, so did the ink change on the Arabian and the Egyptian and the British, India, Australian, German, Russian. All the bills change color, and they have the same colors. They have the same sizes. They have the same layout. They have all the same stuff on them. The only thing that's any different is what was happening at the old Confederate banks and how they backed their stuff up. Each bank was able to stamp out its own stuff, and it was all happy and good. The same people control the bills. Now, there's one last thing. I had to tell you this and present this to you in a way that I'm glad has been comical to you, to leave you with one last thing before Paul comes up here and we expose here for the first time something that is extremely important for each and every one of you to know. And I must leave it like this. The first person that we have on record that ever collected ancient coins, that ever collected and distributed and traded back and forth European coins in the late 1700s. Does anyone know who that person is? His name was Meyer Amstel Rothschild. Paul? Here, hold on a second.
Ichiwaiki. Okay, this segment here, I'm going to be introducing to you the flow of ancient languages and ancient scripts and how they relate to history. And some very recent research I've done, I've exposed one of the greatest historical hoaxes, and this is the first time that I'm announcing it. When I met Meharry, he had a lot of great books on ancient languages and ancient scripts. I got interested in some that were dealing with Hebrew and Aramaic inscriptions. There was always like, okay, ancient Hebrew inscriptions. I'd look in the books, and it was always an ancient Hebrew block script. But a suspicion I always had is like, where is the actual manuscript? I want to see the manuscript. It was always this typed Hebrew block script. I wanted to see the manuscript. Put it aside. Well, Harry had an excellent collection on the Dead Sea Scrolls, which I enjoyed studying. He has the best collection that anybody has information on the Dead Sea Scrolls. Every book and a lot of pirated information out of Poland that you can only get at a very high price on the Dead Sea Scrolls. He introduced it to me 2 years ago, but I was busy with other projects, and I said, well, I'm going to put it aside for now. When we actually started getting suspicious of these ancient coins, for me it was actually due to something that happened to me back in 1988. I was up in Maine cutting wood and taking out a huge stump up at my uncle's cabin up in Harmony, Maine, 45 minutes north of Skowhegan, central Maine. And as we were pulling out the stump, there was a clump of dirt. It was almost 6 feet underground. This was a huge stump. There was this little clump of dirt, and I noticed something shining. I pulled it up. It took a while to clean it up completely. We put it through different solutions, and it cleaned up fairly well. In that clump was this coin here. Harry will bring it back tomorrow, which you can see at our table, the actual coin. But this is, we don't leave it out. This is actually a printed copy of the coin, forward with a head and a reverse. To me, it looked like it could be an ancient coin. Obviously, it was ancient. It was 6 feet under, it was dirty, and it was eroded in certain spots. But it was an ancient coin. But what bothered me was the script on it was very strange. It was a very strange script on it. And the first thing I decided to do was, okay, Harry, let's get some ancient coin books. That's before we figured out anything about ancient coin. Let's get some ancient Roman, Greek coins anywhere that's available, and let's find this coin here. We had no luck. I took it to university professors. Can you identify this? No, I don't know what it is. And they just theorized and had no clue. Never seen anything like that. Then when we went to this coin convention in Orlando, we decided, well, maybe there's some ancient coin expert there that can tell me what in the world this coin is. We took it to some people they don't know. Then we went to this expert, Dr. Saslow, who had these beautiful golden Alexander the Head coins for $10,000. And what really made me suspicious is when I walked up to a Ptolemy coin, and the funny thing was, on that coin, the word Ptolemy was written in Greek letters, but it was written like in English, Ptolemy, with the I at the end. In Greek, it was Ptolemaeus. And I looked at it and said, this is written in English with Greek letters. And he was charging $15,000 for that gold coin. And we just said, boy, oh boy. That's when we realized that a lot of this was fake. And we just happened to show this coin, and he looked at it and threw it back like that. Oh, it's fake. It's a fantasy coin. Okay, excuse me, Dr. Saslow. What is there about this coin here that is fake? Well, it's just a fantasy coin. You can make this. You get this out of a cereal box. Okay. With him and with others, we said, okay, please, you know that this is a fantasy coin. Would you please show us a fantasy coin? Just bring up a fantasy coin. Well, they made them all the time. I mean, these people made fantasy coins everywhere. They're just all over the place. Okay, could you please show us one? Nobody. Got very hostile over this coin, and I could not believe it. Why is somebody getting so emotional or hostile over a coin? Why didn't you just say, I don't know? It had a very strange inscription on it. Like you see right here. Very, very strange inscription. And I started looking at that, I just started, okay, I can read ancient Greek, I can read Latin, and I know the Hebrew block script. But what I need to do is, I need to study the origin of the alphabets to solve this mystery here. So I started to get a collection of many books, and Harry had some, of actual ancient inscriptions, letters that were written on papyri in Egyptian and Aramaic from anywhere from 2000 BC up to like 500 to the time of Christ. I wanted to see actual ancient documents in their writing. And had a lot of success. This is a book here called Syrian Semitic Inscriptions, Volume 2. I'll tell you something about Volume 1, which is very peculiar. It has a bunch of letters written in Semitic Aramaic from time before Christ. All had the Phoenician Aramaic inscription in cursive and a regular Phoenician script. As you see here. Now I was starting to see some similarities between this and coin because this is some very old stuff that was found and that's authentic. And then I said, well, this is ancient Phoenician. It was a Semitic language, very akin to Hebrew. Except that the biblical Hebrew had a very structured and formal grammar, which was based on the Latin grammar. There was the Greek grammar in ancient times, there was Latin grammar. And I noticed something about Old Testament Hebrew. It had a very nice structured grammar. It had tenses, it had declensions, and everything. I mean, just a perfect grammar. And when I looked at these ancient Semitic inscriptions, they didn't have a perfect grammar. They were more like agglutinative root words where you can understand the very basic that everybody wrote. And this is the pattern I was seeing on these ancient Semitic inscriptions. I said, fine, we still haven't found the answer to this coin. So I started studying more ancient inscriptions from Italy. And then when we came up with this tomb, I was able, with the artifacts from the cave here in North America, looked at the inscriptions and said, boy, this is something unusual. It's not something you see all the time. The only word where I've seen similar inscriptions to this and to inscriptions that were found in Burroughs Cave, Illinois, were in southern Spain and northern Africa. And I wanted to get some books on them. They were called Iberic inscriptions. They had the strange Phoenician-type alphabet. But the funny thing is, no scholar studied them. This is one thing you will never see in any school. They're kind of locked up in museums in Spain and Portugal. They're on display. Nobody knows what they say. Nobody has tried to translate them. They've had problems. They couldn't decipher them and all that. And when I deciphered the inscriptions from the cave, I found that they had an Indo-Germanic root very akin to Latin and Old Italic, very basic root. Noun, verb, subject, action, very simple writing. They wrote in different directions. Bostrophagian, which is where you start from left to right, and then the next line you go from right to left. There were direction writing up, down, up. Some of them written purely retrograde. All kinds of styles of writing. And it was a very, very basic form of communication. They wrote as they spoke. And you see the same thing when you read Egyptian hieroglyphs. The syntax is very different from modern languages. You have the entire hieroglyph, and it may say a sentence like, I'm saying an adoring prayer to Ra. You would say it in English. In Egyptian, the word order would be Ra, the great, adoring I, prayer, say. Strange word order with Egyptian syntax. But then you have to actually work. When you read the old language and decipher it, you actually have to work very hard in getting the meaning into correct English. That's the hardest part. Now, what Dr. Wallace Budge does in his books, some of you may have seen the Book of the Dead and all that, it's really nicely written. He has the hieroglyph, and on the bottom of it he writes the English translation, but you basically have to translate it in correct English yourself. Today you have new versions of Book of the Dead where they would just added a whole bunch of new things in there. And if you want to read the Book of the Dead, get Wallace Budge's Book of the Dead. That is the best and accurate translation. But this is one thing I noticed about all these ancient languages and these tablets that I deciphered. They had a very simple grammar, very simple syntax. And were relatively easy to read. You can make a free translation. Lots of abbreviations. When I studied Old Testament Hebrew and New Testament Greek is in fine grammar. It goes back to about 200 AD. You can see in the Coptic and all that, the New Testament, the Greek was such a refined grammar. It's pretty much case closed how it is. That existed. Old Testament Hebrew, I noticed, for one thing, it was written in this very perfectly structured grammar of Semitic language. And I kept on reading ancient Hebrew inscriptions. When I looked at ancient Hebrew, now volume 1 has a lot of pictures with ancient Hebrew. Now here there's Assyrian Semitic inscriptions. They call this one ancient Hebrew. I looked at it, it's in the Old Phoenician alphabet. As a Semitic scholar myself, I cannot tell the difference between Hebrew and Aramaic. The vocabulary is identical, except there are a few words in a dialect that are slightly different. But the one thing I question, the script is in the ancient Phoenician script. The language is in Semitic. How can somebody claim that this is Hebrew and this is Aramaic? I didn't know. Then I started studying the Old Testament a little more, and I noticed everything was in block Hebrew, neat script. I got very curious. I said, well, what is the oldest copy of the Old Testament there is? I want to know. Old scrolls of the Old Testament or something that I can look at. Well, as Harry and I do, we find the answers in Encyclopedia Judaica. Great set. If you ever want to know anything about ancient history or what's happening or contemporary people, look at Encyclopedia Judaica. Most libraries have. You'll find a lot of information there. We looked at Encyclopedia Judaica, ancient Hebrew inscriptions, especially the Bible, because we studied the Bible a lot too. Well, surprisingly, there were none. The earliest Old Testament inscription in Hebrew script comes from about 800 AD, and then it turned into the Masoretic texts. And I asked myself, where did it come from? Looked at the oldest manuscripts in this nice, beautiful block Hebrew script. Nice grammar, everything. And one thing I noticed about the Old Testament Hebrew and the block script and the grammar, that it is very much in Latin syntax. The Semitic language, which was very raw in Phoenician times, was taken, and with the help of the Greek grammar and the Latin grammar, it was structured. And all of a sudden, you see the appearance of the Hebrew block script with this beautifully structured grammar pop up in the Middle Ages about 750 to 800 AD. It's just everywhere. Just pops up out of nowhere, everywhere. Then I decided to do a little more research because I wasn't quite getting the picture. I said, well, let's look at some more ancient inscriptions, and I was coming back to these ancient alphabets that you find on stones and on papyri. That is a clue. In ancient times, around the time of Christ or before, anytime something was handwritten, they used the papyrus to write on. That was a very important thing that I ended up noticing. Papyrus and stone were the two main forms of communication. But another peculiar thing I noticed is when doing research, I decided to study the archaeology of the Middle East. Because one time I watched a television show when I was 14, and there was an old German archaeologist, I don't know if it was Maria Reike, who worked in Peru, but she also went to Israel and Egypt, and she made a statement. She said, and that really got me to second, she said there was absolutely no archaeological evidence that the Exodus ever happened, that David, Solomon, and Saul and all these great Israelite kings ever existed. I kept that in my background. No archaeological evidence at all. So I decided, okay, let's do some more research. So I was studying the Bible and everything. And then we decided, when Harry decided to get the entire ancient history collection for our tomb research and all this, we decided to read ancient historians. Let's find out if anything correlates. Well, there are a few sources that talk about the Hebrews. One source is the ancient Egyptian priest Manetho. And there's many other classical sources, but I really like Manetho because there was a stone from this cave in Illinois that I deciphered. There was a figure on the front that appeared to look like Moses. In the back of it, it gave a name. It was Ozar-Zeph. And I translated that 2 years ago. I had no idea what it meant, so I kind of put it aside. I grabbed Manetho, who wrote the history of Egypt, because what really bothered me the most about the Bible and Josephus and all these other texts is about the Exodus. They always call him Pharaoh, Pharaoh, Pharaoh. But nobody knows who the Pharaoh's name is. And all these scholars were debating it's Ramses II, it's Seti I, because this reason or that reason. So I started reading Manetho, and I had a very interesting account. He gives the name of the Pharaoh when an Exodus happened. Amenhotep III. I was like, did these people miss something or something? And the only story that Manetho and other ancient historians correlate to is that a group of people known as the Shepherds entered Egypt about 1500 BC and overthrew the Middle Kingdom, how we would know today. These shepherds ruled in Egypt for a period of 300 to 500 years. The Egyptian people revolted against these shepherds, which their name were called the Hyksos. They revolted against these shepherds, and they routed them to the city of Avaris north of the Delta. The shepherds were surrounded in that city by the Egyptian army, and they were about to be slaughtered when a priest of Heliopolis by the name of Osarseph came out and agreed that he would lead the shepherds out of Egypt to the city of Jerusalem. And right there I found the name Osarseph, and it said later he was known to the Hebrews as Moses. This is a sign of an exodus. They said they were exiled to Jerusalem. They were outcasts. They were lepers. They were everything that was against Egyptian, and they ruled the country for several hundred years, and the Egyptians liberated them, and they moved to Jerusalem. Ancient historians also say they just stayed there. They were conquered by the Assyrians, the Egyptians, the Hittites. All these empires were there. It always seemed like Palestine was a stomping ground for powerful kingdoms. There were just small vassal kings in Jerusalem and Judea, but there was never a sign of David, Solomon, or anything like that, which made me wonder, could it be just ancient folklore? People write novels and wonderful historical stories today. That could have been one of them back then, too. That's the only thing I could come up with. The whole thing, after the Exodus, the people settled there, and they just remained there until Alexander the Great conquered the Persian Empire, and Ptolemies took over Egypt. Then the Hasmonean kingdom was put there, but there was absolutely nothing in any history that indicated David, Solomon, or any great kingdom. And then it made me realize, well, maybe this is why this archaeologist lady said that there was no archaeological evidence. By the late 1800s, they couldn't find anything. But then a very peculiar thing happened. Around the 1870s and 1880s, this old Phoenician script that happened, there was a German minister, I think he was a Lutheran minister, that traveled to the Holy Land. And all of a sudden, he comes up with this rubbing, this huge rubbing of this beautifully Phoenician script. And naturally, it was translated, it was written real perfectly. They translated it, and it just happened to match a story in the Old Testament, the king of Moab and his war with the Israelites. But the funny thing was, he took a rubbing of it. The story was that he went out in the desert, and he saw this big, huge black rock just sitting out there in the middle of nowhere, a well-traveled place, but this big black rock just happened to be there. Nobody noticed it centuries before, but in 1885 it was just there, looking at him with this beautiful script. And naturally, this preacher knew how to read it. He took a rubbing off it. He took it back to Jerusalem, and 24 hours later, everybody knew the translation. I mean, it happened so fast. I mean, I can't even decipher a stone that I know real well in such a speed. I mean, this guy was out in the desert, met with the Arabs, took a rubbing, ran back to Jerusalem on his camel, and had the translation. The great Moabite stone confirms the story in the Old Testament. Well, then other people got all excited. All the scholars got excited. Well, we want to go see the Moabite stone. Well, guess what happened? Those damn Bedouin Arabs did not like the white people, you know, the Europeans coming in. And what they did is, to really aggravate them, they took that black Moabite stone and threw it in the fire, and it just burst into hundreds of little pieces. It was burnt up. Well, I've burnt stone before, too. Couldn't they just pick up fragments or something and show, well, this is a little piece of what was left, and here's a letter? No, there was absolutely nothing. It just turned into powder. Nobody saw anything. Well, they still had that rubbing. And today, you will see in any book here, Moabite stone. They took the rubbing and they kind of made a plaster casting out of it. And it's even in this book here. With the beautiful translation, it happens to be in the perfect grammar. Not in the older style Phoenician grammar, but in this modern Hebrew grammar with Latin syntax. But in the old writing, as soon as the old Phoenician script was deciphered. Well, and it's in here. You can look at it. There's a picture of the Moabite stone. Very famous. All scholars consider it authentic. Naturally, when we... The date of the stone was supposedly about 800 BC, something like that, when the Israelites... Oh, it's a long, long story. I can read it to you later. But it actually matched the Old Testament perfectly. Exactly. It matched that perfectly. But today you can go to the Hebrew University and the Moabite stone. It's authentic. But I mean, when other people bring artifacts and talk about it, and they're like, well, we have to see the stone or else it's a fake and all that. Well, guess what? Moabite stone doesn't exist. It's just a carving of it, but it's authentic. They've proven it. Well, they found another stone in Brazil. The Paraiba stone. I don't know if any of you ever read any books about transoceanic travel. This was found in 1810. A beautiful stone inscription with old Phoenician writing on it that was translated in the late 1800s by a noted scholar, Da Silva Ramos, who heard about the Phoenician translation. He was a good Semitic scholar. He translated. It told how a bunch of Phoenicians came around Africa from the Red Sea, and their ship got stranded, and they remained there, and they were praying to the gods, did a sacrifice, hoping that somebody would rescue them. It had old Semitic inscription on it, old Semitic syntax. It was 100% authentic. Well, the stone got stolen, and it's in probably some Brazilian president has it today. It's not in a museum. But the scholars today have the nerve to say, well, that stone is a fake because, number one, it was found in South America, and there was nobody there before Columbus. And, well, the stone disappeared. You know, we just have a photograph of it, so it's got to be fake. Well, the one that sounds right is a fake, but the Moabite stone, which they don't have anything, oh, that's authentic, of course. Well, it got me to do a little more research. And about 2 months ago, I told Harry, I want to start checking out your Dead Sea Scroll material. He has the whole story on the Dead Sea Scroll, the discovery of Qumran. And the reason I got interested in that is because a pastor that we know was in contact with a Dr. John Strugnell. When the Dead Sea Scrolls were discovered in the Qumran caves in 1947, Dr. John Strugnell, from then on up to recently, has been the most noted scholar on the Dead Sea Scrolls. You find a magazine called Biblical Archaeology. That magazine was created only to give out the information on the Dead Sea Scrolls. If it was not for the Dead Sea Scrolls, that magazine would not exist. But there's one thing about Dr. John Strugnell. I think in late 89, early 90, he made a very derogatory statement about the Israeli scholars and about the church all along concerning the Dead Sea Scrolls, because they've been hushed up for so long. This is one thing that bothered me for years. What is this big hush-up deal over the Dead Sea Scroll? Is there some key information there that we're not supposed to know? Well, when Harry showed me the translation of the Dead Sea, there was nothing really derogatory. I mean, I couldn't see anything that would really upset a lot of people or anybody. It was all right information. A lot of it matched the Old Testament. It was written slightly different, but I could not see the information being a threat to anybody. Well, Dr. John Strugmel made a very derogatory statement in 1990 and actually slammed the Israelis completely and slammed the Catholic Church, and they denounced him. He became a total alcoholic, and he's kind of in hiding right now. So when we met this preacher, we wanted to ask some questions to Dr. John Strugmel because he was going to have a radio interview. We set up a few questions that we asked him. But he didn't get on the show up till now because he's still very in bad health right now. We hope soon we will get to talk to him because I want to confirm my theory to him. I felt like that there was something that Dr. John Strugmel knew that wasn't being released to the public. Not that he made derogatory statements or anything. I mean, this guy was working on the scrolls for over 30 years, and all of a sudden he was thrown out of it completely. Another thing, and he was the only secular scholar to work on the scrolls. The other scholars that you see, if you look at a Biblical Archaeology magazine, that are the top Dead Sea Scrolls scholars are hardcore Catholic priests from the Vatican and hardcore Jewish Orthodox Jews. All hardcore religious people. The only one that worked on them at that time, Dr. John Strugmel, was thrown out of the project. Another thing bothered me. I know this Semitic scholar who lives in Beverly, Massachusetts, known as Dr. Cyrus H. Gordon. He is one of the foremost Semitic linguists in the world, if not the. He was hired by the Syrian government early in the 70s to translate some cuneiform texts found in the city of Ebla because he was so proficient in Semitic and the language was Semitic. Anything that was found ancient and Semitic, Dr. Cyrus Gordon was there to write about it because he was the best. And he was also a secular scholar. And he also translated and codified the Paraiba stone in Brazil. He went over, you know, as a Semitic scholar, he went out on a limb to even say, yes, there were Phoenician people in Brazil. He didn't, you know, at least I like him for that. He was very open-minded on that part. But what bothered me is, why didn't he ever work on the Dead Sea Scrolls? What was the deal? This guy is the best, and he's not working on the Dead Sea Scrolls. I ask too many questions that are stupid, but I get really suspicious about it. I ask a lot of dumb questions. When I was a kid in school, I always asked the most absurd questions to the teachers that they would throw me out of class. Just say, give him an A, get him out of here. But these are the kind of questions I asked. Then I said, okay, Harry, I want to look at your Dead Sea Scroll material because some of the earlier books had this nice printed Hebrew block script on it. And with the translation, I said, that's not good enough. I want to see Dead Sea Scroll fragments. He had them. He dug them up and he had them. Well, there's one funny thing I noticed. All these Dead Sea Scroll scholars, these religious scholars, are saying that they date anywhere from 200 to 300 BC to maybe 100 AD to the time of Christ. Okay. Well, I've had plenty of other inscriptions, Semitic inscriptions here, from that time era, all written in cursive Phoenician, which you can all come and look at and explain. Nice cursive Phoenician, like this here, beautifully in the Aramaic script. That's what I expected to see. Well, I have every piece of material on the Dead Sea Scrolls, fragments, and I look at them. I noticed something funny. I said, well, maybe there's just one here, and there's just one there. I look at the script on the Dead Sea Scrolls. The first one I look at was not a Dead Sea Scroll, but they say it was a scroll contemporary to that time called the Damascus Scroll, found in the synagogue in Cairo, Egypt. It had this beautiful block Hebrew script. Well, let's forget that one. I go back and look at the most famous scroll that everybody in every Dead Sea Scroll book calls the Temple Scroll. And I looked at that one and other ones, and it is in cursive block Hebrew script as written in the nation of Israel today. Then I said to myself, I looked at every single one of them, block Hebrew cursive script. I said, well, maybe this is just an interpretation that a scholar made. No, it's the actual scroll that was found. Another peculiarity I noticed was that all the Dead Sea Scrolls found in Qumran were written on vermilion sheepskin. Vermilion. Okay. All I know in ancient times is that they wrote on papyrus. But I said to myself, okay, they found these scrolls here. It's in Hebrew block script. I look back. I actually really had to say to myself, okay, I know there's something wrong here. I got to look back to the ancient alphabet. Where did the Hebrew block script come from? Well, it started around the 1st century AD. The kingdom of Petra, called the kingdom of the Nabateans. They had monuments, and they had a script that was not Hebrew block script, but it was a type of block script which Hebrew derived from 1st century AD. Then in 2nd and 3rd century AD, they had the script of Palmyra, which was in Syria, and from that derived the Syriac script. I could see a pattern. There were a bunch of Pharisees in Syria in the 3rd or 4th centuries that had the old Babylonian Talmud, and what they did is they adopted the old Palmyrene script from 200 AD, and they wrote their Talmuds and their Torahs with it. And then all of a sudden, you notice about 800 AD, the perfect Hebrew block script in the Torah scrolls comes about. That's the oldest ones you can find. But I said to myself, if these Dead Sea Scrolls stem from 200 BC to 100 AD, why are they written in Hebrew block script? There's something wrong here. And why are they written on vermilion sheepskin? I did a little research on vermilion sheepskin. Those maps that you seen at the lecture of the inner earth and all that from the 1500s, all these old maps from the 1200s, anything written onto the 1500s, were written on vermilion. Then I started getting a clue, well, who could have deposited the Dead Sea Scrolls? And the famous one was the Temple Scroll, talking about the gold of the temple, the treasure of the temple, and all that. Okay, I look back, vermilion sheepskin, the Hebrew block script on the Dead Sea Scroll looked very much like some block Hebrew script that was found around the 10 to the 1100s. Okay, then I said to myself, well, does anybody know who ruled Jerusalem in the late 1100s? You're right. The Crusaders, the Knights Templars, Godfrey from Bouillon, Jerusalem, 1100 AD. And that made sense to me. Written on vermilion skin, block Hebrew script, the Knights Templars deposited there. They took some Pharisee Jewish rabbis with them to codify a history and an Old Testament. They needed something to prove the originality. That's what I came up with. Knights Templars. They deposited them there. Another thing I studied is there is the famous copper scroll that was found in Qumran right near the Dead Sea. Now, as you know, the Dead Sea is a very, very salty sea. The wind and air blows, and there's a lot of salt air. When I was a kid, I used to play with a chemistry set a lot. And I used to get a little vial of copper where I could play with, cut the copper and do my experiments. But one time I had a bunch of copper wrapped up and I left it out. Well, after a few days, I noticed it started turning green. I left it out for a month with a little moisture here and there. It got terribly corroded. Well, there's this famous copper scroll that was found in one of the Qumran caves. It had slight green corrosion on it. And what they ended up doing is this copper scroll was rolled up in block Hebrew script, and it had a coat of green corrosion on it. In a dry air or something, if it was 2,000 years old, it wouldn't have lasted in the salt air. But the strange thing they did is, you could really tell how they could appreciate such ancient art, an artifact like that. You have a thin, very thin copper scroll rolled up. Now, I would think that if I was very careful, I had a precious ancient artifact here, I would unroll it very slowly, the whole thing, and flatten it out. No, they had to get this piece of equipment. How much did it cost? I think it was $500,000. $500,000. A little saw of a 10,000 millimeter. And they chopped that copper scroll up into little tiny square fragments and just banged it together. I mean, is that how you treat an ancient artifact? And they're writing a whole article about the copper scroll and this thing up into little pieces and soldered it back together with solder. And I'm like, you know, they found these beautiful Etruscan gold foils in Pergi, and I mean, they went through a lot of trouble to uncover them. I mean, those were like from 500 BC, but the copper scroll here, chop it up, we'll solder it back together, and we'll write something about it. That's the way you treat something. And the funny thing is the corrosion in the copper was very minimal. Not for maybe a few centuries, I would say, okay, in dry air, but not 2,000 years. So I put together that who could have done this and what effect does it have on everybody today? Well, let's say the Knight Templars retook Jerusalem. Naturally, they would, at that time, they didn't know about the Phoenician alphabet. So they decided, this is my theory, what happened, when Godfrey of Bouillon of the Knights Templars came in, they had to create something to make them look like they're the seed line of God and the seed line of Christ, that they have a right to that land. So what they did is they took a Jewish Talmud scholar, brought him with them, and told him, okay, we have the Old Testament and the Bible as there, but we want to write our own version and write it in the ancient Hebrew script as they knew it. And they wrote it on vermilion because they had no access to papyrus at that time. Egypt was under the Muslims, and they didn't use it, but they had no access to papyrus. So the only thing they knew was vermilion sheepskin. That's all they had to write on, and that's what they did. And they deposited in the Qumran caves the Great Temple Scroll, all the old books of the Old Testament, everything, put in there and sealed up. Well, eventually they were driven out by the Muslims, and one thing I don't understand is that Qumran area was very well traveled. Now, either somebody was guarding it the whole time, who knows? But the peculiar thing was that in 1947 they were found when the State of Israel was created. The State of Israel was created, and boom, these Dead Sea Scrolls were found right there in the Qumran caves. And just happened, some shepherd boy just happened to come by and throw a stone in there, and oops, well, we got to look in here. Nobody ever, didn't dawn to anybody to look at it before. So what I'm thinking, maybe somebody was there the whole time for centuries guarding it or something and told them, stay away, and okay, let's open the doors and seals, and one of these Arabs will find it, and we got this great discovery. So now this explains to me what the whole hoopla was over the Dead Sea Scrolls. It wasn't the content of the scrolls or the information. I think it was that somebody, an intelligent scholar, would be able to detect that it was written in the block Hebrew script and not in the old script it should have been written in, and would have called a fraud on it. So they took their time in releasing it. And biblical archaeology by Herschel Shanks thrives on the Dead Sea Scrolls. Another peculiarity with biblical archaeology is all of a sudden you're finding these collections that were found in Israel. You can go anywhere in Jerusalem now and dig. An Israeli archaeological expedition will dig in Jerusalem, and they're guaranteed to find artifacts saying King David on there in English syntax. Recently, they found the tombstone of Caiaphas, written in block Hebrew script. We found the tombstone of Caiaphas, one of the Pharisees that judged Christ. Just popped out of nowhere. Nobody's seen it before, but now I think you can even buy it now. Probably in extra fine condition. You have that piece of paper you showed me earlier today? Okay, Harry found something very peculiar. I'll show it. From the Sadiq Gallery, there was a piece of paper there. It said that you can buy a Hebrew scroll on vermilion from 1100 AD for $49,000. Hebrew block script scroll on vermilion for $49,000. And they tell you, 1100s, that's an actual one from the 1100s on sheepskin for $49,000. So that explained to me, well, it's the same thing as the Dead Sea Scrolls, that they got it somewhere else. There it is. So I'm asking myself, okay, put all this together. The Knights Templars deposit the scrolls there. The State of Israel gets created, which for a lot of people know that the whole thing was owned by the Masons and the Templars, and they own the whole state and everything. These scrolls get given. So why did they do that? Well, I guess they're trying to use religion as a form of control. I'm not saying that the Bible is not true or anything, because I really enjoy it. But what has been done to this book and to the teachings of Christ, and even if it's old stories, when you read the Genesis, Old Testament, there's some stories in there that very much match the old Sumerian and Akkadian cuneiforms of creation and all that. Obviously, this had a source in other writings. It's a very good thing. But what has been done is, the aliens or whoever, what I can see in all religion, the powers that control, they have taken, even in the Egyptian religion, you see the same thing happen. Rules, rules, rules. You must do this, you must do that. Don't do this, don't do that. I don't want to live under rules like that. If you don't go to heaven. If you don't, you will not be mummified and get eternal life. You see the same pattern. And it's going on, especially now with the Bible. What they have done with this book is they have twisted it so badly, the Old Testament and the New Testament, and especially since the King James Bible came out, 1611. The King James Bible, the originator, that is the Geneva Bible. And at that time you have John Calvin and all his group involved in it. And what they've done is, especially with the English language, they have taken it and they have done so many things to it. A lot of church denominations we have right now are due to a mistranslation in the English. If it had stayed originally in the Greek or the Hebrew, you would only have one denomination. All the denominations were created through translations, and that's how the dogmas are. And this is one thing I see about Christianity and all the religions. Why all these denominations? You divide them, one fights the other, you turn them into a business, and none of them are united. You have so many forms of Christianity right now. Pentecostals, Anglicans, Catholics, Byzantine, Greek Orthodox, Russian Orthodox, tons of them. But all profess to be following the teachings of Christ. If everybody just had read the New Testament in the Greek the way it was, there would only be one way. So what they've done is they have taken a very holy book and the teachings of a great Savior, and what the Bible means to a lot of people is it's something sacred. They have taken it, and what they've done is they have twisted it completely to create so many denominations that now you have one church group fighting the other. Now it's like a business. Well, I got to build my church here, and I got competition. I got to get these people here so they can put their money in a basket every Sunday. This is what we have now. And it's all controlled by the high priests in our government. They control everything. And as long as they keep everybody divided and everybody bickering one another, they have nothing to worry about. Divide and conquer. And that's what I seen happen. And what they're doing is they're codifying it, with the Dead Sea Scrolls. This is a big, big thing. Everybody needs to know that they're using them right now to make a lot of money off of people. They're making money off of scholars. They're making money off of magazines. And it's terrible. I mean, this is what Harry and I are here for. We want to bring this information out, and we want to stop any fraud, because it is not fair to be messing with anybody's belief system. If they believe in something, it is really cruel for a high power to be really deceiving people on belief systems and all that. And the truth needs to come out. Final thing I want to show on scripts for is that here you have the ancient Phoenician scripts of olden times. I always wondered, where did it originate? A lot of scholars were saying, well, it originated from Egyptian hieroglyphs written in cursive form. But some of the letters didn't match and all that. And I always wondered where the Phoenician or the Aryan alphabet, which our modern alphabet right now is a descendant of, where it originated from. Well, I couldn't really find a point of origin. You had the Egyptian hieroglyphs, you had Sumerian hieroglyphs, you had the Akkadian, and all of a sudden, around 2000 BC, comes this beautiful commercial alphabet. It just pops out of nowhere. And it's more convenient than hieroglyphs and the hard chicken scratch cuneiform. It's a very excellent commercial script like ours today. You can write. Beautiful to write. Where did it come from? Well, funny thing. Have any of you seen the video, Alien Autopsy? They show you some beams, supposedly from a crashed saucer at Roswell. And on these beams, there are alphabetical characters. When you look at them, you will see that they're not ancient block Hebrew script. When you look at them, you will find that they match very closely to the oldest form of the Phoenician alphabet. That may be where the origin is. Now, another deception that I have just recently, just this week, discovered is, I don't know how many of you are familiar with Drumbelow Melchizedek's work and Winter's work. Some of the metaphysical things I can't argue. If I can't prove it wrong, I leave it alone. I can't argue. But there is one thing that he is stating that is a total crock. And that is when he takes the tetrahedron and he tells everybody, I had a phone call from God Tot, and he told me this is how I gave humankind the ancient alphabet. The God Tot gave one alphabet to people. He introduced the Egyptian hieroglyphs to the Egyptians, ancient Egyptians. That is the script he introduced them to. What Drumbelow tries to show you is that with a tetrahedron, how when you turn a tetrahedron a certain way, you get a cursive character of the Hebrew block script. Well, there's a problem with that. It didn't exist back then. And even though I looked at it, I really had to use my imagination to even make the Hebrew block script out of it. Now, if he took it and said, well, I get some cursive hieratic or Old Phoenician out of it, I could probably say, well, that's believable. But when he started with the Hebrew block script, and another person by the name of Winter did the same thing, and he says, well, notice how you can make the alphabet. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. And when he put the J there, I was like, oh my, didn't you know that the J did not exist in ancient times? Things like that. And if I can catch them, you know, if I can catch people making mistakes and deceiving, it's not fair to deceive people. Another thing he did was he showed the old megalith in England, Stonehenge, like this here. And he was saying, well, he had a vision, and here is, you can see these stones formed, letter D for Druid. I'm not saying, okay, these things existed 6,000 BC, and they knew the English letter D. Beats me. I mean, maybe I'm asking tough questions here, but it beats me. Another peculiar thing that's very interesting is a lot of scholars will deny. See, our cave project here in Illinois has taken us to a lot of avenues. There have been found in Brazil and in Peru statues that clearly prove that the ancient Egyptians were here in the Americas. This is one of my little favorite ones. A good colleague of mine sent a copy. I've also found it in this book here. There's this little black basalt Egyptian statuette that was found in the jungles of the Amazon in some ancient city. And what I looked at it, and of course, the bizarreness of the script right there, to me, spells authenticity. I had to look very hard to decipher it. It's one of these strange inscriptions that you find that very few scholars even know about. Hard, beautiful basalt in the Egyptian style. Looked at it, it was an Egyptian form of writing that the Libyans used. The Western Desert Libyans used around from 800 to 500 BC, which later on became a Numidian inscription in North Africa. And it gives the name of Pharaoh Shabaka, one of the Nubian pharaohs of Egypt that ruled from 750 BC. What made this so significant is that the Nubian pharaohs hired a lot of Phoenician seamen for trade. And they made it to Egypt possibly for minerals and all that. You do find a lot of these things in the Americas. They will not tell you in the media. They will deny it. The schools will call everything fake, but there are tons and tons of artifacts found in North and South America that clearly depict ancient writing and that the ancients have been here. Eric von Daniken, I don't know how many of you are familiar with him. He's famous with the Ancient Astronaut Society. He went to Peru and visited an old priest in Ecuador, visited an old priest named Father Crespi. This man had a tremendous collection of gold artifacts and stones with inscriptions all over them, made out of solid gold. And he got them because he did a lot of favors for the local Indian people. He was nice to them, he fed them, he gave them a meal. And what they did is they went out in the mountains in the jungle and whatever artifacts or whatever they brought back to him, and he amassed a huge collection. And the quantity of gold was just astronomical. The gold had writing on it, it had beautiful pictures, it had pyramids. If some of you have seen the book Gold of the Gods, it's in there. But there's some good pictures here. Big, huge gold stela with script on it. Script here, script down here. Beautiful thing. And all the scholars and professors ignored it completely. They wouldn't even look at it. If it's not for Eric von Daniken, we would not even know about this wonderful collection. They just ignored it, and when Father Crespi died, all the artifacts got scattered again, and a lot of them are lost. It's another unfortunate thing. So there's so much evidence around that points that this was a small world back in ancient times. People sailed back and forth. And I don't understand why government or the establishment is completely covering up such knowledge, because it's just treasure. I have to be very neutral about one thing as a scholar. I need to see the tablets. I haven't seen any of them. I've been told by Brigham Young, I said I would like to look at them and analyze them. They said, oh yeah, we'll send them to them. We have not received any confirmation. I've never seen the tablets, so I cannot really have an opinion on it. But Harry would like to add something too?
I've been to the Book of Mormon 4 times, and when you start talking about tablets in the Book of Mormon, you've got breastplates, knee plates, chin plates, head plates. You've got silver plates, copper plates, gold plates. And all I did was ask for one. And we went to the hierarchy of the Mormon church. They said, yeah, we'll send you some pictures. And when people find out that you read ancient script, the people like the drum blows run. They're not going to show you their stuff. They're not going to try to get you anything. There is nothing there that we can show that we can substantiate anything.
How about the race of people that came over from Jerusalem that founded the original Moroni?
Well, it's something that requires a lot of faith, and that's what we do is we separate the faith from the reality. If something is something that's required, it requires you to have faith to believe, and that's your faith. I'm certainly not going to knock any man for his faith, but there is nothing to substantiate. I'm attempting to explain to you that there is nothing to support that. There is nothing to support it. There is nothing to support that there ever was the Nephites, the Lamanites, the Malachites, or that there ever was a lake of Zarahemla, the land of Zarahemla. Okay, that's...
We have artifacts.
What was your question concerning that?
No.
No. There's no correlation.
There's no correlation really, because we have artifacts that tell a story here, and there's actual substantial proof there. So we have to go by historical records. We can't go by speculation. Now, there have been, however, this is another thing that bothered me. There have been attempts by a lot of Mormon groups, is that there's two great inscriptions found in North America. There's the Las Lunas inscription, called the Ten Commandments inscriptions, and also the Ohio Decalogue. These are like two, they're very big with the Epigraphic Society and other places, is they find these stones with the Ten Commandments on them, just in the Bible, happen to be in the same order as in the Old Testament, but the problem is they're in English syntax. So it's obvious that whoever did that is they knew the Hebrew alphabet. It's written in a block Hebrew. They knew the Hebrew alphabet. They took it out of an English Bible and translated it into Hebrew. And you can tell with the order. I mean, it's so obvious that it was concocted in the 1800s.
Is
Yes, yes. It has. It's Hebrew and English syntax, and that's right there made it.
Yes, but there was one other thing. What's still fresh in the minds of the Dead Sea Scrolls, saying that we are saying now that they are fake and that they are all fraud. Studying them closer, we are not handwriting specialists. However, Dr. John Strugnell was. And one of the things that we notice is it appears that most of them are written by the same hand.
I had a coworker, a Jewish coworker back in the 60s that had a paperback book called The Copper Scrolls. He claimed that that it conflicted with some of Christianity's tenets, and therefore Christianity had suppressed the book and stole them out of libraries, and they were no longer available. Over the years, I've looked in used bookstores for that book, Copper Scrolls. Have you guys got that book? And what did it say? Did it conflict with the Dead Sea Scrolls, for instance?
You want me to answer? In several points of case, you'll find something, just a small inscription of the Dead Sea Scrolls, and scholars will bicker like crazy over just what one sentence means or says. They will concoct a certain script and then put brackets, which means that it doesn't exist, and they will take that and they will add to it what they believe is there. Now, there were lots of problems. What they were saying is that they dated from 300 to 200 BC, but a lot of the scrolls talked about the rabbi teacher, which they thought depicted Christ, way up to like 120 AD. So there's a big conflict there. It was like, well, was it after the New Testament or was it before the New Testament? And so, as far as the conflict with Christianity, there is a big conflict with what the role of Christ was and what he did and what some of these scrolls depict. And here again, what the modern scholars will tell you is that the Dead Sea Scrolls were written by the Essenes at Qumran. The only person that writes about the Essenes is Josephus.
But do you guys have that book in your collection?
Josephus?
No, the Copper Scrolls.
Yes, I have all the Copper Scrolls and all that.
We got it.
It's not of anything of major significance at all.
Okay. Second question, Billy Myers, Talmud of Shemuel. Is that thing accurate?
The Billy Meyer Talmud?
Well, Billy Myers, the guy that
I would question anyone.
Got it published, but Talmud of Shemuel, I believe.
Yeah, question anything that says Talmud on it with a big question mark. Question anyone who says that they have the block Hebrew script in a tetrahedron and spin it. It's just a bunch of bunk. It did not exist, and they're trying to make things exist that never did exist.
But you guys haven't actually examined that document then?
I've looked at it and then just neglect. I have too much reading to do with my life. I don't read any fiction, and that I would consider to be fiction.
The book In Plain Sight, have you read that?
In Plain Sight, yes. We are very good friends with Gloria Farley.
Yes.
What do you think of that? Is that Ogham or is this?
No, there is no Ogham in North America.
Okay.
The Ogham that you have, that what people claim is all, they say it's Gaelic, Arabic, this and that. All Ogham in England, France, Scotland is all Latin. It is not in Arabic or hair Ogham, tooth Ogham, toe Ogham. They've got phallic Ogham. They've got every kind of Ogham. There's like 500 kinds of Ogham, and it's just a bunch of bunk.
So you think her work that she did is...
Yes, and she knows how we feel about her work. Now, I love Gloria Farley. I mean, she's a great friend of ours, and I could call her up right now and say, "Hi, Gloria, what you doing?" But her book, In Plain Sight, is just a concocted myth, a fallacy. Mr. I forget you. Yes, we want to take...
I wanted to make a comment about what you were dealing with the Mormons, in that most people do not know that when the Mormon people moved from the west coast to the east coast, they stayed in an area very close to the Burroughs Caves for about 2 years. Some of the things that they have could have come out of the Burroughs Caves. And so you may be looking at some of the same things that you got right there if the Mormon people church would show it to you. So that's from my perspective.
We have seen what the Mormon Church of Brigham Young has, as far as we haven't seen the original plates from New York, but they did gather artifacts called the Michigan Tablets. There's like thousands of artifacts that
30,000.
They claim 30,000, but I've only seen less than 100 actually, a collection of videos and all that. And they're stone-carved artifacts where when you look at them, you see saw marks on the side of the rocks. They have a script on it that is completely concocted, nothing. And the funny thing is, they have a lot of drawings that are only biblical Old and New Testament drawings. With English syntax, it has Adam and Eve picking an apple off a tree, which in the Old Hebrew, it doesn't really, it's a metaphor, it doesn't depict that. Has that, it has Noah's Ark with animals going 2 by 2 inside and all that. It's just,
There's one Michigan tablet. Now, you gotta
like in the late 1800s, what the Christianity of the late 1800s of Mormons is depicted in those Michigan tablets. And
the Mormons are scrambling for the Michigan tablets, or what is known as the Soper plates.
yeah.
And there's so many incorrect historical things. Like they have a ship of what they consider to be Noah's Ark, and they have it built from the front going to the back, just as clear as day on this tablet. When you build a ship, you build the hull first, and then you put the sides on the hull. It's just completely structurally, data-wise, totally incorrect.
Just trying to
The wide geographic distribution of Egyptian artifacts suggests one of two possibilities. One, that there was prehistoric transatlantic transportation. The second possibility is that during that time, Earth was a single continent before tectonic plates had moved apart. How far back do you think this pushes the envelope of the first beginning of
Okay.
human civilization?
Be very careful with tectonic plates. That's a dogma that's taught in the universities.
They're not changing it.
They're changing it continuously with the glaciers and all that. That's another subject. At the time, but yeah, that whole Pangaea. I agree. The only thing I agree with is, like Robert Morningsky made an analogy that planet Earth was smashed, and the mass was on one end, and that when the Earth healed itself, that's how the continents. But that happened a very, very long time ago. What we're talking about is like 3, 4, 5, 6,000 years ago. It happened. If anything like that happened, it happened way thousands of years before that. So it was basically oceanic travel. They had the ships to do that. This, Jim.
Well, let me just follow up on your tectonic plate theory and the Gondwana or the continental drift. There are no fossils at the same depths that are identical between here and South America, here and Asia, Africa. There are no dinosaur relics or fossils or beasts that are congruent between here, Australia, and everywhere else. There's no fauna. There's nothing really to support it. And you also remember that a lot of these theories were concocted in the 20s, when we really didn't even have telephone in every house. And you got to put a lot of that in perspective. Same as the polar ice cap theory. My question is, where did water come from? And you know, a lot of other questions as well. And they're changing a lot of this. They're changing it now as we speak. They're changing the printing. Yes.
So, can you tell us the value of the Rosetta Stone?
Extremely valuable. The Rosetta Stone is the most valuable artifact ever found in linguistics because it enabled the decipherment of the Egyptian hieroglyphs.
Well,
No, they didn't put
there
that.
are
this,
big questions of who found it, when actually they found it. But the point is that it wasn't that they were able to lift the decipherments from it.
Yeah.
And cohesively translate mnemonic.
Yeah, they had the middle is. The middle inscription was an ancient Egyptian demotic. Nobody knew how to translate the hieroglyphs. The only readable part was the Greek, and it was an old Attic Greek. And that's how they were able to decipher it. They found many. Nobody could have set it up because of the age and all that. It named the king on there in hieroglyphs and everything. I mean, it was clearly an old artifact.
Point being, when you have
The syntax.
when you have an undeciphered script
Right.
that no one in the world knows, how can you fake it?
Exactly.
In 1927, Zinkley discovered some in a library, forget where.
Nippur.
Discovered some Essene texts. He said, "Now, have you heard about those manuscripts and what's?"
Be careful of the Essenes. The fact that there again, the only historical evidence we have to back them up is Josephus, and I can prove equivocally in 2 hours hundreds of reasons how come Josephus is bogus. Yes, sir.
Two questions. One,
The Egyptologist, and I don't recall whether it's...
What's the question?
The question is, there's claim that the Dead Sea Scrolls, the government has hung on, not our government, the Egyptian government, whoever.
Israeli government.
Has held on to them and only allowed our science people in one university to look at just a couple. They've never released the rest of them. So all these fakes you're talking about are probably fakes. I don't know. I was wondering if you heard anything else on that same area. The fact that there's only 2 of them been allowed our science.
Well, we've gotten, recently they've released a lot of them. We've gotten a lot of them right now. But that was earlier, that's all they released now. But none of them, but all of them, what they did is I think they tested the water back then when they only released 2 to see if anybody would catch on. And another thing I noticed is why did they wait till now? One big problem I have, there's only one Semitic scholar around in the world, that's Cyrus Gordon. He's in his late 80s. In the late 1800s to the early 1900s, up to World War II, there were a lot of brilliant ancient linguistic scholars. A lot of them got killed off in the Second World War, which was a war to kill off a lot of intelligent people. After that, in the 50s, you had a few, 60s, 70s, gradually they died off. Today, you have very few people that have that ability. Almost zero. So I guess now they can release them because nobody would notice the difference.
How about this gentleman in the yellow shirt?
Here's the second question, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Are you acquainted with the borderline sciences?
Yes, sir. I'm very good friends with Dr. Thomas.
All right. Have you read their information on the Egyptian caves in the Grand Canyon? Are you
Yes,
familiar with that?
Yes, sir.
There's a lot of artifacts in there that relate to Egypt.
Yes, and the Smithsonian has a bunch of the tablets, and when I tried to get copies of them,
No, they refute.
they won't send
No,
them
they
to us.
say they don't acknowledge it at all.
But I'm sure he could knock them out, no problem.
Yeah. It's in a special Indian reservation where the public are not allowed.
Yeah.
I know.
It's in the
Okay,
Grand
yeah,
Canyon.
Earlier tonight, I was talking to you. You mentioned about a little island that you like on those maps specifically, and there's a tie in my mind back in the Phoenician thing and getting into the occultic aspect of the Illuminati and all that. I wonder if you had made any connections there that may tie into this alien equation, because von Däniken's work is so substantial related
Well,
to visitation and all that.
some inscriptions in South America in the Old Semitic have, that I found in Daniken's book, depict alien craft too, which didn't surprise me. As far as that little island goes on our map, all we know is that it was settled by Norsemen and Icelandic people in English, and that it sunk in the late 1600s. That's the only conclusion I can arrive at.
The problem with the tablets from Father Crespi's collection and how the scholars just buffed it off is I want to ask you, are you going to fake something in solid gold? That's the dumb question. You know, would you fake something in solid gold? I wouldn't.
You have to be a millionaire to do it.
Let me get, yeah, right here.
The work that the Hebrew University is doing on the Torah with the Bible code that Grant Jeffrey was talking about.
Yep.
Are they basing that on the Dead Sea Scrolls?
They're basing it entirely on block Hebrew script.
It's rather amazing because it mentions like ancient rabbis that weren't even born yet, their addresses and things like that.
You can take, this is the beauty with the Hebrew lettering. You can put it all together, and you can basically, well, the nice thing is the Hebrew alphabet does not have very many vowels. It's a very consonantal script. So you can take anything in any direction, and I can predict that Bill Clinton's election in 1992. Now, it's a little more difficult with English because you have vowels and all that, but with a consonantal alphabet, you can really concoct anything you want. I can take the Bible code and make prophecies all day and night, and you'll be convinced that it's accurate.
Back up here against the wall.
I've got two questions. One is, your best guess, you talked about, well, if there was just one creator or one source for all this, how far back does the source of this religion go, that the Bible and the Kabbalah and everything come from? What is the truth?
Okay. What you find is you find stories of the flood and all that in the Sumerian Akkadian library in Nineveh that go back to Sumerian times. That's where you find that version. Want to add on?
Also, if you look at the Bible, let's just undogmatically look at it metaphorically for a second. You'll find in one ancient religion direct correlation between Cain and Abel, but they happened before the Adam and the Eve. If you look at the Adam and Eve story, you can pull Hera and Zeus and Hera out of it. And then you can pull the flood and certain specific large events in the Bible, the Old Testament, that are represented with like the Maharabi texts and some of the other things that were found in the Pur and the old Sumer disc seals of the Indus Valley, and with Egyptian glyph as well. So it's still an undefined set. I tell you, I don't know.
Okay. My other question is, do you know anything about this date of time around 2011 where the Mayan calendar and a lot of stuff, it almost seems to come?
Okay. Let me tell you one thing, and this will be another total lecture in itself. Do not believe anything you have ever read on Mayan glyphs or Mayan calendar. The decipherments of the Mayan glyphs came out one way. You're going to read all this book about this wonderful man named Yuri Knorosov from the Soviet Union who picked up this piece of paper in World War. Berlin was on fire. The guy was an NKVD agent. Picked up this piece of paper that was half on fire from the Berlin Museum, had some Mayan glyphs. Takes it back to Russia. 1952, he announces, I've discovered the secret of the Mayan glyphs. Okay, wonderful. All scholars are waiting. Okay, he deciphers the Mayan glyphs. And a lot of you, if you read Mayan, get the book by Michael Coe, and you get all this Knorosov research of these beautiful Mayan glyphs. Chief Smoking Squirrel, Chief Jewel Skull, the most pathetic translations that can't imagine anybody writing. Did some research on that too. Well, all the Soviet scholars got really interested in Mayan glyphs in the late 60s, early 70s. They were going by the planefuls into Mexico City. What happening was they figured out a way. They needed to get into Mexico to spread their revolution. And I've had books, if you read the KGB and at Russian, you will hear the story of 1972 where a KGB coup was initiated in Mexico and it failed. And the way they got their KGB agents in is there were all these Soviets that were studying Mayan glyphs that needed to go to Mexico to read, and that's the whole thing. But the unfortunate thing is today you will still read books about Knorosov, Tatianov, and all the Mayan glyphs, and there's absolutely nothing to back up anything that they're saying. We have a colleague in Florida who's an Orientalist, and he is studying the Mayan glyphs in detail, and a couple things I can reveal. What you've read, none of it is true. Number two, they all were dating the Maya glyphs to 800 AD and all that time, you know, around the time of Christ, 800 AD, 1100, and they suddenly disappeared. Those Mayan monuments are a lot older than what they say they are. This comes from a pre-archaic time. I'd say more like 5,000, 6,000 BC.
This lady right here.
Yes. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. It could very well be, ma'am. You know, the thing is, you can't date a piece. You can't date a rock. How they date certain stuff is by how deep it is in the ground. So you know, there are several things that appear to. Yes, ma'am. And how do you find a gold chain in coal 90 feet in the ground? I don't know.
They're dating some of them out of St. Helens now at 2.8 million years ago, and that's only happened 11 years ago.
Yes.
So I argue with the geologists on many points, and I think his archaeology is right and the geology is wrong.
Yes, ma'am.
The Bible has a lot of misinformation and who and what was Jesus Christ, and was he actually what they said in there, and who wrote all the information about him, and how did they write it, and how did they find it to put it in the Bible?
Okay. Most of the misinformation in dictionary you have in the Old Testament. Now, the New Testament is key thing. Number one, you do have documents written in Greek dating from 150 AD talking the Gospels of Jesus Christ, written in Greek. That's available as you read it in the Greek.
It's good Greek.
It's very good Greek, exactly. From that time period, and the Copts, the early Coptic Egyptians write about that too, from that time. Okay, that is very important literature at that time, which says one thing to me. The event happened. They wrote it on papyrus. But the aging and all that, it tells us one thing. Yes, it did happen. Because people went out of their way. It's recorded in history. All the martyrs and everybody risked their life to spread the gospel. So apparently the life of Christ did happen. But they took a lot. The only thing I do see is that a lot of the teachings in the English Bible, they twist a lot of the teachings of Christ to make it sound differently. When you read it in the Greek, it can mean a completely different thing.
And then one part where it says, seek ye first the kingdom of God within, and all things shall be added unto you. They took out within out, and they say, seek ye first the kingdom of God, and all things shall be added. So right there, there's a change.
Well, there are still many problems with the New Testament. Like one, for instance, is I believe that the story is in Matthew 4, where Jesus went up on the mountain with Satan. Well, then who recorded it? Was Matthew or John over there? Did Jesus come, hey, I've been hanging out with Satan? You know, who recorded it? Who said that? And he goes, all of this I will give you if you will bow down and worship me. When he already owned it. There's a lot of enigmas. There are problems with it still, the point with it was when it was changed to make it look more like the need for government, the need for financial support of the church into the government. And that's, that's why you have a King James Bible, when James isn't the king, but that's who you should honor by reading that.
When you read the Coptic New Testaments of the Copts, it is beautiful. It is the teachings of Christ. There is absolutely no rules or oppression in there at all. I mean, it's like he is liberating the soul of people. Seek within yourself the truth. And that's what it is. And when you read a lot of English New Testament, they try to put pro-government and rules in there too. Yeah.
Yeah, you have to get it out of the Coptic organization.
Yeah, but it's in Coptic.
I forgot his name.
No, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
What's the difference on the Geneva Bible and
the King James?
The King James and the Coptic.
Well, that's the first part.
The
Geneva Bible and the King James Bible are verbatim identical. The only difference is that the King James does not have the side page inscriptions that John Calvin put in there. They tell you that the King James took 60 guys 70 days or something to put together, and all it is verbatim, word for word, the Bible that predated it 51 years.
What's the difference between that?
Okay.
Yeah.
What makes the Coptic Bible so unique is that it's not verbatim like what you have Matthew, John, Luke, and all that. It really spreads the gospel. Now, the Copts were Egyptians that converted to Christianity, and their script is basically a Greek alphabet in the Egyptian language. Now, what they did is, like the old Egyptian religion had the same thing. They had rules and everything. You obey Ra or he'll punish you, and Osiris and all that. What happened is when the teaching of Christ spread into Egypt, the Copts wrote the story as they would understand it. Basically, the old figure of Ra became the Father, Osiris became Christ, and Mary, Virgin Mary, was the equivalent of Isis. They had to understand it, but when you read it, it is just a complete text of total liberation. The teachings are there. I mean, it's basically to liberate and to free the human soul and to seek out your individuality. No rules, nothing. It's actually very good, which like parallels some of the older Egyptian texts, but they added Christianity to it. It's completely different.
The Copts adopted Christianity just like that.
They
it's
adopted.
The same thing we've been doing with different names.
They adopted it very quickly.
Who has it? Did you have a question, man? Oh, okay. See if I hasn't had one. Okay, let's go around again. Yes, sir.
You familiar with the Book of Knowledge of Keys of Enoch?
Yes, sir. People ask us about it all the time.
Fine. Enoch was the seventh son of Adam, and Noah was the grandson of Enoch. Correct?
Perhaps.
That's where Noah got the information to build the ark and so on.
But the problem with the Keys of Enoch are this. The alleged manuscript appeared on the scene in the mid-1800s. It was concocted and written into English to concur with the English Bible again.
What was?
It was written, and it concurs with the English Bible, which already has some problems. Yes.
The Book of Knowledge was given to J.J. Hurtak from the Academy of Future Science.
Right. There is, in other words, it's a faith thing. There is no original document anywhere in the world.
No,
It's a faith.
It came spiritually to him.
Yes,
Well, it's
but
faith.
It's a faith thing. It's if you believe that, it's a faith thing that doesn't have any actual document to prove it. Yes.
What about the Gospel of Thomas? That's
Gospel of Thomas is bogus. The only one of the Gospels that I believe that isn't that has validity to it is the Gospel of Barnabas. How are we getting all these Bible questions?
I don't know.
We're not even supposed to be Bible. Yes, ma'am.
What about Hermes? All these books are now coming out into English that were actually in a lot of the European languages of the Hermetica and all the different
Hermes Trismegistus. It's all. That's the god of alchemy.
Well, I understand that, but is this supposed to be very ancient writing?
Well, you hear a lot about Hermes as a god, and what happened is in the Middle Ages, the alchemists related to that, and they created the whole science of Hermetics and alchemists around this Greek god that was created in the Middle Ages.
This gentleman hasn't asked a question. Yes?
Well, I did ask.
Oh,
but
okay, that's
we're
right.
going around again.
Sorry.
So anyway, I
Go
just
on.
want you guys to tell us about the alien manipulation and control through the ages. That's what I want to hear about.
Well,
What?
that's a you
That's
know,
a lecture
We are
itself.
not UFO alien experts.
No.
they're behind everything.
Yeah.
The best thing to watch is I recommend you get the videotapes of Robert Morning Sky. He does a. I was very surprised because he is dead on linguistics. He shows you old Sumerian, Akkadian, and Egyptian glyphs, and it is something where you can take a Wallace Budge Egyptian dictionary
And you can look it
and
up.
look it up, and it's there. There's a lot of other people that are phonies where they have nothing to back it up. But Robert Morning Sky, you can look it up in dictionaries. It's there. He's on there.
Okay, you sir.
Yes, have you read Alexander Hislop's Two Babylons?
The book, The Two Babylons?
History, yes.
Yes, a lot of it's very good. A lot of it's very good. Let's get this gentleman here.
Is that this? Where the coin came from?
That coin's an enigma, and what happened was it was found here in North America, and after with all the other stuff, you'll notice that it's got Helios written on it. So we believe that this directly correlates to this tomb in North America. Now the reason we haven't mentioned anything about the tomb is because to us it's old hat. We've been doing it for 3 years. And we have so many videos available. We have over 200,000 words available that it is just pointless to try to get into something that is so deep and so thick in 1, 2, 3, 4 hours. I could talk to you for weeks concerning it.